In the next 2 days of leisure time, Xianxia devoted almost all of his energy to his will. Whether it was walking, eating, drinking water, or even sleeping, he was constantly using his will to familiarize himself with this feeling. Sometimes, when he was sleeping, some books, tables, and chairs would float up in the air for no apparent reason. Obtaining items from afar was not a brilliant method, and it could be easily accomplished even with the weather. What is this? A trick? Xiaojun looked at Xianxia curiously. At the dining table, the 4 of them were eating, but Xianxia frowned and looked at his bowls and chopsticks forcefully. The pair of chopsticks floated awkwardly in the air, picking up a piece of meat and swaying it into Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia, on the other hand, was extremely solemn, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He carefully opened his mouth, and the chopsticks automatically sent the meat into his mouth. Pa! Xiaojun yawned and slapped the chopsticks away. He laughed and said, "What the hell? You're choking so hard just to eat a mouthful of food? Ha ha! Ah ha! Xianxia kicked Xiaojun out and said, "You know your head. Is this meaning?" Feng Xian said. "You know." Xianxia nodded. Feng Xian said, "A lot of people know about it, but very few people practice it. With this kind of skill, one's cultivation level would have risen a long time ago." "Yeah, it's really hard to practice." Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Meng said, "What are you doing practicing this thing for? When you succeed, Yu Donghai is almost at the fortune realm." "What the hell are you talking about?" Xian said thoughtfully. "Unless Xianxia doesn't have to work hard to raise his cultivation realm, he has another way to raise his cultivation realm." Indeed, this was the main reason why Xianxia was willing to cultivate the insight technique. He didn't need to go into seclusion to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as he could find the divine lightning, he would naturally be able to raise his cultivation level. "Come, punch me," Xianxia said to Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng waved his fist at Xianxia's face. "Ah!" Yuan Meng's expression changed. "My fist seems to have been pushed by something." Pong! Xianxia was sent flying and rolled on the ground a few times. He got up and rubbed his shoulders. "What the hell? This is actually the only effect. Didn't you use intent when you were in Star-Gazing City? It looks pretty powerful. Why can't you do it now?" Yuan Meng asked curiously. Xianxia said, "That's not my intention. It's the dragon intent borrowed from a martial skill. That thing can only be used for the simplest impact and explosion. It can't be freely released in one's heart. The cost of releasing dragon will was too high, and it was very troublesome to use. If he had the time and energy in battle, Xianxia could use an even more powerful dragon spirit / to deal with the enemy. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was that his will could cooperate perfectly with the battle and not attack specifically. This was something that Dragon Will absolutely could not do. "Alright, it's time to set off. Everyone, get ready. Let's go." Xian Qingzhu gathered everyone together. Everyone stepped onto the Profound Sky Sect's flying ship and headed towards the Sea of Forgetfulness. On the boat, everyone had to spend nearly a month of boredom. These days were very boring. Xianxia found an opportunity to impart the Sun God technique to Yuan Meng and Xiaojun. It might be a little late to cultivate the Sun God technique now, but it's better to practice it than not. Actually, the 9 Purities Cosmos skill was more suitable for Yuan Meng. Could keep his ignition steel form awake. However, this kind of technique could not be cultivated with mere incantations. It had to be combined with the 9 Purities pill. Xianxia did not dare to impart the Heavenly Tao Old Man's technique to others without authorization. "That's great. This young master can also use the power of the sun," Xiaojun cried out excitedly. "When we get back, I'll use the power of the sun to fuck those ugly men from the heaven-shaking profound sect." "Shut up. You're disturbing my attention." Yuan Meng sat cross-legged and scolded angrily. "Big idiot." Xiaojun chuckled strangely. "Haven't you succeeded yet? It's like you've practiced it." Yuan Meng said angrily. "Watch." Xiaojun raised his right hand and said, "Quench that sun." A thin, soft beam of light shone down, enveloping Xiaojun. Xianxia's expression changed. "You learned it so quickly?" it's less than a day. I didn't expect you to be so talented in the sun god technique. Also, this is not called quenching the sun. This is called luminescence. How long did it take you? Xiao Jun asked Xiangnan excitedly. Xiangnan said, it's probably 1 day. Something happened in the middle. I went to hunt down half-monsters. Strictly speaking, it should be less than a day. Fuck! Xiao Jun clenched his fists and said, I thought I had surpassed you. I have the lightning meridian's talent. Of course, I can cultivate very quickly. Xiangnan didn't mind. Qi, I still have light attribute talent. I should be able to practice faster than you. Xiao Jun curled his lips. What? Xiangnan and Yuan Meng grabbed Xiao Jun at the same time. Light attribute talent? You two let go of me. I won't have a physical collision with a man. Xiao Jun roared. As he tugged at his collar, he said, Is it strange that you only know now? Quick, show me your talent. Xiangnan hurriedly said. Xiao Jun raised his right hand and a ball of light flew out of his palm. Isn't this Yuan Qi? Yuan Meng scratched his head. No. So it's like this? No wonder. Xiangnan suddenly realized. Yuan Qi itself is also shining, and the light attribute talent is also shining. This makes us misunderstand. This thing of his can't be called Yuan Qi anymore. Should be called Yuan Guang or something like that. Light talent is extremely rare. Feng Xian was thoughtful. Then why are you so weak? Yuan Meng stared. Xiao Jun rolled his eyes and said, Find me a light attribute martial skill. If you find it, I promise to kill you if you learn it. We're feeling sorry for each other. Xiangnan patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder and said, You don't know how much time I've wasted searching for a lightning attribute martial skill. Speaking of which, I have one. Feng Xian took out a book from his storage ring. Holy shit! Everyone was shocked. Xiao Jun snatched the book from Feng Xian's hand and saw 3 words written on the cover, Marks of Light. This is a high-level local-grade martial skill. Because no one has ever been able to cultivate it. It was collected by me at a high price from a destitute martial Dao family. I tried to cultivate myself, but I didn't get anything. What a shitty name. Xiao Jun licked his fingers and forcefully crushed the 3 words on the book. Then, he wrote the words handsome boy fist with a crooked brush. Xiangnan and Yuan Meng no longer wanted to talk to him. Feng Xian, that's fine. How much do you need to sell this martial skill to me? Xiao Jun blinked at Feng Xian ambiguously, as if he was saying that if you were willing, this young master could sacrifice his lust to accompany you. Feng Xian said expressionlessly, If you want it, just take it. As long as you don't keep pulling me to hook up with women with you in the future. How interesting. Xiao Jun bumped into Feng Xian's shoulder and said, Your eyebrows are delicate and pretty. With you by my side, you can set off my tall and majestic side. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiangnan and Yuan Meng with disdain. Xiangnan was full of vigor. He was 2 meters tall and had an almost perfect figure. Yuan Meng, let alone the 4-meter-strong man standing beside him, could make Xiao Jun look like a flea. The days on the boat passed in a flash. Xiangnan continued to cultivate his own will every day. As time went on, he gradually became more familiar with it. Up until now, he had not been able to move his mind as he wished. If he wanted to release it, he could only do so in advance. Only when he was prepared to release it would he be able to barely cooperate with his offensive movements and release it. Not even Yuan Meng's fist could stop it, but it was more than enough to fit the surface of his body to increase his combat strength. At least, it was many times stronger than Feng Zhaoqi's and the other's sword intent. Yuan Meng did not have the heaven-defying talent of Xiangnan and Xiao Jun. He could only rely on disdainful efforts to comprehend the power of the sun. After about half a month, he had also successfully learned to temper the sun and had attained the 1st level of the Earth-Yang realm. As for Xiao Jun, his light attribute was simply tailor-made for the sun god technique. Within 10 days, he had actually cultivated to the 3rd level of the Earth-Yang realm. Of course, this was inseparable from his high cultivation realm. Back then, when Xiangnan was cultivating, he barely reached the origin-return realm. Xiao Jun spent the rest of his time cultivating the handsome boy fist. Xiang Nan and the others had asked Xiao Jun several times. This brat didn't even talk about it. He just smiled casually and said that the champion was already in his possession. Nearly a month later, the flying ship finally returned to the Nine Firmaments continent. At this moment, the entire star-gazing city was boiling. The battle scenes of Xiang Nan and the others in the Central Plains had long since been sent back to the Nine Firmaments continent and seen by countless spectators. In particular, Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng had killed Kong Wei, who was ranked 7th among the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain, and Yi Lantian, who was ranked 5th. This matter caused a huge sensation. Yuan Meng was ranked 4th among the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain. It was reasonable for him to kill Yi Lantian. Xiang Nan's killing of Kong Wei greatly exceeded his expectations. Everyone thought that Xiang Nan could be ranked at most 18 stars in the Southern Domain, but now they discovered that Xiang Nan's strength could already enter the new ranking of the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain. At this moment, the new list of the Southern region's 7 tigers had already been released. The first place was still Yu Donghai, the second place was Duanmu Wuji, and the third place was Lu Longterm. Fourth place Yuan Meng, fifth place Zhu Qingfeng, sixth place vacant, seventh place Xiang Nan. Fuck! Xiao Jun cursed loudly. Why can't this young master enter? The contestants had already returned, and after 3 days of adjustment, they were about to usher in the most crucial stage of the sect ranking tournament. After the audition arena competition was the situational competition, and after that was the real ranking competition. Xiang Nan immediately found Elder Shi Beihong and reported all the conspiracies he had discovered in the Central Plains. After hearing this, Shi Beihong's expression became heavy. I never thought that the ambitions of the Profound Sky sect would be so great that they would dare to touch the Star Guild. Fortunately, you've shattered the conspiracy of the Profound Sky sect. This is a great achievement. Have a good rest. Prepare to fight in 3 days. You must get good results. Yes, disciple understands. Xiang Nan respectfully nodded his head. Then he found Xiao Jun and took Xiao Jun to find his master, Su Kaiwe. Master, please accept my respects. Xiao Jun was so happy that he ran to Su Kaiwe like a madman and knelt down with a putong sound. Although it was absurd for him to decide to join the Haoran sect without permission, after the discussion of the Haoran sect elders and based on Xiao Jun's performance, he decided to accept him as the last disciple of the 23 disciples. You want to join my Sun Peak? Su Kaiwe asked expressionlessly. Exactly, Xiao Jun hurriedly said. Why? Su Kaiwe asked. Because Master is too drifting. It's lit up. Xiao Jun spat out the floating words very heavily. Xiang Nan stood beside him and was spat on by him. Well, at least you're not hypocritical. Su Kaiwe nodded and said, Xiang Nan has already imparted the Sun God technique to you, right? In the future, you can call Xiang Nan senior brother. Come, accompany me for a stroll. I didn't expect to stay here for so long. I don't have enough clothes to wear. Su Kaiwe grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and walked out. Xiao Juanru was struck by lightning. He hurriedly said, Master, I will accompany you. Take me too. Su Kaiwe ignored him, while Xiang Nan turned around and smiled sinisterly at the disappointed Xiao Jun. Master, you're biased. Xiao Jun angrily waved his arm. Yes, Su Kaiwe said without turning her head. On the 4th day, the sect ranking tournament, the final big stage, the ranking tournament entered the preparation stage. As the organizer, the Profound Sky sect announced that because of the upcoming competition, powerful disciples would have a greater chance of meeting each other. At that time, Star-Gazing City would not be able to withstand the damage brought about by the intense battle. Therefore, this 3rd stage of the competition would be held on an isolated island in the Endless Sea. At that time, the spectators in Star City could still see the progress of the match through the screen. Only the elders of the 8 great sects and the disciples of the sect were allowed to follow them to the island to observe the battle at close range. No one else was allowed to enter. Xiang Nan and the others stepped onto the flying ship and sailed into the Endless Sea. After flying for more than 10 days in the vast sea, he finally arrived at his destination. I've heard of this island. Su Kaiwe and Xiang Nan stood side by side, looking into the distance and said, "This is called Beast Spirit Island. Beginning tens of thousands of years ago, there were a large number of marine spiritual herbs in the depths of this sea area. The sea race and the land demon race have fought here hundreds of times. At that time, this island was connected to the continent. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless wars have destroyed the continent. Gradually, the continent's plates have been missing. This isolated island is now independent in the depths of the ocean. That island seems to be dark red." Xiang Nan pointed at the shadowy island in the distance. Su Kaiwe nodded and said, "In the end, the sea race won the demon race war. However, over the years, the blood of countless demon beasts fell on this island. Over the years, the stone layers of this beast spirit island have changed. The island that has been contaminated with a large amount of demonic blood has become incomparably sturdy. It is completely capable of withstanding the attacks of Heaven Origin Realm martial artists. It is reasonable to treat this place as a battlefield. So it's like this." Xiang Nan looked at the desolate island and couldn't help but be fascinated. It turned out that this island had such a hot-blooded history. However, things were different now, and no demonic beasts could be seen on the island anymore. No one came to visit this place anymore. The flying ship landed on the island. As soon as everyone stepped onto the ground, they felt that the ground beneath their feet was exceptionally solid. They fiercely stepped on it twice, and it actually emitted a loud bang. The path was lush with vegetation. In the middle of the island, there was a valley surrounded by 4 enormous peaks. The 4 mountain peaks were said to have been formed from the corpses of 2 sea race and 2 gigantic land demon races. They were called the 4 Spirits Mountain. The competition venue was located in the open space surrounded by the 4 Spirits Mountain. A young man came to Xiang Nan's side. This person Xiang Nan knew was Lu Longterm, who was ranked 3rd among the 7 tigers of the southern domain. Su Kaiwe frowned when she saw Lu Longterm. This scene was captured by Xiang Nan accurately. "Master, you know him?" Xiang Nan pointed at Lu Longterm. "Master Kaiwe, how are you?" Lu Chongchong smiled at Su Kaiwe. "Master." Xiang Nan was confused. Su Tsaiwa's expression was slightly cold as she said, "Lu Longterm was once the 22nd generation disciple of the Nature's Nature sect, belonging to the Sun Peak." Xiang Nan did not expect that there would be a disciple of the Sun Peak before him, but he had never heard of it before. Moreover, that disciple was actually Lu Longterm. "What happened?" Xiang Nan hurriedly asked. Su Kaiwe said, "He betrayed the sect and took advantage of the critical moment in my cultivation to sneak attack me and seize the entire sun god technique. I almost died that time. Fortunately, half of the gourd was in the sect and saved me in time." "What?" When Xiang Nan heard this, his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth at Lu Chongchong and said, You ambushed my master." Lu Chongchong shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm from the Profound Sky sect now. Master Kaiwe, you can't kill me regardless of your status. You are dead meat. Really, no matter what, you can't leave this island alive this time." Xiang Nan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. That Lu Longterm was a Sky Origin 7th layer martial artist. When he heard Xiang Nan's threat, he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Little junior brother Xiang Nan, you are not the only one who knows the sun god technique. I've seen your sun god skill before. It's already at the 1st level of the heavenly sun realm, right? But unfortunately, my sun god skill has already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly sun realm." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had already cultivated the sun god technique 2 years earlier than him. He hadn't expected that his accomplishments would be so high. "So what?" Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. "You and Zhu Qingfeng are people that I will definitely kill. No one can escape." Lu Chongchong patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "There is a price to pay for speaking nonsense. I will wait for you on the battlefield." After saying that, Lu Chongchong laughed loudly and left. He was clearly here to provoke Su Kaiwe, intentionally making her feel embarrassed and embarrassed. This was something that Xiang Nan could not tolerate the most. It's fine. I will personally kill that brat. Just treat it as an introductory gift for Master. Xiao Jun hugged his shoulders and laughed strangely. He said to Lu Longterm, who was gradually moving away, "In the long run, your pants are exposed." Lu Longterm's body slightly stopped, and he continued to walk far away. Everything is ready and the race is officially in operation. In this ranking tournament, there was no arena. The two sides could fight freely in the open space without being restricted by the arena area. In other words, unless one side admits defeat or is beaten to death, the match will not end. Because of the nature of the entire sex ranking tournament, Xiang Nan and the others were on one side of the 130 contestants, and the rest were enemies. The four of them had to defeat all of their 126 opponents in order to obtain the final victory. This was a very difficult and time-consuming process. Specific rules are randomly allocated by drawing lots. Every day there were 8 matches, and each of the 4 of them had to play an average of 2 matches. On the 2 opposite peaks, there were disciples and elders of the Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect. On the 2 mountain peaks on this side were the elders and disciples of the 6 great sects. Xian Qingzhu floated in the sky and said to Xiang Nan, "Please draw lots for the challenger and decide the order of appearance." Xiang Nan and the others surrounded a wooden box. Xiao Jun grabbed all 4 bamboo sticks out of the wooden box. Xiang Nan and the others were stunned. "How about this?" Xiao Jun said. "Xiang Nan will give you 1. You will be the last one to appear. Yuan Meng will give you 1, and you will be the penultimate one to appear. Feng Xian doesn't have much fighting strength. Go to the side and shout for me. I'll do the rest." In the sky, Xian Qingzhu's cold voice said, "Please respect the rules and give Xiao Jun a serious warning. If you commit another offense, then directly kick out of the competition." Xiang Nan kicked him. "Get lost. Don't make trouble." The bamboo slip was put back into the wooden box. Xiao Jun rubbed his legs with an expression that all of you were idiots, unable to reason with you. The draw results came out. Xiang Nan was the first to fight, Xiao Jun was the second, Feng Xian was the third, and Yuan Meng was the fourth. The Heavenly Profound sect had another method of drawing lots. Because there were too many people, they only took the top 4 while the rest watched the battle. "The first match is mine. I can't wait any longer." Xiang Nan jumped out of the foot of his mountain and directly arrived at the open space. This place was overgrown with weeds, and there were lush trees growing around it. It was said to be an open space, but it was only because there was no mountain peak to block it. The disciples of the sect and the spectators outside were all excited. 4 people. Challenge 126 people. What a spectacular scene it was. Everyone was guessing how far the 4 of them could go. Xiang Nan carried the saber on his shoulder and said, "Who will fight?" As he spoke, Xiang Nan's gaze accurately found Lu Changchang and Zhu Qingfeng amongst the large group of enemies. These 2 people were people that Xiang Nan wanted to avenge no matter what. From the foot of the opposite mountain came a person. This person looked fine and tender. He was an innocent young man. "I'm Sun Qing from the Profound Sky sect." Xiang Nan said. "Howren sect, Xiang Nan." This Sun Qing's realm was truly not low. He actually possessed the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. However, such a high realm was unknown. This made Xiang Nan feel a little strange. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu gave the order and said, "The 3rd stage of the sect ranking tournament, the first round of the ranking tournament, officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Qing smiled and quickly walked towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was still a little surprised. If Sun Qing had seen his strength before, he shouldn't have acted so easily. Sun Qing raised his right index finger, and a strange red light condensed on his fingertips. What kind of Yuan Qi is this? When Xiang Nan saw the red light, he felt that it was inconceivable, but he still slashed a bolt of lightning towards Sun Qing. He didn't immediately engage in close combat and chose to probe first. Sun Qing smiled faintly. While dodging Xiang Nan's saber light, he also pointed at Xiang Nan. A red finger force easily pierced through Xiang Nan's blade light. This scene was extremely strange. The finger force had clearly pierced through the blade light, but it was as if no one had touched anyone. Not even the slightest sound of collision could be heard. Xiang Nan's saber light continued to fly normally. After passing through the saber light, the finger force also advanced normally towards Xiang Nan. This Xiang Nan was stunned. He didn't expect such a strange scene to occur. However, what was even stranger was that the red finger force actually accelerated halfway. Originally, Xiang Nan was very confident that he could dodge this finger, but the finger force suddenly rushed forward. During the flight, it suddenly turned into a red shadow and instantly hit Xiang Nan's chest. Xiang Nan had never seen anyone whose yuan qi could accelerate after leaving his hand. This time, Xiang Nan was caught off guard. After the red shadow hit Xiang Nan, he suddenly felt his breathing stifled, and his stamina and vitality rapidly declined by a large portion. What is this? Xiang Nan sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Sun Qing, he had easily dodged Xiang Nan's blade light. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There was such a person in the Profound Sky sect. If so, why didn't he enter the Southern Domain's 7 Tigers or the Southern Domain's 18 Stars ranking? A flash of lightning flashed through Xiang Nan's eyes, and he immediately went to spy on Sun Qing's yuan qi fluctuations. This sight instantly made Xiang Nan feel incredulous. Sun Qing possessed yuan qi similar to that of the Heavenly Profound sect, but he did not belong to the Heavenly Profound sect, nor did he even belong to any of the 8 great sections. The complex nature of yuan qi was chaotic and did not dissipate. It could be said to be perfectly fused together, extremely sophisticated. Such an expert, such a yuan qi attribute. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. You're a night demon. What did you say? Sun Qing smiled. I don't understand at all. Night demon? Since when did the Profound Sky sect recruit the night demons? Didn't night demon never take any stand? Is it my turn to attack? Sun Qing smiled. His body suddenly turned into a ray of red light and disappeared in a flash. Xiang Nan did not dare to underestimate Sun Qing. He knew that night demons people were not simple. The night demons were the elite gathering of the 8 great sects. Not only did they only accept top-notch geniuses, what was even more troublesome was that they also had copies of practically all of the martial techniques and techniques of the 8 great sections. During the evolution of the world of martial arts, there were all sorts of strange martial skills. These martial skills were usually not something mainstream martial artists could cultivate, so most of them were lost. As for these strange martial techniques, night demons had always kept them because they didn't want mainstream martial artists. They only wanted strange, innate martial artists. They fought in all sorts of ways, rarely playing cards according to their routine. Xiang Nan frowned and sensed his body's condition. He discovered that after he was exposed to the red light, his yuan qi content had dropped by nearly 30%, and his yuan qi strength had dropped by about 2 times. It was difficult to estimate his stamina with an accurate data, but he estimated that his yuan qi had also weakened a lot. This kind of red light can make a person enter a weak state. A flash of lightning flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes as he carefully searched for Sun Qing's whereabouts. He was in an open space about 500 to 600 meters in diameter. The edge of the open space was covered in dense jungle. Sun Qing had already swiftly circled around the forest, treating Xiang Nan as the center of his path. Whoosh! A shadow flashed in the forest, and then a red light shot towards the clearing where Xiang Nan was. With Xiang Nan's previous experience, how could he make another mistake? He had already dodged before the red light accelerated. However, the strange thing was that the red light did not accelerate this time. Instead, it suddenly slowed down. This beam of light was like a snake. When it was about 10 meters away from Xiang Nan, it suddenly slowed down and the red light started to reverse its direction. Damn it! Xiang Nan watched as the light beam twisted, then aimed at him again and flew over. He slashed out a saber light at the red light. However, the saber light seemed to have hit a non-existent red shadow. It inexplicably uploaded from the red light and did not cause any damage to the red light in the slightest. As for the red light, it shot over with a whoosh and suddenly accelerated. The distance was too close, and the sudden deceleration of the red light made it difficult for Xiang Nan to dodge. He could only dodge with the flash shadow steps. However, after the red light brushed past Xiang Nan, it suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the beam of light began to bend over again, pointing the front part backwards, aiming at Xianxia. Whoosh! As expected, the red light shot back towards Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia dodged, it immediately slowed down and adjusted its direction. Then it accelerated to shoot. Xianxia dodged again, and it slowed down again and adjusted its direction. The spectators were dumbfounded by this scene. I've never seen such a strange Yuan-Chi before. What the hell? Xiao Jun widened his eyes and asked curiously, why does it seem like he is watching a street trick? Xianxia frowned. There are a lot of tricks, but I've had enough. Thunder flashed in his eyes. When the red light chased after him again, his body exploded and he charged into the forest. There was no point in dealing with this red light. As long as he defeated Sun Qing, the red light would no longer exist. I've been discovered, Sun Qing shouted. Immediately after, everyone saw a bolt of lightning suddenly collide with a figure in the forest, and then Xianxia directly kicked Sun Qing back into the open space. Sun Qing clutched his chest and sat on the ground. He hurriedly said, "Why are you serious? Eccentric." Xiangxia's shadow quickly chased out of the forest and raised his hand towards Sun Qing. "You are serious, I am also serious." Sun Qing also pointed in Xiangxia's direction. It was still a ray of red light. There were already 2 streaks of red light on the open space. These 2 streaks of red light continued to shuttle towards Xianxia. Xianxia somersaulted backwards and 2 streaks of red light shot out from his crotch. The 2 streaks of red light had just missed Xianxia when they quickly turned around and shot back. At the same time, Sun Qian's right index finger condensed a red ball of light and shot out a 3rd ray of red light at Xianxia. Next was the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th path. The 7 rays of red light launched a rain-like attack on Xianxia. The key was that this thing was unable to dodge. Once it missed Xianxia, it immediately turned and refracted back. Xianxia condensed a high degree of concentration, his body tossing and turning in the open space, dodging back and forth. 7 rays of red light continued to launch fierce attacks on Xianxia, their speed becoming faster and faster. Later, these 7 rays of red light had already interweaved into a huge red ball that completely surrounded Xianxia. Red shadows flickered non-stop in the red ball, while Xianxia dodged these dense attacks in an incomprehensible manner. Hiss! What kind of judgment is this? The audience was dumbfounded. Sun Qing was also dumbfounded. You can even dodge this? All right, I'll give you some more materials. Whoosh! Before Sun Qing could make his move, Xianxia, who was surrounded by dense red light, suddenly slashed out with a sharp blade light. Sun Qing hurriedly dodged. When you dodge my red light, you still have a chance to fight back? Whoosh! Another blade light flew out. Sun Qing dodged again with great difficulty. Xianxia's saber light used the first stance of the Yang Flame Saber technique. The saber light was weak and weak, but it was extremely fast. 7 streaks of red light crisscrossed around Xianxia without stopping at all. The more proficient Xianxia was in hiding, the more rhythmic he became. The frequency of the saber light he shot towards Sun Qing was also higher. At this moment, the battle between the 2 of them on the open ground had completely transformed into an exchange of Yuan-Chi. The saber light covered Sun Qing in a fan-like manner. It was as if a flock of hundreds of birds in the sky had suddenly charged towards a person. Sun Qing, on the other hand, used an unbelievable movement technique to dodge Xianxia's saber light without end. At the same time, he was commanding 7 streaks of red light to surround Xianxia. That brat didn't hide in the forest. Yuan Meng hugged his shoulders and said. Feng Xian said, "It seems that the more red light he wants to control, the more difficult it will be to control. He must stand closer to the red light." Xianxia was dodging quickly. He found an opportunity. This time he did not chop out the blade light. Instead, he personally rushed towards Sun Qing from the large ball of red light. "Good job!" Sun Qing raised his hands, and his 10 fingers all emitted a bright red color. 10 streaks of brand new red light shot towards Xianxia from Sun Qing's hand. "Shit!" Xiang Nan bent down abruptly in the midst of the explosion. 10 streaks of red light shot out from above his back. Swoosh, 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 and then returned. At this moment, Xiang Nan was less than 20 meters away from Sun Qing. However, such a close distance was enough for Sun Qing to control 17 streaks of red light perfectly. These red lights shot towards Xiang Nan like rain, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Xiang Nan dodged, becoming even more difficult. He didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Your guess is correct. Yuan Meng nodded and said, as expected, the closer he got to Sun Qing, the higher the accuracy and quantity of red light he could control. This kid is a top-notch qi practitioner. Xiang Nan, stay away from him. Xiao Jun put his hands on his mouth and shouted at Xiang Nan. The farther away he is, the less accurate his control of Yuan Qi will be. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. It wasn't because Xiao Jun saw through Sun Qing's routine, but because this kid actually told the contestants how to fight. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu angrily said, Xiao Jun, you disturbed the order of the match. Xiao Jun casually shouted. It's not like the competition stipulates that I'm not allowed to remind the contestants how to play. Why can't I tell them? On the contrary, Xian Qingzhu was stunned by Xiao Jun's question. Actually, this was an unwritten rule. Everyone basically chose to acquiesce. No one would directly tell the two sides how to defeat his opponent. This kind of situation did not need to be written in black paper or white, because it was a tradition. But Xiao Jun was a completely unorthodox person. Even the audience felt that Xiao Jun's actions were inappropriate, but they didn't know what reason to refute Xiao Jun. Even Xiang Nan did not react. When Xiao Jun shouted that, Xiang Nan had already subconsciously retreated backwards according to Xiao Jun's words and retreated 100 meters away. Sure enough, when he opened the distance between him and Sun Qing, the 17 streaks of red light that Sun Qing controlled immediately became chaotic. There were even 8 streaks of red light that directly left the path and shot into the forest without being able to come out. Xiang Nan knew that he should be taking advantage of the situation, but he didn't mean it. Xian Qingzhu's face turned ashen with anger. Xiao Jun, both sides can only fight on their own and are not allowed to borrow external forces, he said. Xiao Jun said, oh, is that so? Can Xiang Nan use all the martial skills he knows? Of course. Xian Qingzhu said, as long as it is a martial skill that he grasps, he can use it at will, regardless of which sect he comes from. All right. Xiao Jun clapped his hands and said to Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan, quickly use the Great Summoning Technique. After hearing this name, everyone was stunned. Great Summoning Technique? Sounds awesome. What? Great Summoning Technique? Xiang Nan was stunned. Xiao Jun immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He pinched his neck with both hands and shouted, no, I'm out of control. I've been summoned by Xiang Nan's summoning technique. I've become Xiang Nan's summoning beast. After saying that, under the eyes of countless spectators, Xiao Jun rushed towards the battlefield and shouted, what a powerful great summoning technique! I have been controlled by Xiang Nan's profound Dao martial technique and have become his puppet. I am Xiao Jun's summoned beast. I want to kill Sun Qing. Holy shit, is this okay? Sun Qing's face turned green. He hurriedly shot a red light at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun quickly dodged the red light and hurriedly gestured to Yuan Meng in the distance. Quickly, Yuan Meng, you are also controlled by Xiang Nan's great summoning technique. Quickly come over and kill this Sun Qing. Fuck. It's really embarrassing. Xiang Nan rubbed his temples and wished he could find a crack in the ground. Enough! Xian Qingzhu shouted. Xiao Jun, if you continue messing around, I will use my power to disqualify you. Xiao Jun's expression turned serious as he sneered at Xian Qingzhu. Don't do this. Do you think this young master can't see through him? Sun Qing is someone from the Night Demon realm. You're the profound Sky sect can find someone from the Night Demon sect to help in the battle. Why can't I help Xiang Nan? Night Demon? As the audience chanted these two words, they felt that they were incomparably unfamiliar. Most people had never heard of the word Night Demon, but the elders of the 8 great sects knew about it. What's going on? An old man from the Starcy sect stood up and pointed at Xianxia. The sects battle is the battle of our 8 great sects. Isn't it breaking the rules for the night demons to come here? He said. If the night demons can come, can we also invite the people from the Star Guild to help us? What kind of etiquette is this? Although the audience did not know what kind of existence night demon was, they knew that it should not belong to the 8 great sects. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with cheers and boos. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. She said, "First, Sun Qing indeed belongs to the night demon. But now he is a disciple of the profound sky sect." "Yes." Sun Qing shrugged. "I've already joined the profound sky sect. Can't I?" Second. Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "Sun Qing did not suddenly come to help. He was here from the beginning, and he signed up in a regular way." Everyone didn't know how to refute Xianxia's words. Sun Qing's participation in the competition was in line with the standard procedure. "All right, let's go down." Xiangnan glared at Xiaojun. Xiangnan already knew that Sun Qing was from the night demon realm. The reason he didn't say it was because it was useless even if he knew. Xiaojun was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I want to cause trouble. It's that I don't like the attitude of the profound sky sect. The entire competition is about what they say. Why should they do it? I'll say that traders can participate as disciples of the profound sky sect. Then I'll make some bullshit plans, and then I'll tell you what happened to the night demon. It's clearly their heavenly profound sect that has been taking advantage of the competition rules." Everyone had this feeling, but there was nothing they could do. Xiangnan patted Xiaojun on the shoulder and said, "I know you are angry, but this is reality. We have to learn to accept it. The Xuanzong sect is in the limelight, so it is naturally stronger. If you feel unhappy, then use your fist to regain the fairness that should belong to you. There is no other way." Xiaojun sighed and said, "What nonsense? It's so easy to accept in your mouth. I can't say anything about you. All right, let's continue." Xianxia waved his hand. Xiangnan also let out a long sigh and walked towards Sun Qing, saying, "Don't make a move yet." Sun Qing was about to launch an attack, but after hearing what Xiangnan said, he paused for a moment. Xiangnan said, "Xiaojun just reminded me what to do, but I don't think I should take advantage of this." Xiangnan pointed and walked 20 meters in front of Sun Qing. He said, "I'll wait here. You release 17 streaks of red light. Let's start the war again." "Are you so stupid?" Sun Qing never expected that Xiangnan would actually do this. Xiangnan said, "As a disciple of the Howran sect, you can lose the match, but you can't lose your backbone." "All right." The audience cheered loudly. A martial artist should be like this. He had to have this kind of integrity. "As you wish." Sun Qing shook his head and said, "You asked for it yourself." His fingers glowed red, and he stopped beside him and began to accumulate the red light toward the 17 beams. Xiangnan said, "Before that, I need to find you to confirm a problem. I don't care if you came to help the profound sky sect for fun or anything," he said with a serious expression. "But defeating the profound sky sect is my dream and the result of my desperate pursuit. For this purpose, I will do anything. If you come running over to stop other people's dreams just for fun and don't think it matters, then I advise you to quit the race. Otherwise," Sun Qing asked with a smile. Xiangnan said, "Otherwise, no matter who you are or what purpose you have, as long as you stand here and prepare to fight me, I will eliminate you. This is my determination." Sun Qing laughed and said, "What if I told you that I was just curious about the experts of the 8 great sects and wanted to come over to play and spar?" Xiangnan had already pulled out his saber, but after hearing this, he stopped and said, "You want to play? I'll accompany you to have fun after the qualifying round." "What if I can't wait?" Sun Qing asked again. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that someone else has worked hard to build a house for a year and it's almost over? You can just come over and burn it down with a joke and leave easily?" Sun Qing shrugged. That's what I think. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, Make your move. 17, not many, not many. Sun Qing smiled faintly. His hands moved in tandem, and the 17 rays of red light immediately shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia was once again wrapped in a large red ball of light. This time it was very difficult for him to dodge. The density of the 17 rays of red light was astonishing. Xianxia had tried several times to go to Sun Qing's side with the flash steps, but in the end, he never had a chance. The flash step was not a spatial movement technique, it had a path. The blade light was thin and narrow, and could shoot out from the red light rift. However, Xianxia's body couldn't. Using the shadow steps blindly could only allow Xianxia to take the initiative to collide with the red light. I've said so much, but it's just empty words. Sun Qing shook his head. You're here to defeat me. Xianxia quickly dodged a dozen rays of red light and said, If you want to fight with me, I'll fight with you. With that, two avatars suddenly appeared in Xianxia's body. Ha! Sun Qing's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly controlled the 17 rays of red light to separate and deal with the three Xianxia. At the same time, the three Xianxias launched a dense saber light attack on Sun Qing. 3 fan-shaped saber light areas instantly enveloped Sun Qing. The three Xiangnanping were divided into 17 streaks of red light, but Sun Qing was unable to split the three Xiangnan saber lights equally. Each Xiangnan only needed to face 5 or 6 streaks of red light, while a Sun Qing had to face the saber light from 3 different directions. The situation at the scene changed drastically. The spectators watched as the dazzling Yuan Qi shot randomly in the open space. They watched as Xianxia and Sun Qing used Yuan Qi to launch a close-range exchange. That scene was very exciting. 1 second, 2 seconds, in less than 3 seconds, Sun Qing had reached his limit. He could no longer dodge the saber light. He immediately fled into the distance. The moment he fled, his concentration dropped and the 17 rays of red light became chaotic. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, thunder exploded beneath Xianxia's feet. His entire body was wrapped in thunder and lightning flames, turning into a flaming shadow that caught up with and surpassed Sun Qing with a whoosh. The two of them stood still. Xianxia's back was facing Sun Qing. He carried the huge saber and walked towards the foot of his mountain peak. I warned you, he said. Sun Qing stared blankly at Xianxia, who was far away. Suddenly, a bloody line appeared on his face. Immediately after, the upper half of his head began to slowly slide away and fell to the ground with a puff. Good. Just like that. Kill him. Xiao Jun waved his fist and felt very relieved. You think you're playing, but in reality, you're risking your life. If you dare to come, we'll kill you. Do you think you? Yuan Meng patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder and said, All right. Repeating the same sentence back and forth is embarrassing. Xianxia said it with an imposing aura. If you keep repeating it, you won't have any imposing aura anymore. It's too pretentious. Xiao Jun cut it and said, I don't think so. I think I'm still very imposing. After Xianxia and Xian Qingzhu announced their victory, they jumped up and flew back to the foot of the mountain. It's your turn for the second match, right? Xianxia jumped in front of Xiao Jun and said seriously, although Sun Qing's moves look a bit too fancy, to be honest, it's not easy to deal with. I suspect that Sun Qing is not the only Night Demon member of the Profound Sky sect. Everyone, be careful. Don't be afraid. Xiao Jun said, With me here, we won't lose. Please enter the second round. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu announced. Xiao Jun chuckled and arrived at the empty space. A disciple also walked out from the direction of the Heavenly Profound sect. What do you think of Xiao Jun's strength? Xianxia asked Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng thought for a moment and said, Truth be told, it's pretty strong. It's just that this kid is a little crazy, and it's hard to give off a sense of dignity like an expert. Ah, this is his personality. Xianxia was also very helpless. After cultivating the Sun God technique and that damn handsome guy's fist, he has already reached the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Yuan Meng sighed emotionally. The talent of the light attribute is truly enviable. How could it fall on such a bastard? Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything else. On the battlefield, Xiao Jun was already facing his opponent head-on. His enemy belonged to the Profound Sky sect, but coincidentally, he was a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, and he was once a fellow disciple of the same sect as Xiao Jun. As for this person, he had gone through layers upon layers of screening. In the end, he was one of the experts left behind. His cultivation realm was at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, on par with Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had once caused trouble, so everyone's gazes were more focused on him. This kid was serious. He pulled the wrinkles off his long shirt, took out a small bronze mirror and a wooden comb, and meticulously combed his hair neatly. After that, he looked at the small bronze mirror and nodded his head until he was satisfied. My name is Zhao Yuliang. The Flying Cloud sect disciple said to Xiao Jun. You should regret leaving the Flying Cloud sect today, because I will make you pay the price of blood. Handsome guy's feet shine, Xiao Jun shouted. His body suddenly turned into a ray of light. Before everyone could see it clearly, he had already passed Zhao Yuliang. As for Zhao Yuliang, his entire body exploded. His body suddenly exploded as large amounts of blood clots and broken bones flew up into the sky. Everyone was incomparably shocked by this scene. Even Xianxia and Yuan Meng did not expect. On the empty battlefield, Xiao Jun put his hand to his ear and pretended to listen. Eh? What did you say? I didn't hear you. This so strong. The audience was dumbfounded. In that case, Xiao Jun had kicked the enemy to shreds in the time it took for him to meet him face to face? What's the situation? Yuan Meng sucked in a breath of cold air. A Tianyuan 5th layer expert kicked him to shreds? I didn't even see this kid make a move. This move is actually called the Dance of Light, Feng Xian said. Xiao Jun found it unpleasant to hear and changed it to a handsome man's sparkling feet. Perhaps there is something wrong with my personal aesthetic. I don't think he has changed well. Xianxia said seriously to Feng Xian. You're fine, we're all fine. It's Feng Xian's brain. However, there was no denying that Feng Xian's move was extremely handsome. Especially at this moment, he revealed a triumphant smile, raised his hands high in the direction of the various sects, and gently swung his long hair. Countless female disciples were already fascinated by Xiao Jun. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Looks like we still have the ability to fight you Dong Hai and the others this time. Xiao Jun's body turned into a ray of light and appeared beside Xianxia. He said happily, How is it? Did my hair not get messed up during the battle just now? Did it affect my image? Nobody cared about him. Yuan Meng said, It's my turn for the third match. Yuan Meng's opponent was a Tianyuan 4th layer Heavenly Profound sect disciple. When the two of them fought, Xianxia knew that there was no need to watch this match. Yuan Meng was sure to win. Feng Xian stood beside Xianxia and said, There's something I want to talk to you about. Speak, Xianxia said. Feng Xian said, We should have a common understanding that you and Yuan Meng have already entered the new 7 Tigers list of the Southern Domain. After Xiao Jun has cultivated the mark of light martial skill, his strength should be able to squeeze into the blank space of the 7 Tigers of the Southern Domain. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Feng Xian said, Based on this, the rules set by the Profound Sky sect for the ranking tournament should be that they choose the strongest people to compete with us instead of sending the other weak disciples to their deaths one by one. Xianxia recognized the meaning behind Feng Xian's words. For people, 126 people. At first glance, the scene was beneficial to the Profound Sky sect. However, in reality, this was not the case. Feng Xian said, If the Profound Sky sect only wants to consume our strength and use chariot warfare to win, then they shouldn't give us a limit of 8 battles a day. We can rest after 2 battles. Xianxia asked doubtfully, Are you saying that the Profound Sky sect is stalling for time? Feng Xian nodded. Xianxia thought for a moment and shook his head. No, if they want to stall, just let us rest for a few more days before the game. Feng Xian threw a candy into his mouth and said, You have thought of the key point of the problem. After we returned to the 9 heavens, the Profound Sky sect gave us 3 days to rest. If they want to delay, they can give us 7 or even 10 days to rest. Since they didn't do this, it means that they really need some time to prepare something. But at the same time, they need all of us on Beast Spirit Island to prepare for this. Xianxia seemed to have noticed something wrong, but he still couldn't figure out how to straighten it out for a while. Feng Xian said, I have an immature conjecture. The result of this conjecture is astonishing. I can't say it without any basis. In order to deal with the consequences of this conjecture, I need to leave Beast Spirit Island and make some preparations. Leave, Xianxia said. Feng Xian nodded. That means I want to retire. Xianxia wasn't too shocked. He nodded and said, That's good. Your cultivation and strength aren't enough. Even if you stay and participate, it's still very dangerous. Leave the rest of the battle to the 3 of us. Feng Xian said, Thank you for your understanding. They're all from the same family. Don't say such unorthodox words. Xianxia didn't care. In the distance, Yuan Meng won as expected. In the 4th match, when Feng Xian walked towards the open space, Xianxia had already told Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun what Feng Xian thought. The 2 of them also felt that it didn't matter. If Feng Xian went to battle, his life would be in danger. On the contrary, it would distract the 3 of them. On the open field battlefield, before Xian Qingzhu could announce the start of the competition, Feng Xian raised his right hand and said, I'm going to retire. This caused quite a stir. There were originally only 4 challengers, but one of them actually had to withdraw from the competition. Didn't it become Xianxia and Xiao Jun, Yuan Meng, and the others who wanted to deal with the Profound Sky Sect? Xian Qingzhu looked at Feng Xian and asked, I have to confirm once more. Are you sure you want to withdraw from the sect ranking tournament? Feng Xian replied seriously, That's right. I want to withdraw from the sect ranking tournament. All right, since that's the case, I officially announce that Xianming sect disciple Feng Xian has lost the qualifications to compete. From now on, he can only appear in the sect ranking tournament as an audience. Therefore, the number of matches should be adjusted accordingly. 8 matches per day should be changed to 9 matches per day. Xianxia, Xiao Jun, and Yuan Meng must play 3 full matches per day. As a result, the 3 of them fought another battle for no reason, and the pressure began to increase. The people from the Dark Underworld sect did not understand Feng Xian's choice. It was Xianxia who personally went to the direction of the Dark Underworld sect to explain, indicating that Feng Xian's choice was unanimously agreed upon after discussion among the 4 of them. A new round of fighting began. Xianxia made his 2nd appearance. The next 10 days passed in a flash. The battles during this period could be described as lacking in skill. Without any highlights or suspense, the 3 of them took turns appearing on the stage and easily defeated their opponents before winning. The 90 battles of the past 10 days had all started in this pattern. At one point, the spectators felt that the sect ranking competition was not as exciting as they had imagined. It was because the difference in strength between these participating disciples was too great. During this period, Feng Xian did leave Beast Spirit Island. As for what he was doing outside, Xianxia did not know. It wasn't until the 11th day that this dull situation changed. 126 heavenly profound sect experts had eliminated 90 people, leaving 36 at the end. The auras of these 36 contestants were completely different from those of the 90 contestants who had been eliminated earlier. Everyone, be worried. Xianxia and Xiao Junyuan Meng stood at the foot of their mountain peak and said, Those 36 people don't look simple. I guess a large portion of them are experts from the night demons. I feel it, Yuan Meng said with a serious expression. It can be said that the real competition has only officially begun now. These 36 people are not simple. I feel that apart from the members of the 7 Tigers of the Southern Domain, the other people are not much weaker than the 7 Tigers of the Southern Domain. The 7 Tigers of the Southern Domain was the world's ranking list of disciples belonging to an authentic sect, and the dark forces were not included in it. Although night demons weren't technically from the dark forces and were more neutral, they weren't included in the rankings either. Xianxia and the others drew lots to determine the location. This time, the result was exactly the same as the first day. He was still number 1 in Xiangnan, number 2 in Shaojun, and number 3 in Yuanmeng. Xiangnan flew up and landed far away on the battlefield. As for the heavenly profound sect, it was a young man. When everyone saw this young man's appearance, the entire Beast Spirit Island, as well as the spectators from the distant continent, cheered enthusiastically. Zhu Qingfeng, once the 6th strongest of the 7 tigers of the southern domain, appeared on the stage. "I'm finally looking forward to it," the audience shouted excitedly. Yuanmeng and Shaojun exchanged a glance. Even Shaojun was not in the mood to joke. This Zhu Qingfeng had caused serious injuries to Xiangnan's team. He had killed Shen Liang. Ha! What a coincidence! That Zhu Qingfeng came to the opposite side of Xiangnan and said, "We didn't arrive first. In the end, we met again. Do you think this is the will of heaven, or is it a pure coincidence? Could it be that Shen Liang somehow arranged all of this?" A strong killing intent flashed through Xiangnan's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "This battle is something I've been waiting for day and night. The competition officially begins." In the sky, Xian Qingzhu announced. Zhu Qingfeng crossed his shoulders and said indifferently, "Life and death is a common thing for military personnel. Since Shen Liang dared to participate in the sect ranking tournament and dared to fight against the majority with the minority, it means that he has accepted the cruel laws of the martial world. If you dare to fight, don't be afraid of death. I don't know what you have to be angry about." Xiangnan frowned. "Are you really going to reason with me before the war?" Zhu Qingfeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "You know, it's better to try than not to try. You think you're a decent person. If what you're doing doesn't make sense, then what's supporting your Tao heart? Everything you've worked hard for is just an illusion. This kid is quite sinister." Xiao Junqi said, "He actually intends to start with Xiangnan's faith." Yuan Meng's expression was solemn as he said, "People like Xiangnan have a firm will. Even if they put a knife on his neck, he would never say a word of admiration. But this kind of person's weakness is also very obvious. Once someone else can destroy what he believes in, his entire body will collapse. In other words, shameless people are more determined than shameless people. But shameless people have no bottom line and fear, while shameless people have principles and bottom lines," Shaojun said. "That's what I meant." Yuan Meng nodded. "I hope that Xiangnan won't be under his control. Just do him directly." However, after hearing Zhu Qingfeng's words, Xiangnan's eyes really flashed with an uncertain expression. Zhu Qingfeng smiled as he walked towards Xiangnan and said, "I don't know what's going on with your so-called decent sex, but I know that you aren't as decent as you claim to be." "Nonsense," Xiangnan said emotionally. Zhu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Am I wrong? Only a person like you who thinks that you are a decent person from a well-known sect can be considered as righteous if you kill him. And the evil ways that we have in your eyes killed people, are we sworn enemies?" Xiangnan's body suddenly stiffened. That Zhu Qingfeng immediately rushed forward. With a flip of his right hand, a 5-meter light spear appeared out of thin air. The light spear pierced through the sky with a buzzing sound, dragging along a tail of yuan qi as it shot towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's right hand condensed his yuan qi and sent a slap towards him, sending the light spear flying. "How many of us did you kill?" Zhu Qingfeng laughed loudly. "Have you ever seen us hate you to the bone marrow? Have you ever seen us desperately trying to kill you? And we only killed you, you're so crazy and out of control. Come and tell me, who is more like a corrupt path?" As if struck by lightning, Xiangnan's gaze suddenly became dim. Zhu Qingfeng took the opportunity to slap Xiangnan's chest with Peng's palm, sending Xiangnan flying. "Not good. Xiangnan is really affected by him," Shaojun shouted anxiously. Zhu Qingfeng chased after Xiangnan and kicked him, but he was dodged by Xiangnan. Zhu Qingfeng hooked his right leg around Xiangnan's neck, and his left foot stepped on Xiangnan's shoulder. He condensed a 2-meter light spear into his right hand and stabbed it into Xiangnan's chest. Xiangnan's hands condensed thunder and lightning yuan qi and firmly grabbed onto the spear of light. At this moment, the tip of the spear had already reached Xiangnan's heart. Zhu Qingfeng held the spear in his right hand and pressed down on the handle of the spear with his left hand, trying to pierce Xiang Nan through with the spear. Feeling the enormous resistance coming from Xiang Nan's hand, he went further to disintegrate Xiang Nan's rationality. He shouted, "Our people are dead, and I haven't seen you do anything. As long as you die alone, you will be so angry that you look like a ghost. Who isn't raised by their parents? Don't tell me our lives aren't worth anything, but yours are. Ha, ha, ha. Look, what a typical autocratic idea this is. Xiang Nan, now tell me who is the corrupt path." Xiang Nan was stunned. The will in his heart quickly weakened and his strength greatly weakened. That Zhu Qingfeng's left hand fiercely pressed down on the shaft of the spear. With a puff, the spear of light had already pierced Xiang Nan's flesh and blood with difficulty. Even though Xiang Nan had subconsciously dodged for a moment and didn't let the light spear hit his heart, this was still enough to see. That Zhu Qingfeng punched Xiang Nan in the stomach, knocking him back a few steps, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He continued to chase after Xiang Nan. His hands condensed into a light cord and quickly wrapped around his body for more than a dozen times, firmly binding Xiang Nan up. Xiang Nan struggled desperately, and the light cord began to show signs of loosening. Zhu Qingfeng's eyes twitched as he hurriedly said, "You harbor such evil thoughts, such an unfair view of life, killing people everywhere as a righteous person. You think you are punishing evil and promoting good, but in fact, you are the greatest evil. Only when people like you die will you be the best contribution to the world." "Nonsense!" Xiang Nan roared in disbelief. Xiang Nan's mind was in a mess. He no longer had the strength to break free from the light cord. The light cord tightened and bound Xiang Nan firmly. This was a great opportunity. Zhu Qingfeng did not want to waste it. He raised his right hand and a light spear about 10 meters long appeared. The essence on the light spear was fierce, and the powerful essence was so strong that it caused it to tremble in the air. "Xiang Nan!" Zhu Qingfeng roared angrily. "You hypocrite dressed in the robe of righteousness and hypocrisy. All the efforts you have made from beginning to end are helping the evil, and you are the greatest executioner in the corrupt path. You are the butcher, their killing weapon. Today, I'm going to end your life as a righteous man. What reason do you have to continue fighting?" Zhu Qingfeng shouted and threw the light spear towards Xiang Nan. "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." Xiang Nan raised his head to the sky and roared, but he had already lost all reason and faith to fight, so he didn't even dodge anymore. Everyone present was stunned. Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng were so anxious that their foreheads started to sweat. The disciples of the Haoran sect were all dumbfounded, not knowing why things had turned out like this. On Zhu Qingfeng's face, a triumphant smile appeared. At that critical moment, the light cord on Xiang Nan's body suddenly exploded with a bang, and the spear of light shot towards Xiang Nan was dodged by Xiang Nan at a very dangerous point in time. Xiang Nan's body flashed and he kicked Zhu Qingfeng in the stomach, sending him flying far away. "You!" Zhu Qingfeng clutched his stomach and got up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The helpless expression on Xiang Nan's face instantly disappeared. He looked at Zhu Qingfeng indifferently and said, "Is it fun?" That Zhu Qingfeng's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, You're just pretending?" Xiang Nan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He was completely different from the confused look he had before. He said, "I saw that you were having such a good time, so I couldn't help but cooperate with you. I just want to see what kind of principle a shameless person like you can say. I'm filled with curiosity. But it turns out that you can only say such nonsense. It really disappoints me. No one had expected the situation to turn around. This scene had changed too quickly. Zhu Qingfeng only felt that his face was burning. Only then did he know that Xiang Nan had been playing with him all along. "Do you dare to say that my words don't make sense?" Zhu Qingfeng was still unwilling and shouted at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan rubbed his fists, twisted his neck, and his bones crackled. As he walked towards Zhu Qingfeng, he said, "What, you haven't played enough yet? You still want to play this kind of talking game? The bamboo green peak rose from the ground and turned into a radiant spear that shot towards Xiangnan. When Zhu Qingfeng swept across the ground trembled. When he cut through the sky, the air was also sobbing. This spear was condensed from Zhu Qingfeng's own body. Its power was so great that it could easily destroy a mountain peak. However, Xiangnan's body trembled. 11 times his physical strength. 12 times the strength of Yuan Qi. Xiangnan raised his leg and stepped heavily on the tip of the spear. Boom! This seemingly inadvertent kick actually directly trampled that Zhu Qingfeng to the ground. The long spear of light pierced into the ground, and the shaft of the spear was raised high because of inertia. The lightning on Xiangnan's feet was brutal. He stepped on the spear and the lightning beneath his feet exploded everywhere. As for Zhu Qingfeng, he desperately wanted to struggle out, but he was unable to shake it at all. You're kidding me? Zhu Qingfeng roared angrily. Yes. Xiangnan nodded. I just want to see how desperate you will be when you feel that you are in control of victory and suddenly have my advantage reversed. I don't think killing you is enough to relieve my anger, so I plan to tease you again before you die, so that you can die with shame. That Zhu Qingfeng laughed wildly. You can't reason with me, so you're angry. What kind of righteous person are you? Xiangnan shook his head helplessly. You really confuse me with those pedantic righteous men. Do you think that just a few words left me speechless and I lost my ability to fight? I can only say that you're thinking too much. Xiangnan stepped on the spearhead with his right foot and stomped his left foot on the shaft of the spear. Kacha! With a single kick, the incomparably powerful shaft of the spear was crushed on the spot. Zhu Qingfeng's Yuan Qi had been destroyed. He had received the counterforce from the explosion of Yuan Qi, and the fierce Yuan Qi had flowed backwards in his meridians. That Zhu Qingfeng was lying on his back and flew out, spitting out a mist of blood from his mouth. Demon body! Zhu Qingfeng was furious. He lay on the ground and howled loudly. His body began to expand rapidly. His entire body became a half-human and half-dog existence. At first glance, he looked like a hellhound man standing up, possessing the outline of a human and the appearance of a hellhound. The audience was in an uproar. They were all terrified by this shocking scene. A human could actually turn into such a ghost. Zhu Qingfeng landed on the ground and ferociously pounced towards Xiangnan. As he ran wildly, flames erupted from his body. Purgatory level hellhound. Xiangnan nodded. He abruptly released the power of the white flame blazing lightning and the little ice lightning, and his realm instantly soared to the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Dragon Spirit Steel. Clang. That Zhu Qingfeng smashed into the air shield and scratched it crazily. The Yuan Qi on his body became even more intense. Every attack he made was several times stronger than before he had transformed. However, such an attack could not break through Xiangnan's Dragon Spirit Steel Shield. Number 1. Xiangnan unhurriedly stretched out his index finger and said, I have never despised anyone's life. I have never randomly killed anyone. The people I killed are all people that should be killed. Second, Xiangnan raised his middle finger and said, I am angry, not angry that you killed someone. Rather, I am angry that you cowards do not dare to resist the power. You have wasted more than 10 years cultivating martial arts, yet you are willing to become the dead lackeys of the Profound Sky Sect. If the Profound Sky Sect wants you to become beasts, then you will become beasts. If the Profound Sky Sect wants you to become bastards, then you will obediently become bastards. Xiangnan grabbed Zhu Qingfeng with one hand and smashed his huge dog head onto the ground. Immediately after, his right hand pierced into Zhu Qingfeng's shoulder. Under Zhu Qingfeng's screams, he forcefully tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from Zhu Qingfeng's shoulder with his bare hands. Xiangnan bent down and whispered in Zhu Qingfeng's ear, If you all live without dignity, what does martial arts bring you? It would be better to be an ordinary person and live a more carefree life. Is martial Tao to make you obey others? Martial Tao is to let you have your own right to speak, so that you can have the qualifications to judge for yourself. You! Zhu Qingfeng roared, his 4 legs crazily kicking on the ground. Xiang Nan's left hand firmly pressed down on Zhu Qingfeng, and his right hand tore off one of his ears. That Zhu Qingfeng was so painful that he let out a ghost cry. Xian Qingzhu's expression was very ugly, as if someone had wiped a pile of shit on her face. It was so disgusting and annoying. Xiang Nan's words were meant for Xian Qingzhu to listen to. Xiang Nan leaned his face closer to Zhu Qingfeng and said, "Do you think that the only thing I generated after you killed Xinliang was hatred and anger? You're wrong. I'm just regretting that there are already enough cowards in this world." With great difficulty, a few men with backbone and integrity like Xinliang appeared and were killed by you. I regret that there are more and more cowards, but fewer and fewer people who stand up to the heavens and earth. Xiang Nan's words were addressed to Zhu Qingfeng, but from the ears of Xian Qingzhu, the heavenly profound sect, and the audience, he could feel that they meant something. "I won't flatter anyone just for the sake of victory." Xiang Nan stood up. He let go of Zhu Qingfeng and said to the circling eagle eyes in the sky, "Even the audience is the same. That's right. I'm talking about you guys." Xiang Nan looked at the eagle eyes and said, "A group of idiots who had lost their conscience, a group of idiots who did not distinguish good from evil, and a group of idiots who wanted to watch the commotion in the face of a great calamity. I've seen how the profound sky sect refined the body of a half-demon. Every martial artist's successful body refinement is accompanied by the souls of tens of thousands of innocent people. And you lively bastards, you actually cheered and applauded because of the performance of the experts of the profound sky sect." The spectators were originally very happy to see this, but they felt that Xiang Nan's sudden strong counterpressure on Zhu Qingfeng was very enjoyable. But now their eyes were wide open. Why was Nan still cursing the audience? Roar! After Zhu Qingfeng regained his freedom, he immediately landed on the ground and dashed towards Xiang Nan. Heavenly flames surge. Zhu Qingfeng's entire body burned with boiling lava flames. This was the standard characteristic of purgatory-level demons, especially since he had used the body of a demon to unleash his martial skill. That Zhu Qingfeng turned into a ball of burning flames and charged towards Xiang Nan. Wherever he passed, even the ground was burned into a narrow river of magma. "Save it!" Xiang Nan raised his leg and kicked. The little azure dragon wrapped around Xiang Nan's right leg and landed with its heavy foot. Its heel fiercely landed on the back of Zhu Qingfeng's neck. He kicked Zhu Qingfeng, who was running wildly, to a halt. The ground was torn apart. Zhu Qingfeng screamed miserably, wanting to surrender. He knew that he was no match for Xiang Nan. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Zhu Qingfeng had no chance of winning. Xiang Nan dug into Zhu Qingfeng's mouth and pulled out his entire tongue. Xiang Nan had already moved his killing intent. He simply did not give Zhu Qingfeng any chance to surrender. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Xiang Nan's body flew up. He held the half-dead Zhu Qingfeng in his hand and aimed his face at Xian Qingzhu. Zhu Qingfeng already knew that he was no match for me, but when he faced me, he was so confident. I was certain that someone had taught him how to deal with me. Xiang Nan said, "Someone is here." However, his eyes were undisguised as he stared into Xian Qingzhu's eyes. Xian Qingzhu frowned and said, "What do you want to imply?" Xiang Nan held Zhu Qingfeng and said, "With this guy's intelligence, it's impossible for him to think of attacking my will with reason from my Tao heart. To be honest, I really want to know what trump card you gave him to make him so confident. That's why I cooperated with him in a play. Frankly, I was disappointed. I thought he could do better. Xian Qingzhu, you don't have to recklessly guess my Tao heart anymore." Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "I am not like those old-fashioned righteous men. As long as they swear to uphold justice, they will start to risk everything to become a guardian, a scavenger." Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I only follow my heart. Today, the heavenly profound sect will not tolerate the heavenly laws. I will oppose the heavenly profound sect. If the Hao Ran sect follows in your footsteps one day, I will not hesitate to oppose the Hao Ran sect." Xiang Nan grabbed Zhu Qingfeng's upper jaw with his left hand and grabbed Zhu Qingfeng's chin with his right. He said to Xian Qingzhu, Do you really think that after killing innocent people, you will not come back? If the heavens don't punish the profound sky sect, then let me do it. Xianxia used both of his hands to tear Zhu Qingfeng's head in half with a cracking sound. He threw Zhu Qingfeng's corpse to the ground and said, "After you go down, remember to apologize to Shen Liang." Xianxia landed on the ground and walked towards the foot of his mountain peak. Xian Qingzhu's face turned ashen as he shouted, "Xianxia, you openly threatened the sect ranking tournament staff. I want to." Xianxia suddenly turned around and said, "In other words, you admit that the profound sky sect is guilty?" Xian Qingzhu hurriedly stopped what she was about to say. What Xianxia said was that if karma did not come, then he would come. If Xian Qingzhu offended Xianxia because of this, wouldn't it be acknowledging the profound sky sect? There should indeed be retribution? "Haha, you old brat." Xiao Jun punched Xianxia and said, "Even I was almost deceived by you. I thought you were moved by Zhu Qingfeng's words." Xiangxia's expression turned serious as he said, "Half of it is acting and half is real." "What do you mean?" Yuan Meng hurriedly asked. When Zhu Qingfeng spoke, I suddenly felt a strange infection. It was as if every word Zhu Qingfeng said was correct. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "I suspect that they were taught the lost word by Xian Qingzhu." "Lost words? What is that?" Yuan Meng was confused. Xianxia said, "A spirit temptation technique. A person who learns this technique will make you involuntarily believe everything he says. Fortunately, I have some knowledge of this technique, and I came to my senses in time." Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng were sweating profusely when they heard this. Then Xiao Jun said, "You weren't acting in the beginning. This kind of technique is too scary. What if you are completely controlled by Zhu Qingfeng's confused words? If he asks you to commit suicide, will you really commit suicide?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's not that weird yet, but it's possible to make you lose your will to fight. You two be careful too. Perhaps it's not just Zhu Qingfeng who has learned the lost word." "Don't worry." Xiao Jun patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "It's my turn." Xiao Jun flew towards the battlefield. Xianxia took out a small bag of wine and said, "Shen Liang, I will avenge you. If you know anything, you should die in peace." As he spoke, Xianxia spilled the wine on the ground. Yuan Meng sighed, "You've offended the audience." Xianxia didn't care and said, "If you offend them, you will offend them. It's impossible for them not to curse. I don't know how far the profound sky sect is going to go before that stupid audience realizes that the situation is not good. The moment I saw them heckling, my heart was filled with anger." On the battlefield, Xiao Jun's opponent was an expert from the Night Demon realm. That expert was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm and was on par with Xiao Jun. The Night Demon martial artist cupped his fists at Xiao Jun and said, "Pang Hai." Xiao Jun clasped his fists and said, "Friend, you look so ugly. Not for anything else. Just because you're so ugly, I have to kill you." Pang Hai frowned and said, "Is this the etiquette of your Haoran sect?" Xiao Jun naturally nodded. "Yes. Stop spouting nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. Don't spill dirty water on the Haoran sect." Xianxia cursed angrily. Xiao Jun scratched his head and said, "You said that if the Haoran sect deteriorates, you will also oppose the Haoran sect. I thought that slandering the Haoran sect now would make me look high and mighty." Xianxia only felt that his entire body strength was completely exhausted by Xiao Jun's words. Yuan Meng shook his head and said, "This kid is really hopeless." "Enough!" Pang Hai shouted. "Stop trying to impress the crowd. Hurry up and start." Xiao Jun's expression turned serious as he said loudly, "Do you think I'm angry because you guys killed me randomly? You're wrong. I'm angry because you don't have the backbone, because you—" "He seems to be learning from you," Yuan Meng said. Xianxia quickly took out his wine bag and poured 2 mouthfuls of liquor into his mouth to calm himself down. Pang Hai bent down and placed his hands on the ground, shouting, "Earthquake!" Boom! Rings of ripples suddenly appeared from the ground. Rings of ripples appeared beneath the trees. Ripples also appeared beneath the grass. crushed stones, and even strange ripples appeared beneath Xiao Jun. Soon after, before Xiao Jun could react, his body was bounced into the air by an inexplicable elasticity. Let's not let anyone finish, Xiao Jun said anxiously. Xiang Nan has said so much. Listen up. Why don't you let me say it when I say it? Is there anything more unreasonable? A ripple also appeared beneath Pang Hai's feet. The ripple quickly ejected him in front of Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's right hand turned into a saber of light and slashed towards Pang Hai. Bing Zhen. Pang Hai clenched his palms and grabbed the white blade with his bare hands, grabbing onto the light saber that Xiao Jun had condensed with his yuan qi. Immediately after, the light saber swung around Poland in the air, and Xiao Jun's entire body was bounced away with a bang. What kind of martial skill is this? How strange. Yuan Meng widened his eyes. Xiangnan said, I really don't know. Most of Night Demon's martial skills are unimaginable. Even you don't know? Yuan Meng was very surprised. Xiangnan's knowledge of martial arts was already rich enough. No matter what, he couldn't say. Xiangnan shook his head. There were too many talented martial artists in the history of martial arts. They created all sorts of magical techniques and martial skills. Because no one inherited them, they disappeared into the years. Night Demon has always been devoted to searching for a side-door martial skill. It has never stopped for thousands of years. Xiangnan's understanding of cultivation techniques and martial skills mostly came from the documentary records, and he personally flipped through them. However, this only allowed Xiangnan to understand some of the mainstream martial arts techniques. More martial arts techniques that were biased towards the sword had never appeared in the literature. If a martial artist died, then the martial arts techniques he had created would often be lost. Xiangnan never dared to say that he knew much, because the more he understood, the more profound his martial arts became. All he knew was a tiny bit. Stop! Xiao Jun shouted at him loudly. He only felt like he was rolling within 5 years, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, the profound sky sect wants you to become beasts, you will become beasts. The profound sky sect wants you to... I haven't finished yet. Wait! Pang Hai jolted in front of Xiao Jun and pointed at Xiao Jun's chest. Abdominal jolt! At this moment, Xiao Jun felt that his internal organs were also rippling. It was as if all of his internal organs were about to jump out of his mouth. The enormous pain caused Xiao Jun's mouth and nose to continuously bleed out. Idiot! Since when are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight. Yuan Meng really can't watch. If possible, he really didn't want to know this Xiao Jun. Sometimes, he felt that Xiao Jun was deliberately trying to make a fool of himself. This kid wasn't stupid at all, but he often did stupid things. Xiangnan did not say anything. He believed that everyone was not simple. Everyone had their own stories behind them. Xiao Jun liked to attract the attention of others. Perhaps that was because deep down in his heart, there was an unknown tragic past. Perhaps Xiao Jun's performance confirmed the saying that only those who were truly sad would understand true humor. Xiao Jun forced a smile on his back, perhaps for some other reason. You bastard! Xiao Jun's body suddenly burst into bright light. He turned into a ray of light, trying to immediately pull the distance between him and Pang Hai. Very wise. Yuan Meng heaved a sigh of relief. This brat has finally begun to make the right decision. Xiangnan said thoughtfully. This Pang Hai's strength is probably comparable to Kong Wei's. On the battlefield. You want to escape? Pang Hai patted the air with his right hand and shouted, Heaven shake! Buzz! Xiao Jun, who had transformed into a light mark and quickly disappeared into the distance, suddenly felt as if he had collided with an air wall. His body was actually bounced back by an invisible object. To his death, this kind of elasticity was not as simple as a single flick. Every time Xiao Jun was struck, he felt a huge wave of punch surround him. Then, every part of his body would respond with a small wave. Little ripples could be seen on his fists, feet, and head, and it was as if the force was going to tear his body apart. Fuck you! Xiao Jun's internal organs kept rolling. He endured the nausea and kicked Pang Hai in the air. This kick directly kicked out a huge crescent-shaped light. This was the power of light origin energy, not pure origin energy. Whether in terms of strength or speed, this half-moon light was far superior to pure origin energy. Pang Hai had already seen Xiao Jun's radiant yuan qi and pushed out his hands in an attempt to neutralize the radiant attack with a martial skill. However, that yuan qi's speed was too fast. It directly flew in between Pang Hai's hands and exploded in Pang Hai's chest with a loud boom. Hiss! The entire audience was gasping for breath. So fast. Yuan Meng's eyes widened. You actually won't let this young master speak. Xiao Jun gritted his teeth angrily and said, There is a price to pay for interrupting this young master's display of might. Xiao Jun's body was in mid-air, and his feet quickly changed. His two long legs suddenly turned into a strong light. Immediately after, Xiao Jun instantly appeared in the sky above Pang Hai. His right foot turned into a ray of light, and with a note, he hacked down on Pang Hai's shoulder. At the same time that Xiao Jun hit Pang Hai had already disappeared from the sky and exploded into a huge crater on the ground. Quick! Too fast. Light attributed yuan qi was extremely fast. Xiao Jun's legs moved and his body quickly disappeared. Heavenly earthquake! Pang Hai's angry roar came from below. The air and land trembled at the same time, creating a defensive vibration zone without dead ends. This vibration formed two invisible discs that were attached together. Everything in this world was squeezed together, crushed, and shattered. The ground was blown 3 meters away and the earth was pushed into the sky. The air was pushed down from the sky by the shocking force. The trees and giant trees were instantly crushed into a horizontal line, and then the ripples appeared, causing the horizontal line to instantly collapse. Looking at the battlefield again, he could not find Xiao Jun's shadow. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Jun had already been crushed, a mountain in the distance. Xiao Jun was standing in the spectator stands, putting on an incomparably coquettish posture. His left hand pinched his waist, and his right hand hooked onto the chin of a dazed female martial artist. He said gently and affectionately, "Beautiful girl, if I'm handsome, I'll ask you if you're handsome." Pang Hai got up from the ground. He looked into the distance and felt the corners of his eyes twitch. Who are these people? Xian Qingzhu couldn't help it anymore. She angrily said, Xiao Jun, if you dare to despise the sect ranking tournament again. I know. Isn't it just disqualifying me from the competition? Xiao Jun rolled his eyes helplessly. I can't fight properly. Xianxia chuckled. He knew that Xiao Jun was really not messing around this time. Xiao Jun had indeed attacked Pang Hai, but he felt that Pang Hai's heavenly earthquake was extremely powerful. So he immediately turned around and escaped from the shock range. This brat was making trouble, but when it came to fighting, it was still unambiguous. Get down and fight me. Pang Hai shouted angrily. What kind of martial artist are you? You've truly disgraced a martial artist. Hearing this, Xiao Jun's playful smile disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I tell you, you can insult me no matter how much you insult me, but you can't insult me as a martial artist, because I'm not a martial artist. I'm the #1 handsome guy in the super invincible world who attracts the love of thousands of women. Die! Pang Hai punched out. Shockwaves. Boom! The air was compressed to the limit, and when it was compressed to a critical point, it suddenly exploded. The two explosive air waves rushed towards Xiao Jun at an unimaginable speed. Light and shadow, 3 consecutive flashes. Xiao Jun transformed into a ray of light from the sky and landed vertically on the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, he suddenly turned around and transformed into a ray of light that reached Pang Hai's side. In the end, his legs were called a pair of strong lights, and he actually kicked Pang Hai's back. After he finished this series of actions, the 2 shockwaves that Pang Hai sent out just flew into the sky where Xiao Jun was. Too fast. Absolute speed could also increase one's striking power. Pang Hai's reaction was swift. The moment he was attacked, he bent his legs to resist Xiao Jun's kick. As for Xiao Jun's heavy foot, it kicked Pang Hai's left leg and calf. With a loud explosion, Pang Hai's left leg and calf instantly exploded. Blood and broken bones sprayed out, spraying into the shape of a fan. Xiao Jun succeeded in his attack, and then he kicked Pang Hai's back with his second kick. The heavens tremble. Pang Hai's expression was solemn as he clapped his hands together. At the same time, with Pang Hai's body as the center, an earth-shattering shockwave spread out. Pooh! Xiao Jun was suddenly engulfed by the shockwaves. His entire body was bounced backwards at high speed, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Rebound! Pang Hai flew backwards towards Xiao Jun and made a circle through the air. A layer of air suddenly appeared in the air behind Xiao Jun, and it heavily shook Xiao Jun towards Pang Hai from behind. I misjudged. This Pang Hai is a little more powerful than Kong Wei. Xianxia frowned. Kong Wei's strength was reflected in his physical strength, while Pang Hai's strength was reflected in his strange martial skills. Using the brilliance of martial skills to make up for his own lack of strength was indeed a shortcut to improving one's combat ability. Pang Hai's left leg was crippled, but he didn't harumph. He relied on his remaining right leg to continue participating in the battle. Pang Hai jumped into the air and punched Xiao Jun, who was flying diagonally below. Rebound! Xiao Jun was heading southeast, and a reverse air shock wave appeared behind him. This shock wave sent Xiao Jun flying again, causing him to fly from the southeast to the northwest. Again, Pang Hai punched again. This time, Xiao Jun only flew 50 meters away, but was immediately knocked back by the shockwaves from the rear and flew towards the southeast. Again, Pang Hai sent another desperate punch down. This time, Xiao Jun flew 25 meters away and was sent back by the shockwaves that followed. Again, shock, shock, rumble, 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 rumble. Xiao Jun was constantly sent flying back and forth, like a small ball that had elasticity, constantly bouncing back and forth on the two walls that were very close to each other. Moreover, the distance he shot became shorter and shorter, from the earliest 100 meters to 50 meters, to 25 meters, 13 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters. The air wall was compressing Xiao Jun's ejection length, causing his ejection frequency between the two air walls to increase rapidly. At first, he flew out of the air wall and was bounced back by another air wall. It would take him about half a second. But now he was bouncing back and forth between the two air walls. Because the distance between the walls was shortened, he had to bounce back and forth between the two air walls more than 100 times in a second. The speed at which he shot back and forth had already exceeded the limits of what most spectators could catch with their naked eyes. In the eyes of others, Xiao Jun had already bounced into a blurry shadow. This won't work. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the wall. When the wall is compressed to only 1 meter, Xiao Jun's high-frequency ejection will cause him to form a resonant frequency with the wall. At that time, Xiao Jun's entire body will collapse. Then what should we do? Yuan Meng was also frightened. Xiao Jun isn't as strong as us. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on any longer. In the sky, Pang Hai had already revealed a triumphant smile. All the spectators were shocked by the unbelievable scene. Fighting, how could he still fight like this? Xiao Jun simply couldn't take it out. Even if there was no lid pressing down on him, the tremendous inertia brought about by the front and back vibrations made it impossible for him to change his path and escape from the upper and lower sides. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Jun suddenly shouted, I'll make you tremble. I'll see if you can shake fast or if I can run fast. The two sides had already been compressed into an air wall that was only 2 meters away. Suddenly, light blossomed. After being hit by one of the air walls, Xiao Jun actually took the initiative to release his Yuan Qi and forced himself to hit the other wall. When he crashed into the air wall behind him, he used the power of the ejection to speed himself up and take the initiative to crash into the air wall opposite him. At this moment, his ejection frequency on the two air walls had already reached over 300 times a second. However, he actually planned to exceed this speed. Use your own movement speed to exceed the ejection frequency. Buzz, 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 buzz. A strange vibration frequency appeared at the scene. Xiao Jun's movement speed actually started to close with the vibration frequency. In just 3 seconds, Xiao Jun's forward and backward sprinting speed had completely suppressed the speed at which he had been ejected. This vibration frequency even exceeded the limit of Pang Hai's martial technique's vibration frequency. Pong! The two air walls exploded on the spot because they were unable to withstand Xiao Jun's faster frequency. How is this possible? Pang Hai's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. Xiao Jun stopped shouting. His pair of eyes were still trembling, and he felt as if the entire world was trembling. You actually let this young master make such a fool of himself. Xiao Jun looked up and roared. Quench! Yang! A strong light descended from the sky and landed heavily on Xiao Jun's body. Xiao Jun was completely blasted to the ground. He fell on his stomach and created a deep human-shaped pit on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Everyone thought that Xiao Jun was going to be ruthless. Who would have thought that he would actually be overwhelmed by his own son quenching? Even Pang Hai was stunned by this scene. He subconsciously said, "Did you hit yourself? Are you prepared to admit defeat?" Xianxia rubbed his temples and shook his head. This idiot! The sun had power. When the sun shone down from the sky, a martial artist would also receive a strong impact. Every time Xianxia used the sun-quenching technique, he would bow his back and let himself withstand the intense bombardment of the sun quenching before going to battle. However, this Xiao Jun clearly didn't have any experience, resulting in such an absurd scene. Although the situation was slightly awkward, Xiao Jun's quenching of the sun had finally taken shape. Earthquake! Pang Hai stood high in the sky and punched down with his fists. The earth suddenly trembled. Before the earth could shake Xiao Jun into the sky, Xiao Jun suddenly whistled and turned into a light mark that rushed into the sky. Lightning! Light-speed fist! Xiao Jun shouted loudly, his fists smashing towards Pang Hai with incredible speed. Every time he punched out, he would shoot out a ray of light. He actually smashed more than 500 punches in a single second. Those fist shadows were like a meteor shower, sprinkling out into the sky. Pang Hai didn't even have the space to dodge. He quickly pressed down his hands and shouted, "Heavenly shock!" However, before his martial skill could take shape, he had already been struck by Xiao Jun with more than 30 punches in a row. The 30-odd punches landed on Pang Hai's body, causing his skin to crumble and blood to splatter everywhere. When Pang Hai was struck by these 30 punches, he received another 100 punches. Ah! Xiao Jun waved his fists randomly. His speed became faster and faster, from 500 fists per second to 700 fists per second. The light attribute Yuan Qi's flying speed was already extremely fast, and the frequency with which he released his Yuan Qi punch was astonishingly high. Then, Pang Hai completely lost any room to resist. Heavenly earthquake! Pang Hai endured the incomparable heavy punch of the rain of light and forcefully released a martial skill. When Pang Hai successfully released the heavenly earthquake, his face had already been broken. Both his legs and arms had been smashed into meat powder, and even his entire body had been continuously exploded, and shattered. Nothing. Within 3 seconds, Pang Hai was punched more than 1,400 times, and his entire body was erased from the horizon by Xiao Jun. On the other hand, the two huge air discs caused by the earthquake also crazily squeezed towards Xiao Jun. Handsome, floating fist. Xiao Jun stretched his body horizontally and threw out fists that were like a storm of wind and rain towards the upper and lower sides. The upper and lower air discs were unable to withstand such a high-density punch and immediately exploded at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yuan Meng's eyeballs almost flew out. This bastard. Not only did he use your lightning name, he even stole the name of my light-speed fist. What kind of martial skill is he using? Xianxia helplessly said. This fellow, with the casual change of his martial skill name, I don't even know what move he used. Lightning lightspeed fist, the handsome guy floating fist was actually the same move. However, Xiao Jun was unrestrained. He could shout whatever he thought of. Who? In midair, Xiao Junyi was so tired that his entire body was exhausted. He lightly descended and said, "Oh shit! My world's most handsome guy's explosive fist. It's really strenuous. You brat, your strength has increased enough. You are already qualified to be ranked among the 7 tigers of the southern domain. Yuan Meng gave Xiao Jun a rare compliment. Indeed, Xiao Jun's performance is very eye-catching, Xianxia said. However, the one who was most unhappy now was the Flying Cloud sect. They did not know that there was someone like Xiao Jun in their sect, and no one noticed Xiao Jun's existence. When they first focused their attention on Xiao Jun, it was already the day that Xiao Jun rebelled and ran to the Haoran sect. The Flying Cloud sect was greatly shocked by the inexplicable loss of talented people. I didn't get it. Feiyun Liuhai's expression was gloomy as he said, in terms of prospects and rankings, our Feiyun sect far surpasses the Haoran sect. Why would this Xiao Jun rebel against my Flying Cloud sect? I can't understand. Xian Qingzhu whispered to the side. There is no need to be angry about such a thing. In the third match, it was Yuan Meng's turn to play. Yuan Meng's opponent was a seemingly refined young man with a 5th-level heavenly Yuan realm. The man was dressed in plain coarse linen and looked harmless with a smile on his face. Before Yuan Menglin entered the arena, Xianxia warned in a low voice. This person's Yuan Qi fluctuation is different from the heavenly profound sect's Flying Cloud sect. In all likelihood, he is also a night demon hunter. Big brother Yuan Meng, you have to be careful. These fellows each have special martial skills that others cannot defend against. Yuan Meng nodded and said, Don't worry. This isn't the first time I've seen someone from the night demon fight. I know. Yuan Mengpeng jumped to the center of the battlefield and nodded to the young man. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu announced the start of the competition. Before Yuan Meng could make a move, the coarse cloth man had already opened his mouth to speak in advance. He said, Do you know what poison is? Don't try to stall for time. I won't fall for your schemes. Yuan Meng didn't care about that much. He ran wildly on the spot, rushed to the man in cloth at the fastest speed, and punched out. Yuan Meng's 4-meter body allowed him to punch at a distance from his opponent. The cloth-clothed man's smile did not diminish. When Yuan Meng attacked, he had already sprinkled a patch of jade-green powder. In an instant, within a radius of 50 meters of the cloth-clothed man, a large number of dense plants had crazily grown. There were so many plants that the cloth-clothed man was completely concealed. Yuan Meng also stepped into the plant area. His heavy punch could no longer see his target. In front of him were countless dense leaves that blocked his sight. Boom! Yuan Meng punched out, producing a high-pressure air cannon, destroying many plants. But because of the sudden loss of the target of the man in cloth, Yuan Meng's punch failed. Wood element? Xianxia could see the innate attributes of the cloth-clothed man. That man should be a very powerful wood-veined martial artist. For us humans, most things that pose a threat to humans are called poison. A faint voice came from the sky. Yuan Meng suddenly raised his head and discovered that the cloth-clothed man had already flown into the sky at some unknown time. However, the current situation of this cloth-clothed man made everyone feel very new. The cloth-clothed man's body was wrapped in large green leaves. Behind him was a pair of wings condensed from giant leaves. The pair of leaf wings slowly flapped, allowing him to float in midair without falling. But what about nature? The man in cloth said seriously. In the eyes of humans, something that can be called poison may not be considered poisonous to nature. Therefore, how to define the meaning of the word poison is naturally based on different audiences. Yuan Meng stomped his foot and soared into the air, charging towards the cloth-clothed man. The cloth-clothed man did not panic. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at Yuan Meng. This finger shot out a jade-green finger force. Yuan Meng ran over without dodging and shouted, With this level of Yuan Qi, you also want to deal with me? Yuan Meng used his powerful physical strength to crush the cloth-clothed man's finger power in an instant. But in the next moment, Yuan Meng's expression changed. He discovered that there was suddenly some power in his body that did not belong to him. The cloth-clothed man raised his right hand and gently slid down. Immediately after, Yuan Meng's body suddenly grew a large number of plants. Thick vines emerged from his body. Those vines rapidly fell like poisonous snakes, firmly nailed into the ground. Yuan Meng's entire body had 8 vines wrapped around his body, and at the same time connected to the earth. The pulling force of these vines made Yuan Meng's charge invisible and unable to advance any further. What the hell is this? Yuan Meng looked at his body in shock. He discovered that the vines grew from his body surface. This scene made his bones stand on end. The cloth-clothed man smiled and said, "Don't panic. Just now, my finger power contained an extremely powerful vitality, as well as a portion of the fragments of the seed." Roar! Yuan Meng roared angrily. He released his Yuan Qi crazily, trying to break the 8 vines. However, the more Yuan Qi he released, the stronger the 8 vines became. It was as if the stronger Yuan Meng's Yuan Qi was, the tougher the vines would be. Just as I said. The cloth-clothed man leisurely approached Yuan Meng and said, "There are some things that are poisonous to some people, but not necessarily poisonous to others. For example, my ability." The cloth-clothed man flew in front of Yuan Meng. He was only about 2 meters away from Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng immediately reached out to grab the man, but the vines on his body suddenly wrapped around his arm, making his right hand only a foot in front of the cloth-clothed man, so he couldn't continue to enter. Yuan Meng, the 4th-ranked expert of the 7 tigers of the southern domain. The cloth-clothed man said calmly, "Originally, your strength could make most people feel despair. But meeting me is your great misfortune. You know that your Yuan Qi means destruction to others, but it means delicacy to me." The man in cloth hooked his fingers, and the vines on Yuan Meng's body suddenly began to shrink. The power of those 8 vines was simply unbelievable. These plants actually caused Yuan Meng's strong body to sink. "Aya, something's wrong," Xiao Jun said. "If this continues, Yuan Meng will be strangled into a gourd." "Indeed, it's not good." Xianxia frowned deeply and said, "I can already see the problem. Yuan Meng is the most powerful Earth vein talent. He has returned to his 4-star position. As for the cloth-clothed man, he possesses an incomparable innate wood attribute. Wood itself grows on the soil. Yuan Meng's powerful earth attribute Yuan Qi is simply a natural flowerpot for wood attributes." "What do you mean?" Xiao Jun asked. "Did you see the vines on Yuan Meng's body? Those vines weren't as powerful as they are now," Xianxia said. "But Yuan Meng's earth attribute Yuan Qi strengthened those vines." "Holy shit, Muketu?" Xiao Jun was stunned. This time, Yuan Meng really met an opponent who was born to resist. The cloth-clothed man waved his hand, and the 8 vines immediately pulled Yuan Meng back to the ground from midair. The cloth-clothed man also jumped down. His right hand trembled, and a snowy sword suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Yuan Meng's throat. In an instant, Yuan Meng's throat was suddenly wrapped in a layer of bright silver skin. After the sword hit his throat, there was a crisp ding sound and the edge of the sword was bounced away. "Silver of tranquility," Yuan Meng roared. His entire body suddenly turned bright silver metallic. He used terrifying strength to break the 8 vines in an instant and smashed a punch at the man. The cloth-clothed man shook his head. "You still don't understand, do you?" He raised his right hand and gently raised his fingers. In an instant, a giant tree grew out from under Yuan Meng's feet and pushed Yuan Meng into the air. The trunk of the giant tree actually twisted and twisted softly, binding Yuan Meng into Zongzi in 7 or 8 circles. The man in cloth raised his head and said, "Normally, I use would attribute power to summon plants. In the case of this tree, I need about 3 seconds. And when I stand beside you and soak myself in your earth-attributed Yuan Qi, I need less than a second to summon this tree. Do you understand the problem? The more Yuan Qi you use, the greater my strength will increase." The cloth-clothed man flapped the leaves in the air and stabbed the sword in his hand towards Yuan Meng's neck again. With a ding sound, the sword was bounced away. "Something's wrong." In the distance, Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "This cloth-clothed man is very strong, but not strong enough to hurt Yuan Meng. Even if his innate ability is to restrain Yuan Meng, if he can't injure Yuan Meng's life, it would be a waste of effort. But he's not panicking at all. Does he have another trump card?" The cloth-clothed man waved his hand. A layer of green light suddenly enveloped his palm. This should be a powerful wood-attributed Yuan Qi power. After the sword was wrapped in power, it stabbed towards Yuan Meng. With a ding sound, 2 small cracks appeared on Yuan Meng's neck. Yuan Meng was furious. He shook his body and broke free from the entanglement of the trees. He condensed a terrifying power and smashed towards the cloth-clothed man. Right now, the sword in the cloth-clothed man's hand suddenly began to shine and stabbed at Yuan Meng's neck. Due to Yuan Meng's attack, the posture of his body changed. The cloth-clothed man's sword did not aim at Yuan Meng's neck, but pierced through Yuan Meng's shoulder. "It's penetrated," the audience exclaimed. "So it's like this." Xianxia suddenly understood. "How is it?" Then Xiao Jun hurriedly asked, "Why did the cloth-clothed man's strength suddenly increase?" Xianxia said, "It's not that his strength has increased, but the moment Yuan Meng erupts with powerful Yuan Qi, the wooden attributes of the cloth-clothed man will also rapidly increase. The stronger Yuan Meng's Yuan Qi fluctuations are, the stronger the cloth-clothed man will be. Otherwise, the weaker he will be." The cloth-clothed man held the sword in his hand, pulled the sword out of Yuan Meng's shoulder, and slashed it horizontally. Yuan Meng didn't dare to contend with this weapon at all. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and the sword actually sliced out a bone-deep sword wound in front of his chest. "I don't believe it." He charged at the cloth-clothed man. This time, Yuan Meng's Yuan Qi erupted again. As for the green light on the cloth-clothed man's body, due to the enhancement of the earth element's strength, it became 100 zhang radiant. The entire battlefield had turned jade green. The cloth-clothed man only raised his hand and pressed down on Yuan Meng's charging shoulder. Yuan Meng was stunned. His powerful impact was actually suppressed by the cloth-clothed man with one hand. "Come, continue attacking me." The cloth-clothed man licked his lips, an expression of longing on his face. A Yuan Qi shock wave erupted from the palm of his hand. The jade-green Yuan Qi exploded, sending Yuan Meng flying. It even shattered the bright silver skin on Yuan Meng's right shoulder, revealing the original flesh and blood inside. "You have no way out," the man in cloth said excitedly. "If you only had a heavenly grade earth vein, I wouldn't be able to restrain you this much. But you are a worldly spirit, earth, heaven, and 4th grade earth vein. To me, your Yuan Qi is my best nutrient." With a flip of his right hand, he withdrew his sword and replaced it with a green vine. The vine was like a whip, thrown out by the cloth-clothed man and smacked Yuan Meng's waist. This whip down, Yuan Meng's waist, that bright silver metal armor gave a crack. Then cracks shattered. A small silver fragment fell down. "Ah!" Yuan Meng was enraged. He had never fought such an aggrieved battle before. He lost his mind and raised his hands high. He shouted, "Quench the sun!" "Don't!" Xianxia shouted, but it was too late. A ray of sunlight descended from the sky and landed heavily on Yuan Meng's back. But at the same time, the man in cloth's expression was already twisted with excitement. "Strength! Strength!" The cloth-clothed man's body shone with green light, and even his plants began to shine. "Damn it, what a fool!" Xiao Jun could tell that, and he shouted, "The soil for people to survive is not enough. You still need to give people sunshine, right? Should I pour some more water on that cloth-clothed man? Or should I just wipe my neck and commit suicide?" Pong! On the battlefield, Yuan Meng and the man in cloth had a fierce exchange. This time, the cloth-clothed man didn't have much. He charged directly at Yuan Meng, and the two of them collided with each other fiercely. What was inconceivable was that the cloth-clothed man actually knocked Yuan Meng flying. This scene was truly unexpected. Yuan Meng, who was so strong, was actually unable to crash into a thin and delicate little fellow. "Haha, power! This is boundless power!" The cloth-clothed man raised his hands high and enjoyed this moment of refreshment to his heart's content. "Astral gathering gold!" Yuan Meng roared as he transformed. His bright silver body turned golden. The man in cloth was even more excited. Looking at his expression, he was so happy that he almost went crazy. He immediately rushed to Yuan Meng's side and immersed himself in the Yuan Meng Yuan Qi. Following that, The cloth-clothed man's body was also shrouded in a layer of golden light. His plants also emitted a faint golden light. Yuan Meng's heavy punch whistled towards the cloth-clothed man. When his big fist struck, even the air was crushed. But the cloth-clothed man actually used his left hand to easily grab Yuan Meng's heavy punch, and then hit Yuan Meng's chest with a backhand punch. Yuan Meng's entire body was smashed into an afterimage, directly bombarding the depths of the forest. Large swathes of trees were blasted into the sky, and cracks appeared on the incomparably sturdy land of Beast Spirit Island. This scene was too unexpected. No matter how strong Yuan Meng became, the cloth-clothed man would become stronger along with him. Furthermore, he could always protect and suppress Yuan Meng. Heavens! Xiao Jun was shocked. Would vain martial artists have such powerful restraint against Earth vain martial artists? Then what are you talking about? In the future, as long as Yuan Meng meets an Earth vain martial artist, would he just admit defeat? Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not all would vain martial artists can do this. What we are seeing now is the special ability of the cloth-clothed man." Yuan Meng's astral gathering golden form and sun tempering had greatly enhanced the cloth-clothed man. This kind of situation was hard to prevent Xiang Nanlian from thinking that the cloth-clothed man was specially invited by the profound sky sect to deal with Yuan Meng. In the sky, the cloth-clothed man turned into a beam of strong light and directly plunged into the forest. The light he transformed into fiercely bombarded Yuan Meng's body, bouncing Yuan Meng into the air from the ground. Yuan Meng abruptly turned around in the air and threw a huge Yuan Qi fist at the cloth-clothed man. The cloth-clothed man didn't care at all. He only gently waved his hand and sent the violent Yuan Qi fist flying. Boom! The Yuan Qi fist was sent flying and shot into a nearby mountain. The mountain was blasted apart and huge rocks fell from the mountain. "You are no match for me." The cloth-clothed man excitedly bent down and charged towards Yuan Meng with a whoosh. Roar! 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 Yuan Meng shouted wildly, giving the cloth-clothed man an Iron Mountain lean. Interesting. The man in cloth also leaned against Taishan to greet him. The two of them were 4 meters tall, as sturdy as a mountain, and an ordinary scholar with an elegant figure. These two contrasting figures used the simplest direct Iron Mountain to face each other head-on. In a world-shaking explosion, Yuan Meng was actually knocked away by the man in cloth. Yuan Meng rarely lost to others in a head-on collision. Today's scene brought him a serious psychological blow. Not good. Big Fool is going to transform again. Xiao Jun cried out strangely. We can't let him do this. Otherwise, the cloth-clothed man will be even more powerful. He should be able to kill a fool with a single punch. Yuan Meng has never suffered such a blow. He is about to lose his mind. Xiang Nan's expression was grave as he roared, Yuan Meng, don't you understand? In the sky, Shen Qingzhu immediately looked at Xiang Nan. Her eyes were extremely stern. As long as Xiang Nan dared to remind Yuan Meng how to fight, she had a reason to immediately suspend Xiang Nan. Earlier, Xiao Jun had already made the same mistake. If Xiang Nan did it again, he would be breaking the law. Yuan Meng was suddenly stunned and turned to look at Xiang Nan at the foot of the mountain in the distance. Xiang Nan shouted, Don't you understand? You are a martial artist. You must remember this. You are a martial artist. Shen Qingzhu opened her mouth, but did not say anything. She could not find anything wrong with Xiang Nan's words. A martial artist? Yuan Meng seemed to be deep in thought, and then he was suddenly shocked. So that's how it is. He suddenly remembered what had happened in the audition arena. He remembered the scene of Xiang Nan defeating the enemy as a pure martial artist. I am a martial artist. That's right. I am a martial artist. Yuan Meng heaved a long sigh of relief. The Yuan Qi in his entire body had dissipated because of this. Even his golden body had turned into the most primitive body of flesh and blood. The cloth-clothed man had already charged over from afar, preparing to give Yuan Meng a fiercer blow. But when Yuan Meng put away his Yuan Qi, the sun quenching, and his transformation, the man in cloth's aura also weakened. Originally, he was rushing towards Yuan Meng at a berserk speed, but now, his speed had suddenly dropped by a few levels, and he instantly slowed down. The faint golden light wrapped around his entire body also disappeared. Yuan Meng swung his hand and slapped the cloth-clothed man away. The cloth-clothed man covered his face and got up from the ground. You actually chose to become weak. If you do this, you will die. Yuan Meng had regained his rationality and said, Since the stronger I am, the stronger you are, then why should I leave you with the nutrients to become stronger? Hey! The man in cloth waved his arm and the long whip appeared in his hand again. You may have misunderstood, he said. Even if you don't release any more Yuan Qi, it doesn't mean that I will lose all Yuan Qi. Without your Yuan Qi amplification, my vein Yuan Qi can still be freely released. As he spoke, the cloth-clothed man swung his whip. Green light blossomed on the whip and fiercely whipped towards Yuan Meng. However, the power of the whip was no longer comparable to before. The current situation was that Yuan Meng could not use Yuan Qi, but the cloth-clothed man could. Yuan Meng suddenly dodged the whip and quickly ran towards the man. Without Yuan Qi, I still have the strength of my body. I still have the strength of my fists and feet. The cloth-clothed man hurriedly raised his hands high. Plant after plant slowly grew out from under Yuan Meng's feet. The growth rate was no longer able to reach instant maturity. Yuan Meng's big feet kacha-kacha stepped on the plants that emerged from the ground. He borrowed strength to jump, and his huge body collided with the man. The cloth-clothed man hurriedly condensed a Yuan Qi shield to block Yuan Meng's attack. However, Yuan Meng suddenly changed his fighting style and shouted, I am also a martial artist. Apart from being reckless, I also know battle techniques. As he spoke, Yuan Meng suddenly grabbed the edge of the Yuan Qi arc with his right hand and used his strength to jump over the shield. At the same time, he grabbed the man's neck with his legs and threw the man in cloth into the air with a pair of scissors feet. The cloth-clothed man's hands were constantly hanging on his chest. He was suffocated by Yuan Meng's scissors feet, and his entire face turned purple-red. When he landed, Yuan Meng grabbed the cloth-clothed man's neck and legs with both hands, and then he knelt on one leg, smashing the back of the cloth-clothed man onto his knees. Pong! The cloth-clothed man was smashed to the point that his entire body curled up and his spine was broken. Now, you should borrow my Yuan Qi again. Yuan Meng raised his right hand and his huge fist turned bright silver. The cloth-clothed man's spine was broken and his entire body was paralyzed. He could only cough. Yuan Meng punched the cloth-clothed man in the face and smashed his entire head into the ground. The rest of his body was raised high. Yuan Meng glared fiercely at the man's corpse and strode towards his mountain peak. In the sky, Xianxia's face was gloomy as he said, The winner of this battle is Yuan Meng of the Star Sea sect. Xianxia hated Xiang Nan. Originally, Yuan Meng was already dead. It was Xiang Nan who suddenly reminded him to understand how to fight. But she couldn't offend Xiang Nan because of this, because in fact, Xiang Nan didn't say anything. He only said that Yuan Meng was a martial artist. So defeating that brat would be so simple. Yuan Meng came to Xiang Nan's side and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Xiang Nan. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have gone far. Xiang Nan, Xiao Jun, Yuan Meng, each of the three won a match. The enemy still had 33 experts waiting to leave the station. The current rule was that they had to play 9 matches a day. Xiang Nan and the others had to play 3 matches each, and they had to play once in each round. But now, whether it was the atmosphere at the scene or the mood of the spectators, there had been earth-shattering changes. At first, when they were still in the audition stage, no one was optimistic about the challengers because they had fallen into a huge disadvantage from the start. A large number of disciples suddenly rebelled and chose to join the Profound Sky sect, leaving Xiang Nan and the others alone. Only 5 people were still fighting. However, as the sect ranking competition progressed to today, apart from Xinliang's death and Feng Xian's withdrawal, Xiang Nan and the others were still persisting. Up until now, Xiang Nan and the others were still strong. Today, the second round, 456 matches, will be held. Please be prepared, contestants. Xianxia announced. Xiang Nan was already prepared. After resting for half an hour, He walked onto the battlefield with a huge saber in his hand. Xianxia's opponent was still a night demon. He had almost guessed that this would be the result. All the people from the profound sky sect who weren't strong had already been eliminated in the previous 10 days. Of the remaining 33 people, apart from Yu Donghai, Duanmu Wuji, and Lu Longterm, the remaining 30 people should be Dark Knight hunters from the Night Demons. Xianxia's opponent was a man whose entire body was filled with killing intent. There was a horseshoe-shaped scar on his face, located beneath his left face. On the other hand, he was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, and he was about 20 years old. It's getting stronger. Xianxia discovered that as the competition progressed, the opponents he encountered were constantly becoming stronger. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know what kind of promise the profound sky sect has made you willing to work for them, but I still want to give you a merciful advice. Take advantage of the time, quickly withdraw from the sect ranking tournament. The cold man shook his head and said, If you come to persuade me, I might as well persuade you. Indeed, I'm not sure if I can defeat you. I can even say that perhaps none of the people who appeared after me are necessarily your opponents. But so what? Don't tell me that the profound sky sect doesn't understand this. Xianxia's eyes moved slightly. The cold man continued, Because we have countless geniuses that can be sacrificed. It doesn't matter even if 10 to 8 top experts die. But what about your challenger? You can't afford to lose. In the end, there are only 3 people left to carry the competition. Do you think this is a kind of scenery or a kind of sadness? Xianxia, I respect that you are an expert, so I advise you to withdraw from the sect ranking tournament. Go back to your own sect and slowly develop. With you, your Howren sect will be able to continue advancing. If you really die in a sect battle because of this ridiculous championship honor, do you think your 6 great sects still have a chance to turn over? Take a look. The cold man stretched out his right hand and pointed at the camp of the 6 great sects, saying, 6 first-class sects. Only the 3 of you can take out your hands. One of them betrayed the Flying Cloud sect. You can imagine what will happen when the 6 great sects lose you 3 rising stars. Xianxia fell silent. The cold man said, Is the honor of the champion important or the future of the sect important? Don't tell me you don't have a scale in your heart to weigh it. Xianxia nodded and said, You have seen through it very thoroughly. This is the truth, the cold man said. Xianxia carried the giant saber on his shoulder and said, You saw it very thoroughly, but it is not thorough enough. Have you ever considered mental problems? If we choose to stay here now, then it would be inconsistent with the spirit of our sect if we don't agree with the spirit of martial artists. Because from this day onwards, we will become a sect that has admitted defeat and surrendered. The morale of our sect will be greatly damaged and we will never rise again. Well said. As a martial artist, you can fail, you can die, but you can't lower your head and admit defeat. Zhang Yunfan suddenly shouted from the direction of the nature sect. Senior brother Yunfan. Xianxia suddenly turned around. When he heard Zhang Yunfan's voice, he suddenly felt much more at ease in his heart. This person who had brought him into the nature's nature sect with one hand, he was at the scene. He was watching his own game. This is the Xianxia I know. Zhang Yunfan laughed loudly and shouted. It's Xianxia who knows that his family will be destroyed, but still goes to fight with a single knife in his hand. Xianxia raised his saber in Zhang Yunfan's direction and said, Senior brother Yunfan, I won't disappoint you. Oh, Xiao Jun's mouth turned into an O shape and said, So there are people like Xianxia who admire such a ruthless character. Yuan Meng crossed his shoulders and said, I seem to have heard that when Xianxia was in a remote small clan, he encountered a calamity. Originally, they had already fought until the end, but they didn't have the strength to fight back. The entire clan was already prepared to die in battle. However, the sudden appearance of the people from the Howren sect not only saved the entire Xianxia clan, but also brought Xianxia into the Howren sect. This person should be Zhang Yunfan, right? In our lives, there are always 1 or 2 people who give us inspiration. They change our trajectory and pull us out of the quagmire and into the sunshine, Xiao Jun said with a rare seriousness. Yuan Meng also sighed with emotion. He was just about to speak. Xiao Jun took out a small mirror and caressed his face lovingly. As for me, I am the star of the destiny of all the female compatriots in the world. They will be filled with hope because of my existence. I'm really out of my mind. I can actually talk to you. Yuan Meng gently slapped himself. Xiao Jun, you will die sooner or later, really? Yuan Meng said sincerely, either you were killed by the enemy, or you were killed by us. You have no way of surviving. Are you trying to say that heaven is jealous of talented people? Xiao Jun sighed. Who let the ancient beauty live so miserably? Sigh. The veins in Yuan Meng's neck bulged. He clenched his fists tightly, and the Yuan Qi in his entire body was on the verge of exploding. He suppressed his anger and said forcefully, Xiao Jun, run. The farther I run, the better. On the battlefield, the cold man nodded. It seems that I can't persuade you anymore. I thought that if I let you live, I would still have a chance to drag you into the night demon. Since you insist on refusing to withdraw, then I can only think of a way to deal with you. Do you have such confidence? Xianxia said. I have to give it a try. Otherwise, how can I know the result? The cold man turned his right hand, and a thick and unadorned book appeared in his palm. There was a strange pattern on the cover of the book. This pattern should be a 3-ring formation. Each ring contained a large number of weapons icons. The cold man said, Let's fight. Xianxia knew that Night Demon had many tricks. He didn't dare to be careless. The moment the competition started, he immediately took a few steps back and slashed at the cold man with a saber light. The cold man held the book in his left hand, and the book suddenly opened. Immediately after, a ball of light suddenly appeared in his right hand. That light turned into a giant shield. Boom! After Xianxia's lightning saber struck the giant shield of light, it exploded with a powerful impact. The fire wave pushed the cold man back several meters. This scene made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. He felt that the man's Yuan Qi shield was very strange. How could such a strange thing be described? That was that Yuan Qi shield shouldn't have such strong defensive power. It shouldn't be able to block his saber light. However, in reality, the Yuan Qi shield was indeed blocking it. The cold man held a shield in his right hand and jumped towards Xianxia. His body drew an arc in the air and kicked towards Xianxia. What a powerful aura! Xianxia's eyes turned cold. This was his first impression of the cold man. The imposing manner of the cold man jumped over was like an invincible fortress that had been thrown over by someone. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He immediately condensed a powerful flaming lightning origin energy and used a huge saber to block the man's kick. Clang! The man's heavy foot kicked onto the giant saber, causing a metallic collision sound. Immediately after, the man's right hand struck with the shield, smashing the thick Yuan Qi shield onto Xianxia's shoulder. With Xianxia's reaction and combat skills, he could have dodged this attack, but he failed. That was because a sudden attraction came from the giant shield of light, pulling Xianxia's dodging body, causing the giant shield to smash directly onto Xianxia's shoulder, sending Xianxia flying. Such strong physical strength. The cold man nodded his head. My shield is enough to easily shatter a Tianyuan 6th layer expert. This is called Golden Body Unbreakable. Xianxia shook his left shoulder and rushed towards the cold man. Azure Dragon, go out to sea. Xianxia first stepped on the enemy's light shield, followed by the giant saber piercing into the ground, and then the Azure Dragon went out to sea. Xianxia pushed the giant shield away with his feet, and the Azure Dragon's saber light that shot out of the sea pressed straight towards the cold man's chest. The ancient book that the cold man was holding in his left hand suddenly emitted a faint light. Then, the giant shield in his hand disappeared, and his entire body turned into a cold light that shot out horizontally. That speed allowed him to dodge Xianxia's Azure Dragon in the blink of an eye. What? Xianxia frowned slightly. This cold man didn't have such a fast speed just now. But all of a sudden, his speed became so sharp. After the cold man flew out, he landed on the ground with one foot and rushed towards Xianxia with a whoosh. So fast. It was like a streak of light that pierced through the horizon. Xiang Nan slashed at the cold man with a saber light. The cold man actually turned around halfway and dodged the saber light dangerously. As he brushed past the saber light, a dagger of light condensed from his right hand and stabbed into Xiang Nan's shoulder with a pu sound. Originally, he wanted to insert it into Xiang Nan's heart, but Xiang Nan dodged it in time to escape the fatal blow. Xiang Nan felt that his opponent was incomparably strange. The cold and stern man's formerly incomparably strong temperament had completely changed, and now it was like a sharp blade. A fierce strength-type martial artist suddenly turned into a fierce speed-type martial artist. Such a shift is unreasonable. Is it related to that book? Xiang Nan pulled out the dagger from his shoulder and threw it aside. This thing can actually pierce through my skin's defenses. Xiang Nan lowered his head and looked at the dagger beneath his feet. The dagger seemed ordinary, condensed from yuan qi. The cold man tilted his neck, and the book in his left hand began to shine again. This time, Xiang Nan focused his attention on the strange book. When the book shone, a faint battle axe phantom appeared in the light. In an instant, the cold and stern masculine temperament changed drastically. The yuan qi in his entire body was like mountains and rivers, fiercely bursting out. The man raised his head, and a 10-meter-long radiant axe suddenly appeared in his right hand. His body spun half a circle, swinging the axe into an arc of light and fiercely hacking down towards Xiang Nan. This Xiang Nan's pupils constricted. Not only did the cold man change his temperament, even the attributes of his yuan qi had changed. From the super-strong defensive attributes of the giant shield to the swift and fierce attributes of the dagger to the berserk attributes of the battle axe. Lay! The azure dragon is out at sea! Xiang Nan raised his saber and a giant azure dragon head phantom appeared behind him. Following the thunderous explosion, Xiang Nan turned into a ball of flame and headed towards the axe that was smashed down. You actually clashed head-on with me? The cold man was slightly shocked. They thought that Xiang Nan would be so strong. Boom! The azure dragon went out to sea and clashed with the radiant battle axe, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Xiang Nan himself was pushed back more than 30 meters, and the axe in the cold man's hand was simply blasted apart, turning into specks of light that filled the sky. The cold man's body was heavily impacted. He shot backwards with a whoosh and smashed into the ground again. Blood oozed out of his mouth when he got up. Enough strength! The book in his left hand flashed with a cold light, and a phantom of a spear appeared. The cold man's aura changed again, and his yuan qi attributes also changed. He possessed the attributes of a spear, and the attributes of a spear were merged with the attributes of strength and flexibility. The cold man exploded on the spot. The yuan qi beneath his feet exploded, pushing him into a beam of light that shot towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's right hand slid down 3 times in a row. 3 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, but the 3 bolts of lightning could only follow the cold man's back. None of them hit him. Xiang Nan raised his hand and slashed at the cold man. Clang! A light spear appeared in the cold man's right hand. The spear tip and blade collided incomparably accurately. In that instant, many things happened. The spear hit the blade, and the shaft of the spear, because of the flexibility of the weapon itself, caused the spear to actually bend. The cold man also followed the bend of the spear and bent to the left of Xiang Nan. The saber wouldn't bend. If Xiang Nan wanted to maintain the momentum of fighting with men, he couldn't move his weapon, but a cold man could. The cold man used the bending range of his weapon to hook the shaft of the spear with his right leg and grabbed the back of the red dragon saber with his right hand. Immediately after he released his right leg, the spear, which had been bent greatly, suddenly bounced away. The shaft of the gun slammed heavily on Xiang Nan's shoulder, sending him flying. At the same time, Xiang Nan pointed at the cold man's chest. The cold man hurriedly raised his leg to protect his chest and saw a flaming bolt of lightning piercing through his cold calf. Xiang Nan flew out of the air. He forcefully twisted his waist and grabbed the ground firmly with both his feet. His body slipped more than 10 meters sideways. The cold man quickly poked his leg a few times and stopped the bleeding. Your books can change your yuan qi attributes? Xiang Nan frowned and said to the cold man. The cold man sucked in a breath of cold air. He rubbed his right leg and said, "Under my rapid transformation, you can actually keep up with my rhythm. Try this." The book in his left hand shone, and a small phantom whip rose. Immediately after, the cold man waved his right hand and a strong light flew towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan used the giant saber to chop down the strong light. Unexpectedly, the strong light suddenly buzzed around the giant saber a few times and caught the saber. "I see. The problem is obvious." Xiang Nan held the saber in his right hand and grabbed the cold man's Yuan Qi light cord with his left hand. Forcefully pulling it, the Yuan Qi light cord was stretched out, and it was as tenacious and elastic as the skin of a demonic beast. Xiang Nan looked at the cold man and said, "Every time your book comes out with a weapon, you will possess the corresponding Yuan Qi characteristics of that weapon." The cold man smiled and said, "You observed carefully, but that doesn't solve the real problem. Even if you know my battle characteristics, it doesn't mean that you can defeat me." "I haven't asked for your name yet," Xiang Nan said. The cold man said, "Shangyu." Xiang Nan nodded his head and said, "It is indeed a very smart method for you to use the diversity of Yuan Qi attributes to create a complex and comprehensive attack on the enemy. However, there is a major drawback to this method, and that is that you cannot cultivate one of these attributes to a specialized level." "Is that so?" Shangyu weighed the ancient book in his left hand and said, "This is a high-grade heavenly armament. Strictly speaking, it is already considered a half-step profound armament. The blessing it gives me is that it allows me to increase the accuracy of all weapon attributes to 90% during the Yuan Qi stage below the Heaven Scryer realm. In other words, in terms of expertise." Shang Yu's right hand trembled, and the powerful Yuan Qi light cord immediately pulled the huge saber in Xiang Nan's hand back. "Pa!" Shang Yu grabbed the red dragon saber and said, "In other words, in terms of specialization, my specialization in the attributes of these weapons has already exceeded 90% of martial artists. Now, are you still saying that I'm not proficient in it?" Shang Yu grabbed the red dragon saber, and the shadow of a saber slowly rose from the book in his left hand. At this moment, Shang Yu possessed the characteristics of a saber-type weapon. It was domineering and fearless. "This is indeed a good saber." Shang Yu carefully sized up the red dragon saber and said to Xiang Nan, "I have a half-step profound armament in my left hand, and an elementary heavenly armament grade saber in my right hand. How can you beat me?" "This is bad," Xiao Jun shouted. "That brat actually has a half-step profound armament. I've never seen such a powerful weapon in the entire sect ranking tournament." "Weapon master," Yuan Meng said thoughtfully, "modern warriors do not have a high desire for weapons. When a martial artist enhances their own strength, they can usually start from several aspects, namely, cultivation techniques, martial skills, physical body strength, Yuan Qi strength, and weapons. A person's energy is limited. They can only choose a few types to cultivate. However, modern martial artists prefer to focus their energy on themselves. They cultivate in terms of physical strength and Yuan Qi strength. Using powerful weapons can indeed greatly increase a martial artist's strength, but it will eventually give a martial artist a sense of insecurity. This is because a martial artist may have spent several years refining a good weapon, but if one day this weapon is taken away by someone, then he will be beaten back to his original form and become worthless. "Yes," Xiao Jun agreed. "Weapons can be taken away, but my strength will always be mine. It is safer to cultivate myself." Yuan Meng said, "We can't exclude people like Shang Yu. His own strength is already very strong, and he even managed to coincidentally obtain a half-step profound armament. That would really be like adding wings to a tiger." The two of them were talking, and the battlefield was not idle. Shang Yu grabbed the red dragon saber and said, "With this weapon, I don't need to use Yuan Qi to condense into Yuan Qi weapons. Xiang Nan, let me show you how useful a good saber can be in my hands." The saber pattern in Shang Yu's left-hand book had already reached its brightest level, and his control over the attributes of saber-type weapons had also reached an unbelievable height. Shang Yu stabbed the giant saber into the ground with his right hand and easily raised it. A large crescent blade light immediately flew towards Xianxia from afar, sticking to the ground. Eh? However, at that moment, Xianxia frowned slightly. He discovered that the red dragon saber was not as powerful as he had imagined. Xianxia raised his right hand and used his powerful physical strength and yuan qi to grab the crescent blade light with his bare hands. "Do you think my strength comes entirely from the red dragon saber?" he said. "If you really think so, then you're wrong." Xianxia took a flash step and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia turned his right hand. The red dragon saber in his hand displayed an unbelievable ability. The giant saber actually slashed at Xianxia 3 times at the same time. In melee combat, he was indeed very powerful to be able to play with a 4-meter-tall saber to such an extent. However, Xianxia grabbed the blade. The blade of the red dragon saber hit the tiger's mouth in Xianxia's right hand, but it was unable to move forward anymore. "How is this?" Xianxia was shocked. "With your strength, it is absolutely impossible for you to grab the blade of a beginner heavenly armament with your bare hands. Your physical strength cannot achieve this." Number 1. Xianxia pulled the blade with his right hand and threw Xianxia forward. Xianxia bent his left hand and smashed his elbow on Xiangyu's chest. Xiangyu flew out, but he still clutched the red dragon saber tightly and refused to let go. "Your specialization in weapons is indeed very strong. As you said, you have already surpassed 90% of martial artists of the same age. However, I happen to be the last 10% of those 90%. Xianxia turned around and sprinted towards Xiangyu. Xiangyu kicked the back of the saber, borrowing the strength of his heavy foot to kick the red dragon saber even harder and slash it towards Xianxia. A sharp, 20-meter-tall saber light shot towards Xianxia, causing 2 vortexes to appear in the air. Second, Xianxia condensed the yuan qi in his right hand and transformed into a 4-meter-long yuan qi saber. Lightning flashed on the blade. Xianxia slashed down with his saber. The yuan qi saber landed on the saber light. The thunder on the blade of the yuan qi saber was brutal, and bolts of lightning were squeezed out in all directions. Pong! The saber light exploded, and the yuan qi saber in Xianxia's hand was still there. "You don't understand the true secret of the red dragon saber at all. In your hands, it only possesses the strength of a beginner heavenly weapon, but it doesn't have the attributes of a beginner heavenly weapon. The red dragon saber could triple Xianxia's yuan qi. However, this was only effective on Xianxia himself because Xianxia only possessed the lightning meridian's attribute." Xiangyu's eyes were already filled with panic. He refused to believe Xianxia's words. He jumped into the sky and slashed at Xianxia on the ground. The red dragon saber in his hand instantly shot out dozens of saber lights. Those saber lights sprayed down like a shower, enveloping the entire area where Xianxia was. The third and most important point is that you can't beat me. Xianxia crossed his hands and condensed a yuan qi shield. However, outside the yuan qi shield, an invisible layer of intent was wrapped around it. After the indiscriminate saber light struck Xianxia's yuan qi shield, it produced a dense explosion. However, it only caused Xianxia's yuan qi shield to be squeezed from a sphere into an oval shape and did not break through the defensive power of the yuan qi shield. "Impossible!" Xiangyu's eyes twitched as he cried out. "Your yuan qi is too strong to withstand my attack. I've already judged your yuan qi in advance. You can't do this. Is that so? Then why did I block your attack?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. Xianxia suddenly took a sliding step and shot straight into the air from the ground, arriving in front of Xiangyu. Xiangyu slashed the giant saber at Xianxia's head. Xianxia wrapped his right hand around Insight. He held the huge saber in his hand and casually waved it. Xiangyu was thrown away. "This is impossible!" Xiangyu roared angrily. "Your physical body is 11 times stronger. Your yuan qi will become 6 times stronger without the support of the giant saber. And my half-step profound weapon has provided me with 3 times the strength of my yuan qi. With 3 times the strength of my own yuan qi, my total is 9 times. I have the sturdiness of your saber. My physical sturdiness is equal to 11 times your physical sturdiness. You can't catch my blade. The data won't lie. That's why. Xianxia nodded. He was already a little suspicious. Xiang Yu's physical strength could be obtained from the attributes of the weapon in his hand. This was very similar to Xiangxia's divine weapon Heavenly Descent, but the difference was that the divine weapon Heavenly Descent could only allow Xiangxian to obtain the strength of the weapon and did not possess the characteristics of the weapon itself. In other words, the book in Xiang Yu's left hand was not only a weapon, but also a brilliant martial skill. Logically speaking, your qualities have indeed surpassed mine. Xiangxian took a deep breath and said, if I hadn't used my trump card before, I wouldn't have been your match. But now, the situation is different. Xiangxian's appearance allowed him to break through the limits of his abilities and enter a brand new domain. It gave him an ability that no one else possessed. I don't believe it. Xiang Yu had always been calm, because he was very confident. He had clearly analyzed Xiangxian's strength data. But now there was a problem with the data he firmly believed in. This unexpected situation had finally caused him to be in a complete mess. Xiang Yu held a huge saber in his hand and slashed at Xiangxian crazily. He was already desperate, using all his strength to scatter his yuan qi. Strands of sharp and dense saber lights shot wildly at Xiangxian, as if he would never stop until he defeated Xiangxian. Xiangxian bowed slightly. Before the saber light arrived, he raised his right index finger, and there was a wisp of intent wrapped around the tip of his finger. Immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. Crack! Xiangxian's entire body was wrapped in dense arcs of lightning. The surrounding air was filled with tyrannical lightning elements. With a thunderous explosion, Xiangxian transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly crossed over the dense saber light and brushed past Xiang Yu. At the same time, Xiangxian's right index finger twisted with intense white flames and lightning. His index finger cut open Xiang Yu's left arm like an incomparably sharp blade. My God! Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng were shocked at the same time. Even the entire audience was dumbfounded. Just now, Murong Wanqing stood up abruptly and asked in shock, did Xiangxian turn into a bolt of lightning just now? Are you sure it's not a visual illusion caused by his speed? Murong Wanqing immediately used her gaze to ask the sword sect's peak master, Wu Qingfeng. With Murong Wanqing's cultivation realm, it was impossible to accurately identify Xiangxian's movement technique, but the higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the eyesight. Wu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with an inconceivable light as he said, that's right. You didn't see wrongly. In that instant just now, Xiangxian had indeed turned into a bolt of lightning. It was a bolt of pure lightning. Hiss! The disciples and elders of the Haoran sect sucked in a breath of cold air. I've never seen him before. This move of Xiangxian's was something that no one had ever seen before. In the past, although Xiangxian's speed was fast, he had borrowed the flash steps to suddenly flash out. This time, Xiangxian had truly turned into a bolt of lightning. Xiang Yu looked at his right arm in shock. He saw a bloody line appear on his right arm. Half of his arm split apart with a pu sound, and his forearm fell down vertically. The giant saber also landed on the ground. Xiangxian's figure suddenly stopped and returned to human form. He let out a long sigh and said, finally succeeded. This is... What the hell is this? Xiang Yu broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly pulled his broken arm back with his yuan qi and temporarily threw it into his storage ring. The storage ring couldn't hold living creatures, but theoretically speaking, a broken arm was no longer a living creature. A new martial skill? In the distance, Yu Donghai and the others were also very surprised. What happened just now? More spectators were confused. Xiangxian clenched his fists and lowered his head slightly, muttering to himself, that's the feeling. That's right, that's the feeling. Don't forget. You must remember it clearly. You must firmly remember this feeling. Do it again. Xiangxian lowered his head. Large arcs of lightning appeared on his body. Thunder and lightning interweaved around his body, flickering violently. Xiangxian suddenly raised his head. He raised his right index finger and immediately wrapped his entire body in intent. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, Xiang Nan turned into another bolt of lightning. Xiang Yu could not see Xiang Nan's movements clearly. He only felt a flash of lightning in front of him. That Xiang Nan had already appeared behind him. As for his chest, it was cut open by Xiang Nan's index finger. The crack cut off 3 of his ribs, revealing his beating heart. I admit defeat. Xiang Yu hurriedly raised his left hand. No, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent. Xiang Nan pulled the giant saber back from the ground with his flower fingers and said to Xiang Yu, very wise choice. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu had no choice but to announce Xiang Nan's victory. Feiyun Luhai was about to go crazy with anger. He sat in his sex seat and angrily waved his fists. Damn it! So many experts can't stop 3 people. What the hell is going on? What a bunch of trash. 3 of the 7 tigers of the southern domain had been killed, and many experts from the night demons had also died. With so many people, they couldn't stop Xiang Nan and the others from advancing. If this continued, wouldn't the sect ranking tournament really become something that Xiang Nan and the others possessed? Xiang Nan, how did you do it? When Xiao Jun waited for Xiang Nan to return, he excitedly grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said, how did you become a bolt of lightning? What kind of martial skill is that? Xiang Nan shook his head and said, that's not a martial skill, but my lightning meridian's talent. Talent? Yuan Meng also asked curiously. You have always had the lightning meridian's talent, but I've never seen you use this move before. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, this matter is quite complicated. I have to start from the beginning when I used my lightning meridian's talent. According to Xiang Nan's own opinion, although lightning meridian's talent was rare, its power should not be limited to the word rare. At the same time, the word lightning meridians represented strength and power. But from the beginning to the end, Xiang Nan hadn't unearthed a method to use the lightning meridian's innate skill at a deeper level. In other words, Xiang Nan once thought that after possessing the lightning pulse innate, he would possess the speed and power of lightning. However, in reality, this idea never came true until he learned the meaning. Turning his body into lightning wasn't an excessive delusion. This was because a martial artist with fire vein talent could transform themselves into a fire person, while a martial artist with earth vein talent, such as Yuan Meng, could transform themselves into a metal person. Talents of different attributes could indeed do this. However, lightning meridians were rarer and more powerful than them, but it was even more difficult to transform into Lightning Man. The reason why fire pulse martial artists were able to turn into fireman was because there were many types of fire mediums. Wood could be burned, paper could be burned, and even when a certain temperature was reached, the flesh and blood of humans could be burned. Therefore, flames didn't have high requirements for burning media. As long as fire-attributed martial artists were talented enough, they could transform into flames. Yuan Meng's transformation into a metal man was the same. However, the lightning meridian's talent was different. Lightning was an extremely pure thing, and it was too pure. As a result, no matter what it was, it could become an obstacle to lightning, including flesh and blood. If Xiang Nan wanted to transform into thunder and lightning, his own body was the first obstacle to transforming into thunder and lightning. Only after he learned the meaning did he find a solution to this difficult problem. Everyone's meaning was different. The meaning Xiang Nan grasped was called thunder intent. When he wrapped his intent around his entire body, his body actually became a part of the thunder intent in a short period of time. And his lightning intent perfectly matched his lightning meridian's attribute, allowing him to finally possess the speed and strength of lightning, that is to say, the speed of sublight. This was the place where the lightning meridian's talent was truly powerful. Sublight speed. Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun were stunned. The two of them simply couldn't believe what they heard. Xiang Nan nodded and said, although my lightning intent has perfectly fused with my lightning meridian talent, it is still only intent, not pure lightning. Otherwise, my speed will probably reach the true speed of light. Fuck! Xiao Jun cried out. Then aren't you invincible? How many martial artists of the same age can catch the speed of sublight? Xiang Nan shook his head. It's not that simple. Xiang Nan picked up a small stone and weighed it in his hand. Then he threw it on Xiao Jun's chest. Xiao Jun scratched his head. What are you doing? Xianxia picked up the small stone again. This time, his right hand turned into an illusion and threw the small stone onto Xiao Jun's chest at an extremely fast speed. Io! Xiao Jun rubbed his chest and grinned. Finally! I can't hide your jealousy. Do you want to kill this handsome guy like me? Xianxia said to Yuan Meng. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance to everything. Yuan Meng suddenly realized and said, when your speed reaches a certain limit, even the air will become indestructible like rocks. I know. Xiao Jun hurriedly said. If we don't have a strong physical defense, if we are still flying rapidly in the sky, even if we hit a bird, it will be enough to crush us to pieces. That's right. Xianxia nodded and said, when I transformed into lightning, because my speed was too fast, even the air could exert a tremendous pressure on me. Xianxia raised his right index finger. The index finger condensed Yuan Qi and glowed slightly. He said, I must attack the enemy when I transform into thunder and lightning. But the stronger the Yuan Qi, the slower it will slow my body down and become an obstacle to me. If I insist on increasing the strength of my Yuan Qi to the maximum, then I will be pulled into noodles by my own Yuan Qi. That is equivalent to death. This is indeed a big problem. Yuan Meng frowned. You can transform into lightning, but you can't use any more powerful means to attack the enemy. It's not that I can't. Xianxia said, if I want to use stronger Yuan Qi to deal with my enemies, I have to use stronger Yuan Qi to protect my body from being torn apart by the speed of sublight. In other words, if my Yuan Qi strength is compared to 10, then after I transform into lightning, I can only use 5 to attack the enemy at most, because the other 5 needs to be used to protect myself. However, this is equivalent to me transforming into lightning and instantly consuming all the Yuan Qi in my body. I will immediately enter the weakened stage. Yuan Meng analyzed and said, however, because your speed has reached the speed of sublight, the damage caused to the enemy by your 5 levels of Yuan Qi far exceeds the damage caused by the strength of Yuan Qi itself. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Running Yuan Qi in the form of thunder and lightning is incomparable to consuming Yuan Qi at an unparalleled rate. So this move depends on the situation. The higher the lethality I want to achieve, the greater the amount of Yuan Qi I will consume in an instant. Theoretically speaking, it is really possible to transform into lightning and exhaust all of your essence at once. Ha! I understand this situation best. Xiao Jun happily danced and danced. My handsome boy floating fist is like this. After one fight, I feel extremely tired. Why are you still here? Xianxia looked at Xiao Jun and said, isn't it your turn to play? Xiao Jun let out an "oh." Only then did he wake up like a dream. He hurriedly flew towards the battlefield. There was already a night demon contestant waiting impatiently on the battlefield. After Xiao Jun entered the arena, Xianxia sat alone in a quiet corner and continued to study his own intent. He raised the index finger of his right hand, and the light of Yuan Qi gathered on the tip of his finger. Afterwards, he wrapped his intent around his right arm and instantly turned it into a lightning arm, piercing through the sky with a whoosh. But by the time he stopped, the Yuan Qi condensed on his fingertips had long since disappeared. The intense air friction instantly wore away the Yuan Qi. He took a deep breath, condensed his index finger into Yuan Qi, and drew it again. This time, he put more Yuan Qi into his index finger to ensure that his right hand could sustain Yuan Qi during the subspeed of light. Sure enough, with a whoosh, Xianxia's right hand swiftly swept past him. The Yuan Qi on his index finger was still there, but he felt that a large chunk of the Yuan Qi in his spiritual sea had been ruthlessly emptied. But at the same time, because the Yuan Qi he condensed on his index finger was too strong, the friction and resistance were even greater. Even his right hand was rubbed to the point that only the bones of his hand were left, not even flesh. He hurriedly circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to quickly repair his injuries. As I expected, with my current heavenly origin realm, I am still unable to withstand the resistance brought about by the speed of sublight. This incarnation of lightning is really a double-edged sword. Fortunately, Xiangyu's defense hasn't reached the abnormal level yet. Otherwise, if I want to cut off one of his arms, I'm afraid I'll have to waste even more yuan qi. How can we solve this problem? After pondering for a long time, Xianxia shook his head and said, looks like the only way is to raise his cultivation. If I have the Heaven Scryer realm, then my physical body's ability to withstand resistance will greatly increase. On the battlefield, Xiao Jun's opponent was a burly man. The man shook his body and said, little bastard, your strength seems to be pretty good. However, if you meet this uncle, it can be said that your life is doomed. The man's body trembled, and his entire body began to explode, turning into a hell-level demon. Xiao Jun was stunned for a moment and said, I thought that your night demons would disdain cultivating the body of a demon. It seems that I think too highly of you. The man roared, if I can increase my strength, why don't I practice? Brat, lead me to death. The demonized man's entire body was burning with black flames. His limbs landed on the ground and he pounced towards Xiao Jun like a wild beast. As the man charged forward, his entire body was enveloped in black flames. The dense black flames rolled and boiled, turning him into a giant black flame beast. Look at my new move! Xiao Jun raised his right hand and shouted, in the heavens and the earth, I am the only one who is supreme. My face is immortal, the most handsome in the world, the heavenly cosmos lightning speed fist. Heavenly cosmos lightning speed fist. As soon as Xiao Jun stepped forward, he didn't even have the mood to probe the enemy's moves. He immediately released the lightning speed fist. In an instant, hundreds of halos were like a meteor shower that cut through the sky, engulfing the strong man of the night demon. Ha ha! The burly man was stopped halfway by countless fists. He felt like Xiao Jun's fists were like raindrops, landing on his body. However, his demonic body was extremely resistant to this crazy attack. He was able to endure it. Let's see how long you can fight. The strong man's face was swollen from the impact, but his resistance to yuan qi was extremely high. He believed that Xiao Jun would not be able to hold on long before he was beaten to pieces. Sun-quenching! Xiao Jun shouted loudly. An array of sunlight descended from the sky, fiercely hitting his back. The sun god technique condensed into Xiao Jun's yuan qi and turned into countless light fists that landed on the strong man's body. The sturdy man's demonic attributes rapidly declined after being invaded by the power of the sun. Ah! The strong man felt that his fist attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. He could no longer withstand it. He had already frantically grabbed onto the ground with both his hands and feet, but he was still sent flying by Xiao Jun. The sturdy man flew backwards in midair, and then his dense fists continuously shot and exploded on his body. In just 3 seconds, the burly man who had transformed into a demon was blasted into powder. Xiao Jun put on a handsome appearance and said, one move to subdue the enemy is so natural. After saying that, Xiao Jun dragged his body weakly and slowly floated back to the foot of the mountain. How is it? Is my new move amazing? Xiao Jun grinned and laughed foolishly. Yuan Meng shook his head helplessly and said, it's my turn. As he spoke, Yuan Meng floated away. I'm not strong, Xiangnan, help me judge. Xiao Jun ran under the tree again and pulled Xiangnan up. Xiangnan was studying his own thoughts. He glanced at Xiao Jun and said, what new move is it? Isn't it lightning lightspeed fist? Holy shit! Xiao Jun was shocked. You actually saw through it. Xiangnan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I know you're talking madness, but you seem to be mocking my intelligence, he said. Xiao Jun's expression was solemn. Even you can't see the difference? My martial skill this time is still fundamentally different from lightning lightspeed fists. Oh! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Did I really not notice? What's the difference between your martial skill and lightning lightspeed fists? Xiao Jun said seriously. The last time I used the lightning lightspeed fist, I punched 1,500 times. This time, I punched 1,501 times. Get lost. Xiangnan kicked Xiao Jun away. Xiao Jun rubbed his butt and said, as a senior brother, you actually kicked me. I'm going to complain to my master. Prepare yourself for the merciless punishment from master. Master, your butt hurts. Then Xiao Jun trotted into the spectator stands and looked for Su Kaiyue to act coquettishly. Xiang Nen rolled his eyes and calmed himself down. He thought to himself that he needed to use intent to transform into lightning. My current intent has just reached the stage where it can be freely released, but it is far from enough to be freely released. I still need to cultivate further. He sat cross-legged and concentrated on releasing his intent. The small stones beside him began to float up into the air one after another and slowly rotated around Xiang Nan in a spiral shape. At the beginning, it was very difficult for him to control a single stone. Now, he could control more than 10 stones at the same time without letting them fall. What if I wrap my will around the little stone? Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed a small stone and wrapped it around it. Then he waved his right hand and threw the small stone towards the giant tree. What would be the effect of turning the little stone into lightning? Crack! The little stone let out a small thunderous explosion. The stone actually turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the giant tree at the speed of sublight. The little pebble was so fast that after it pierced through the tree trunk, the tree did not even move, and the leaves did not even have time to shake. Sure enough, Xiang Nan suddenly jumped up. He ran in front of the tree trunk and stroked the small hole in the tree trunk with his hand. He muttered to himself, although the little stone's speed has also reached the speed of sublight, the stone itself is not hard enough to break through the enemy's defense. Then, what if I condense my intent on the saber light? Didn't you say that I can chop out the blade light at the speed of sublight? Xiang Nan's pupils constricted, and he himself was shocked by his own thoughts. Sublight speed blade light? No one could dodge this saber light. A ray of saber light hacked out in a normal manner, hitting a mountain. Perhaps it could split open a huge crack in the mountain wall. However, if the same saber beam hit the same mountain at the speed of sublight, it would be able to directly shatter the entire mountain due to its speed. My lightning meridian's talent is truly heaven-defying. Xiang Nan sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that today, after I reached the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, I would finally be able to sense the true power of the lightning meridian's attribute. Just do it. Try it first. Xiang Nan took 3 deep breaths in a row to calm his excitement. Then, he drew his saber and slashed out a saber light towards the sky. When he struck out with this saber, he had already condensed his lightning intent onto the saber light, allowing the saber light to possess the ability to transform into lightning. However, when he slashed out, the saber light disappeared with a whoosh. There was only a faint trace of light left in the air. No! Xiang Nan frowned and shook his head. I take it for granted. He discovered that the reason he could transform into lightning was because he had taken himself as the main body, and he could always wrap the lightning intent around his body. But the saber light was different. The saber light would fly out of his body and advance into the distance. Simply put, the saber light flew too fast. Xiang Nan's lightning intent was no longer able to catch up to the saber light, causing the saber light to be directly consumed by air friction at the speed of sublight. How can we solve this problem? Xiang Nan thought hard and was anxious to find a solution to the problem. If his avatar, lightning, rushed out, it was very likely that his body would be torn apart because of his speed. However, using the saber light was different. At the very least, Xiang Nan's life was not in danger. However, after thinking for a long time, he still shook his head. No. There are 2 big problems that cannot be solved. One is that my lightning intent cannot catch up with the speed of the saber light, and it cannot cover the saber light all the time. Another problem is that even if my lightning intent catches up with the saber light itself is still not enough to withstand the wear and tear. It is already exhausted before it hits the enemy. I'm afraid that I'll have to possess the power of the heavens before the blade light can withstand such a terrifying amount of wear and tear. And if lightning insight wants to catch up with the saber light, I'm afraid I'll have to raise my lightning insight from the void spirit stage to the emerging stage. A void spirit stage intent can only wrap itself up and barely cover a short distance. Only during the instant discovery stage can it be released for a long distance. Boom! On the battlefield, Yuan Meng's fierce punch sent his enemy flying. Surrender! Surrender! The night demon people shouted loudly and chose to admit defeat. Yuan Meng swayed his body and walked back, saying, "The second round is over. Today we have already dealt with 6 enemies, and there is still the third round." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "It's time for me to rest for 10 minutes. It's time for me to take advantage of this opportunity to try my luck again." 10 minutes later, Xianxia flew to the battlefield. His opponent was a 6th-level heavenly Yuan Night Demon. The man said, "I am Huajing. Please give me some advice." Not only did Night Demon people have different cultivation methods and martial skills, they also had different temperaments and temperaments. Some were extremely arrogant, while others were humble and gentlemanly. Xianxia still had a good impression of such a courteous person. He also cupped his fists and said, "Nature Sex Xianxia, please teach me." Huajing nodded slightly and said, "I have offended you." With that, Hua Zheng's body trembled and his entire body was wrapped in a ball of strong wind. It was as if he had transformed his flesh and blood into a body of wind, and his body had turned translucent. His hair and clothes were all made of wind. Hua Zheng's body rushed forward and turned into a strong wind that whistled towards Xianxia. Xianxia's hands formed seals and his fingers suddenly slid down. Pa! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck towards Hua Zheng. Hua Zheng immediately dodged, and the bolt of lightning struck the ground, leaving a hole in the ground. "Sure enough, I don't have the speed of sublight." Xianxia nodded. Lightning was an ordinary speed, equivalent to Xianxia's essence release speed. Anyone with some common sense knew that the speed at which lightning appeared was indeed the speed of light. However, if lightning was controlled and thrown out, it would no longer be the speed of light. Sometimes, during the night when thunder and lightning intertwined, as a bolt of lightning pierced through the sky, there was a very small probability that it would form a thunderball. When a person ran, the wind would attract the lightning ball to chase after a human. At this time, the speed of the lightning ball was not the speed of light, but the speed of the wind. As for Xianxia's lightning intent, it was a kind of ability to restore the power of lightning to the speed of light. Hua Zheng waved his right hand and the overwhelming wind blade descended. These wind blades were as dense as rain, and there were probably close to 1,000 of them. Those wind blades sprinkled into a huge fan, completely wrapping around Xianxia, leaving him with no room to wander. Xianxia raised both of his hands high up, erecting a Yuan Qi shield, and enveloping his own intent on the shield. His shield instantly shone with lightning. The Yuan Qi shield turned into a lightning escape. The countless wind blades were split into countless pieces by the violent lightning. So there is such a usage. Xianxia was slightly delighted. Hua Zheng's expression was solemn. He raised his hands high and shouted, "Moon-ripping hurricane!" Above Hua Zheng's head, a giant wind beast, phantom, appeared. Wind beasts were wind-attributed demonic beasts that ranked high on the demonic beast pyramid. The little sparrow and the wind beast were demonic beasts of the same attribute, but the little sparrow was at least a dozen levels lower than the wind beast. After Hua Zheng released this martial skill, the power of the wind blade he sprinkled instantly increased tens of times. Even Xianxia's Yuan Qi shield was unable to withstand it anymore. His Yuan Qi shield was shattered by the rapid impact. At the same time, Xianxia used a small portion of the white flame lightning flame's power to wrap the lightning around his index fingertips. His body was slightly bowed and arcs of lightning wrapped around the surface of his body. The moment the Yuan Qi shield was destroyed, Xianxia immediately activated the lightning intent and turned himself into a bolt of lightning. Crack! No one was able to accurately capture Xianxia's speed. He had reached an astonishing speed of sublight and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was easy for Hua Zheng to pass by. At the same time, the white flame lightning wrapped around Xianxia's right hand also frantically consumed. He desperately added more white flame lightning onto his index finger, and the white lightning wrapped index finger instantly sliced through Hua Zheng's stomach. Chi! Everyone saw Xianxia suddenly transform into a bolt of lightning and arrive behind Hua Zheng. Hua Zheng's stomach was sliced open, and his internal organs were about to fall out. Fortunately, he covered his stomach. So fast. Hua Zheng's pupils constricted and he said in shock, I admit that my speed is already extremely fast, but in front of you, I can't even see your path. Xianxia was also panting. He tried to use the white flame lightning as an offensive method to strengthen his lethality. However, the massive consumption of Bai Yan's lightning would drain even more of his yuan qi. This finger had directly worn away nearly 2/3 of Xianxia's yuan qi. This was an incomparably shocking number. But there is no doubt about its destructive power. Xianxia looked at Hua Zheng, panting, surrender. Your stomach has been cut open and you have completely lost your ability to fight. Hua Zheng sighed and said, I'm convinced. The audience exploded, and the cheers came one after another. The entire star-gazing city was boiling with excitement. Today's battle had opened up a new horizon for them. It turned out that his Lightning Meridian's talent was actually able to unleash such unbelievable power. In the past, everyone knew that Xianxia was a Lightning Meridian's talent. They only felt that this talent was very precious. But now, everyone was envious of Xianxia's Lightning Meridian's talent, even jealous. When Xianxia heard Hua Zheng surrender, he nodded and flew towards the foot of his mountain. In the distance, Yu Donghai and the others' expressions became even uglier. Yu Donghai's expression was ice-cold as he said, This little bastard is really rising like flying. If he continues to develop freely, how many people in this world can beat him? Fortunately, he came to participate in the sect battle. A pervert like him must be strangled in the cradle. Duanmu Wuji and Lu Longterm looked at Yu Donghai repeatedly. In the eyes of the two of them, Yu Donghai was the pervert, but the probability that Yu Donghai could personally admit that the other person was a pervert was very, very low. Why don't you just hit it? Xiao Jun rubbed his chin and said to Xianxia, With the speed of your second light, no one in this entire arena can dodge your attack. If you directly used the Azure Dragon's method of going out to sea and collided with the enemy at the speed of sublight, wouldn't your enemy be blasted to smithereens on the spot? Why do you have to cut it with your fingers? Yes. Xianxia said, It is true that a direct collision with an enemy can cause the most severe damage, but in that case my enemy will be smashed to pieces. Even I myself will not be smashed to pieces. Do you think that if I hit someone else, I wouldn't have to endure the slightest bit of reaction myself? Tisk. Xiao Jun's eyes widened. I know. I just wanted to see you get smashed into trash. So I suggested you this. I didn't expect you to see through my schemes. It's my turn to go on stage. This time, I want to display my strength and try to end the battle within a minute. Xiao Jun flew confidently into the battlefield. Xianxia and Yuan Meng were no longer worried about Xiao Jun's situation. With Xiao Jun's current strength, he should be able to win steadily. However, when Xiao Jun's enemies walked out of the opposite mountain peak, Xianxia and Yuan Meng were both shocked at the same time. It was a man wearing a white robe with a smile on his face. This man possessed an astonishing level of Sky Origin 7th layer. Lu Chongchong. Xiao Jun's opponent this time was actually the third-ranked Southern Region's 7 Tigers, Lu Chongchong. The scene instantly exploded. The two mountain peaks of the Profound Sky sect cheered loudly like a tsunami. On the other hand, the 6 great sects were whispering. The audience in Stargazing City was also boiling with excitement. We've finally arrived. An audience roared excitedly. Wait until now. Finally wait for the top 3 experts of the 7 Tigers of the Southern Domain to fight. This is a little troublesome. Xianxia's expression was grave. Lu Longterm was one of Xianxia's enemies, but Xianxia himself had to admit that this Lu Longterm must have a very amazing place. Otherwise, he could not be ranked above Yuan Meng. When Xiao Jun saw Lu Longterm, he was also stunned. Then, his expression turned cold and he said, So it's you, traitor. Lu Chongchong put his hands behind his back and smiled. It's an honor to be able to fight with you. Xiao Jun said, I don't like people like you the most. Today, I'm going to clean the door on behalf of the sect. Lu Chongchong raised his eyebrows and said, You should be the least qualified person to say such words. I do not deny that I betrayed the nature's nature sect. But how much better can you be? Didn't you betray the Flying Cloud sect as well? Flying Cloud sect? Haha. Xiao Jun laughed loudly as if he had heard a joke. Everyone was waiting for his words, but Xiao Jun had been laughing for almost half a minute. Yet his laughter became increasingly dry and unpleasant to hear. At the end of the laugh, Xiao Jun scratched his head resentfully and said, "Damn. I can't think of a word. I thought that I would laugh for a while and buy some time. I can think of a way to refute your words. So I overestimated myself." Xianxia had already covered his face, feeling extremely embarrassed. He wished he could find a crack in the ground. Yuan Meng said, "I know what Xiao Jun's ability is. His most powerful talent is not the light attribute, but his natural awkwardness." On the battlefield, Lu Changchang nodded with a smile and said to Xiao Jun, "I admire your optimistic personality. I just don't know how long you can maintain your optimism. By the way, there's no future for you to follow Su Kaiyue. You chose the wrong camp. Shut up. I forbid you to insult my master." Xiao Jun's fist began to shine. Lu Changchang's right hand shook, and a snowy sword flew out of the storage ring and landed in his hand. "Do you want to use your lightspeed fist? Come on, I'll take it." Lu Changchang raised his sword and pointed it at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun said excitedly, "It's great that I met you before Xianxia. If I kill you today, Master will definitely treat me differently." After saying that, Xiao Jun roared angrily, "In heaven and earth, I am the supreme being, eternal and imperishable, the world's first punch." Xiao Jun took a step forward and threw his fists at Lu Changchang like a meteor shower. "I had expected that you would have this move." Lu Changchang rose from the ground. He casually held his left hand and his right sword. He shouted, "Limitless sword formation." Thousands of sword shadows suddenly appeared behind Lu Longterm. The sword shadows emitted intense light, all of them lying horizontally in the sky, aiming their sword blades at Xiao Jun's position. When Xiao Jun's fist of light poured down, Lu Changchang slashed the sword in his hand at Xiao Jun from afar. Behind him, the 1,000+ sword shadows immediately turned into a rain of swords and sprinkled towards Xiao Jun. "How did you do this?" Xianxia was shocked and shouted. How could he condense so many Yuan Qi sword shadows in a blink of an eye? It would take time for Yuan Qi to be released, but Lu Longterm seemed to be able to release a massive amount of Yuan Qi in a short period of time. Xianxia had never heard of such a method. Rumble, 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 rumble. On the battlefield, the light fist and the sword shadow collided. At the boundary between the sword and the fist, Yuan Qi exploded wildly, as if thousands of troops from both camps were charging at the same time. The air was burning. Even the land was being bombarded by this kind of bombardment, causing it to constantly peel off its skin. Layers after layers of red earth were shaken into the sky, and they were submerged in the rain of swords and light fists. Xiao Jun's expression changed. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to break his lightspeed fist. "Hold on. As long as you hold on for 2 seconds, his sword shadow will be exhausted." Xiao Jun gritted his teeth and persisted. He saw that there were only 1,000 sword shadows behind Lu Long. As long as he consumed all of his sword shadows, victory was right in front of him. Lu Changchang looked calm and relaxed. He didn't seem to be worried that his sword rain would be used up at all. The thousands of sword shadows behind him shot out one after another, colliding with Xiao Jun's light fist and canceling each other out. Every wave of sword rain flew out. There were more than 100 people. In just 3 seconds, the sword shadow behind Lu Long had already reached its bottom. But at this moment, Lu Changchang's right hand shook, and another 1,000 sword shadows appeared behind him. "What?" Xiao Jun sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly stopped his light-speed fist. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to hold on any longer. He had already used up half of his Yuan Qi. If he continued to use up so much Yuan Qi, with his Tianyuan 5th layer cultivation, he would definitely not be able to compare to Lu Changchang's Tianyuan 7th layer Yuan Qi. The moment Xiao Jun stopped, Lu Changchang also stopped. "Don't you need light-speed fist anymore?" Lu Chongchong smiled and said, "Looks like you don't have any confidence anymore. What kind of martial skill is this? It's truly heaven-defying." Yuan Meng frowned deeply. That Lu long-term sword shadow could actually cancel out Xiao Jun's light fist. How powerful was that sword shadow? Xiao Jun panted heavily. He bowed and shouted, "Dance of light!" Immediately after, Xiao Jun suddenly transformed into a light mark and instantly stuck towards Lu Chongchong. Light attributes allowed Xiao Jun's speed to be much faster than other innate martial artists. But now, Xiao Jun actually shouted out the original name of the Dance of Light instead of randomly shouting. This was enough to show how much pressure he was under. Lu Chongchong waved his sword and said, "Limitless Peak!" Boom! A mountain appeared out of thin air, enveloping Lu long-term. That mountain was not a real mountain, but a transparent mountain formed from yuan qi. Xiao Jun didn't react in time. He slammed into the wall of the transparent mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. With a loud noise from Pong, Xiao Jun's entire body was bounced back. Because of this unprepared collision, all the bones in his body crackled and almost broke. What the hell? Xiao Jun looked at the strange transparent mountain peak in shock. He was extremely shocked. That's not an ordinary yuan qi mountain peak. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "That mountain contains an extremely high amount of yuan qi, and it was produced after being highly compressed." "But why?" Yuan Meng said, "How can Lulong condense yuan qi into a mountain in a short time? His rate of release of yuan qi is simply unimaginable. Theoretically speaking, as long as a martial artist with sufficient yuan qi was willing, anyone could use yuan qi to condense into a mountain peak. However, that would take a very long time. However, Lulong did not even need a third of a second to condense such a large mountain peak. At this moment, Lu Chongchong's right hand trembled, and the mountain peak of essence immediately dissipated. It turned into specks of light that filled the sky, and it actually returned to his body. What's going on? He can recover the yuan qi he released. The audience was shocked. Xiao Jun also stared blankly at Lu long-term. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "You? How did you do this?" Lu Chongchong no longer maintained his calm smile. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. "Xiao Jun, you must die today. Do you know why?" Lu long-term's eyebrows twitched non-stop. "Because you can't imagine how much I hate Su Kaiyue." Hearing this, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. "I betrayed her. I thought it would be a fatal blow to her. Who would have thought that she would brazenly endure it again?" Lu long-term said, "Not only will I betray her, I will also kill everyone who has anything to do with her. Not a single one of them will stay." "Shut up!" Xiao Jun cursed angrily. "Shut up!" In the direction of the Haoran sect, there were already a large number of disciples cursing. "You are not allowed to insult our nature sect's peak master. You bastard. You have to pay the price for your words and deeds. Come, go ahead. I want to kill everyone that Su Kaiyue cares about. If anyone doesn't accept it, just let them come." Lu long-term shouted in the direction of the nature sect. Xianxia was extremely angry in his heart. He wished he could rush forward right now and cut off that Lu Chongchong. But at this moment, even more intense than anger was heartache. "Master!" Xianxia turned around and looked at Su Kaiyue with great heartache. But now, Su Kaiyue only lowered her head slightly and did not say a word. An expert like Su Kaiyue shouldn't have such emotional fluctuations as grievance. No one could tell, but Xianxia could tell that Su Kaiyue was feeling wronged and pitiful. Xianxia had never seen such an emotion on Su Kaiyue before. Not once. Su Kaiyue was such a simple-minded person. She favored her own disciples without any reason or conditions. She had completely doted on her disciples. In fact, Su Kaiyue was actually willing to die with Xianxia when his meridians were broken and he was facing death threats. Such a woman had been betrayed by the disciple she cared about the most, and was insulted by that disciple in front of all the martial artists in the world. Only Xianxia knew how lonely and innocent she was. At this moment, Xianxia's right hand trembled, and he held the huge saber in his hand. Infinite killing intent surged out of his eyes. Xianxia immediately noticed Xiangnan's movements and immediately warned, "Xiangnan, this is not your match." Xiangnan didn't even look at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he shouted at Lu Longterm, "You'd better not say anything that would hurt my master." Xiangnan's right hand, which was holding the giant saber, had even begun to tremble. He was about to lose control of himself. The two divine lightning bolts in his body were violently restless and could erupt at any time. "What? You want to rush up and fight me?" Lu Changchang crossed his shoulders and said to Xiangnan, "Xiangnan, don't be impulsive." The Haoran sect elders hurriedly shouted at Xiangnan, "Xiangnan, I'm warning you, this isn't your match. You don't have the qualifications to interfere." Xian Qingzhu also harshly berated Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan did not hear a word of these words. The killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. He glared at Lu Longterm and said coldly, "I don't care about the rules of the game. If you ever say anything disrespectful to my master again, I swear that even if I lose the qualifications to compete, I will cut you to pieces." Berserk lightning had already appeared. Large arcs of lightning wrapped around Xiangnan, and a small azure dragon was constantly revolving around Xiangnan. The violent winds spread out in all directions, making the nearby spectators almost unable to open their eyes. He was serious. Everyone could tell. As long as Lu Changchang said one more word, Xiangnan would really charge forward and kill Lu Changchang. "If you dare to say it, I will kill you, no matter what the price was." Xiangnan could no longer listen to anyone else's words. He could not allow Su Kaiwei to suffer such grievances. He was going to lose control. At this moment, a gentle palm gently rested on Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan suddenly turned around and said, "Master!" Su Kaiwei flew down the mountain and landed beside Xiangnan. She looked fixedly at Xiangnan and said, "In the past, I was biased towards Lu Longterm like I was biased towards you." Hearing this, Xiangnan almost gritted his teeth and shouted, "He's not worthy." Su Kaiwei said, "I've already lost a beloved disciple. I can't lose you again." But Xiangnan said, Su Kaiwei shook her head and said, "I don't know what kind of secret you are hiding in your heart, causing you to be so stubborn in wanting to deal with the profound sky sect. But for me, you can't ruin your plan." Xiangnan said. Su Kaiwei shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter how maliciously Master is slandered. Master's heart doesn't hurt. But if you are implicated by Master, Master will feel heartache." Everyone said that men weren't easy to tear up, but this was bullshit. Xiangnan's tears gushed out like spring water. He didn't know how to express his gratitude to Su Kaiwei. Instead, Su Kaiwei comforted Xiangnan and said, "No matter what, don't let me lose you." With that, she turned around and flew back to the mountain peak. Xiangnan calmed down. Only Su Kaiwei could calm him down. On the battlefield, Lu Changchang and Xiao Jun were still confronting each other. When Lu Longterm saw Xiangnan and Su Kaiwei talking, he could only smile coldly. To be honest, Xiao Jun's feelings for Su Kaiwei weren't that deep, so much so that he was in the mood to ask Lu Changchang a crucial question. "Why on earth do you hate my master so much?" Xiao Jun said. Lu Changchang narrowed his eyes and said angrily, "Because she tricked me into learning the sun god technique. I learned that damn imperfect cultivation technique. Do you know what kind of consequences the sun god technique has brought me? Because of the existence of the sun god technique, I can't even cultivate into a half-demon body, let alone a demon body. With my talent and attainments, if I can also cultivate the body of a demon, then the position of the strongest 7 tigers in the southern domain should be mine. How can I not hate him?" Xiao Jun said. "Then you can destroy your own cultivation. You just need to cultivate again." "Shut up," Lu Longterm angrily said. "Show me one of your self-destructive cultivation levels. I have already reached the 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. How can I start over again?" Xiao Jun looked at Lu Long seriously and said, "I thought you had a deep hatred for Master, so it's just because you learned the sun god technique." Lu Changzheng, I sincerely send you a message. You are truly not a human. You are not even worthy of being a bastard. You can fart. I'll see how long you can be arrogant. Killing intent burst out from Lu Changchang's eyes as he slashed down at Xiao Jun with his sword in hand. 100-meter-long Yuan Qi sword appeared out of thin air. The Yuan Qi sword also slashed towards Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's body flickered as he transformed into a ball of light and moved out horizontally, dodging the attack of the giant sword. Immeasurable swordplay. Lu Changchang's Yuan Qi erupted. His entire body turned into a small and exquisite sword of light, and with a whoosh, he quickly caught up to Xiao Junqi's fast speed. Ah! Xiao Jun was shocked. When Lu Changchang arrived at Xiao Jun's front, he suddenly changed back into a human form from a sword of light. His left hand grabbed Xiao Jun's right leg and slammed his knee into Xiao Jun's back. Xiao Jun was smashed to the ground with a loud boom. As the smoke filled the air, Lu Changchang looked down at Xiao Jun condescendingly and said, "Fortunately, the profound sky sect accepted me. Did you know that, in the ancient martial tomb, the profound sky sect discovered a high-grade, heavenly-grade martial skill called the limitless sword technique? In the entire the profound sky sect, including the flying cloud sect, I am the only one who has mastered such a high-level, heavenly-grade martial skill. Even though I can't cultivate the body of a demon, I still have such a high-end martial skill. I can still look down on all the heroes. No wonder." Yuan Meng suddenly realized. I said, "Why is his martial skill so powerful? It's actually a high-grade, heaven-grade martial skill. It's really rare. Xiao Jun, you shouldn't have thrown yourself into Su Caiyue's sect. Today, I'll let her see for herself how you were killed by me." Lu Long-Term shouted. "You shouldn't have thrown yourself into Su Caiyue's sect. Immeasurable sword, Gale." Lu Long-Term's body trembled. Suddenly, a large number of Lu Long-Term flew out of his body. These Lu Long-Term were all human forms condensed from Yuan Qi. The most shocking thing was that many Yuan Qi humanoids actually possessed the ability to attack on their own. Those Yuan Qi humanoids brandished their swords and charged into Xiao Jun's area fiercely. In an instant, light blossomed and a dense explosion of Yuan Qi sounded. Immediately after, a highly condensed beam of light shot up from the ground. The beam of light pierced through all the Yuan Qi humanoid forms and exploded towards the landing. Light attribute martial skill. Lu Changchang's expression changed. Unfortunately, the grade is too low. Limitless peak. Boom! Another Yuan Qi mountain peak appeared out of thin air, wrapping Lu Long-Term perfectly inside. After hitting the Yuan Qi mountain peak, the beam of light shot frantically inside. After piercing through a depth of about 100 meters, the beam of light was finally unable to move forward. The spot where the beam of light stopped was less than 10 meters away from Lu Long-Term's body. What a pity! Xiao Jun jumped up from the ground and said, "If I could reach the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, you would be dead by now. But you didn't." Lu Changchang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The talent of the light attribute is indeed astonishing. You can actually reach this level. But you are doomed to fail. After cultivating the limitless sword technique, my essence is 5 times more than a peak martial artist of the same realm." 5 times. The audience exclaimed. "Do you know what this means?" "This means that my Yuan Qi is comparable to a heavenly Yuan 8th layer martial artist," Lu Long-Term said. "Furthermore, the speed at which the immeasurable sword technique releases its Yuan Qi can be instantaneously released. I can use up all of my Yuan Qi in an instant to attack." Lu Changchang raised his right hand and the 100-meter light sword in the sky flew over. He grabbed it in his hand. Immediately after, Lu Changchang brandished his 100-meter light sword and ferociously slashed towards Xiao Jun. Not good. Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically. He immediately dodged to the right and his body turned into a wisp of light. However, that enormous sword of light was simply too big. Lu Long-Term only needed to wave his sword at an angle. With a sword body that was 100 meters long, the tip of the sword could instantly cut through a long distance. Especially when the giant sword was waved in Lu Long-Term's hand, It was as agile and swift as waving a small light sword. Xiao Jun's escape speed was already fast enough, but he still heard the whistling of the wind behind his ears. He subconsciously bent down immediately. As for the 100-meter-long sword, it stuck to Xiao Jun's back and fiercely swung it over. The giant sword passed through the hurricane, causing Xiao Jun to tumble in the air 7 or 8 times before stabilizing. But when he looked up, Lu Chongchong had already swung his giant sword and returned, and the enormous sword of light was coming towards him. Xiao Jun's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly let his body descend vertically. Almost at the same time, the giant sword pressed against his scalp and turned around. The hurricane brought along by the giant sword lifted Xiao Jun up again. The giant sword came again. Dodging like this was not the way. Xiao Jun could only dodge it every time. Could be said to be extremely dangerous. As long as he did not react in time, he did not even need to think about the outcome. What kind of damage would such a large sword of light inflict on his body? Xiao Jun was enraged. He did not plan to dodge any further. He faced the huge sword that was hacking towards him again and smashed it with a fist of light. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Jun's light fist formed a fan. In an instant, it struck the giant sword with more than 800 punches. The giant sword was finally unable to withstand it, and Peng's voice exploded into bright spots that filled the sky. However, the shocking thing was that the Yuan Qi fragments after the explosion of the giant sword had actually returned to Lu Longterm's body like a dragon absorbing water. Xiao Jun was panting as he watched this scene. He no longer knew how to describe his feelings. He only had less than a third of his Yuan Qi left, but that Lu Longterm was still in a near-peak state. Lu Chongchong smiled coldly and said, "I forgot to tell you. I can recover 70% of the Yuan Qi released by the limitless sword technique. I'll fight you." Xiao Jun waved his arm and threw a punch at Lu Chongchong. His Yuan Qi transformed into an arm-thick beam of light that shot towards Lu Chongchong. This beam of light had destroyed Lu Long's Yuan Qi humanoid form and almost pierced through Lu Long's Yuan Qi mountain peak. "Use the same skill again." Lu Chongchong shook his sword and shouted, "Limitless peak!" Once again, that damned mountain peak of Yuan Qi suddenly appeared. Xiao Jun's Yuan Qi beam immediately pierced through the mountain peak and continuously shot into it. It reached a distance of 1 meter from Lu Chongchong before stopping. This time, the Yuan Qi beam was not consumed by the Yuan Qi humanoid. The radical distance was 9 meters longer than the last time, but it was still not enough to hit Lu Longterm. "Ah!" Xiao Jun's eyes were red with anger. "Are you powerless?" Lu Chongchong took a deep breath and retracted the essence mountain peak back into his body. "You can imagine how powerful I would be if I had the body of a demon now," he said. "And the reason I'm not so heaven-defying is because that damn, stupid sun god technique has always been in my body." The more Lu Chongzhuang spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, his hatred for Su Kaiwei almost made him lose his mind. "Immeasurable tribulation!" Lu Chongchong roared hysterically. The sword in his hand slashed down. At that moment, the sky collapsed. The Yuan Qi in Lu Chongchong's body poured out and instantly drained his terrifying Yuan Qi. All of his Yuan Qi had turned into a wall of light that covered the sky and the sun. The wall landed in the sky and smashed down with a buzzing sound. It covered all the open space of the battlefield. Its scope was so wide that no one could escape the enveloping area of the wall at all. The wall of light descended like the heavens collapsing and landing on the earth. Xiao Jun covered his head with both hands, and with a loud bang from the wall of light, he landed ferociously on the ground. It was connected to the wall of light itself and slammed onto the ground. This ruthlessness caused all the spectators on the 4 mountain peaks to feel the mountain jump, and even some people were shaken to the point of jumping up. "Xiao Jun!" Xiangnan was shocked. Lu Chongchong raised his sword and the wall of light that covered the sky rose into the air again. Before everyone could react, the wall of light instantly landed on the ground. Boom! When the wall of light was raised for the second time, Xiao Jun was lying flat on the ground. Blood splattered all over his body, and he could no longer see any intact skin. "Ah!" Xiao Jun didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually struggled to jump up and shouted, I'm not convinced. Lu Longterm slapped down the wall of light for the third time with great hatred. Xiao Jun raised both of his hands high up, his two hands clinging together, forming a light cone with both of his arms. Boom! When the wall of light fell, it was actually pierced through by the cone of light. Success! Yuan Meng suddenly clenched his fist. The wall of light was pierced by Xiao Jun, but when he pierced through the wall of light, he still received the tremendous impact of the wall of light. Xiao Jun's body shook twice and he knelt on the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood mist. Lu Chongchong raised his sword high and the wall of light rose again. Strangely, the part of the wall of light that had been pierced was actually repaired by the yuan qi that had been filled in. Boom! Another wall of light fell. Xiao Jun fought with all his might, sending out a fan-shaped yuan qi light fist towards the wall of light. The fist of light rained down on the wall of light, causing the huge wall of light to explode and countless spots of light to fill the sky. However, this yuan qi had been recovered by Lu Chongchong, and Xiao Jun's yuan qi had already reached the bottom. Xiao Jun, admit defeat. Xiang Nen roared. Xiao Jun fell to the ground and roared, "No! I will not admit defeat. I want to avenge Master." Xiang Nen said angrily, "Stop spouting nonsense here. You've only joined the nature sect for a few days. What kind of revenge did you take?" Xiao Jun cursed loudly. "I will never escape. Otherwise, I can't be a man like you for the rest of my life. I also want to clash with my bones. I don't want to be a cowardly turtle." "He has always admired you," Yuan Meng sighed. "When he was fighting, he deliberately imitated what you said. If you let him surrender now, he will probably never forgive himself." "Good backbone." Lu Chongzhao laughed loudly. "I admire people like you. Immeasurable tribulation." Lu Chongshang raised his sword high and condensed another wall of light. This time, the wall of light was a little thinner than before. Boom! As the wall of light fell, Xiao Jun released the little bit of yuan qi he had left to resist the attack of the wall of light. However, his yuan qi was too small, and the light cone he had condensed was no longer enough to penetrate the wall of light. Along with the sudden jump of the land, when the wall of light was raised, Xiao Jun was lying on the ground, his hands and legs bones shattered. "Surrender!" Xiang Nen roared. Xiao Jun lay on the ground and said angrily, "Old, I will never admit defeat. Xiao Jun, you owe me your life. I won't let you die." Xiang Nan's eyes were red with anger. Seeing that Lu Longterm was about to release his yuan qi again, he prepared to smash down the wall of light again. This time, Xiao Jun would undoubtedly die. Xiang Nan shouted, "I beg you, surrender." Xiao Jun burst into tears. "I escaped once. I didn't dare to face the reality. I escaped from my family and became a coward. But this time, I really don't want to do cough again, do coward turtle again." Xiang Nan hurriedly said, "Consider me selfish. I will force you. You owe me a life, and I will make you pay it back now. I order you to surrender. You can't be a treacherous person." The hearts of the audience all rose to their throats. Xiao Jun laughed miserably. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the wall of light. Finally, tears flowed down his face as he said, I admit defeat." Xiang Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But that Lu Chongjing actually didn't stop. He didn't intend to let Xiao Jun off. The wall of light was still falling, and it was only 50 to 60 meters away from Xiao Jun. To a Heaven Origin Realm martial artist, this height was simply negligible. In the blink of an eye, it could hit Xiao Jun's body. "Lu Chongchong!" Xiang Nan roared angrily, his entire body flashing with lightning. Pa! A bolt of lightning suddenly rushed into the battlefield. Boom! The wall of light fell to the ground. The scene was completely silent. Everyone desperately wanted to see the result clearly. The next scene caused everyone to gasp. The wall of light did not hit the ground completely. Instead, it was carried by something more than a meter away from the ground. The light wall was translucent, and everyone hurriedly looked in the direction where Xiao Jun was. He saw that Xianxia had already protected Xiao Jun. He used his back to shoulder the onslaught of the immeasurable tribulation. He actually used his back to follow. The audience cried out in alarm. You saved me again. Xiao Jun lay weakly on the ground, revealing a brilliant smile towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was furious. He placed Xiao Junping on the ground, and then the little azure dragon wrapped around Xianxia's arm. He punched back. Boom! That wall of light was actually smashed in half by Xianxia's punch. Then, Xianxia rushed into the sky with the huge saber in his hand and turned into a beam of bright light that rushed towards Lu Changchang. I'll kill you! Stop! Xian Qingzhu waved his right hand and a screen of light appeared out of thin air, stopping Xianxia halfway. Xianxia angrily pointed at Lu Changchang and said to Xian Qingzhu, "Are you blind? Xiao Jun admitted defeat just now, and he is still killing people in pain. If you don't stop him, you'll stop me instead." Xian Qingzhu frowned. "You'd better pay attention to your tone. Since Lu Changxing has indeed violated the rules, I can forgive you for speaking disrespectfully to me this time. But you have to know that battles are constantly changing. Not everyone can stop in time. It's already too late for Xiao Jun to admit defeat, and it's only natural that Lu Changchang didn't stop his attack in time." Xianxia laughed furiously. "Perhaps no one else can do it, but he, Lu Longterm, can't?" Lu Longterm spread out his hands and said, "I just can't do it. I admit that my strength is weak. How about it? Whether I can do it or not is up to you." Everyone knew that with Lu Longterm's strength, he could stop in time. But so what? No one has any evidence to prove it. It could be said that Lu Longterm was caught off guard at that time, causing him to panic. That was why he did not stop in time. Good, good, good. Xianxia said 3 times in a row, "Lu Longterm, you'd better not fall into my hands. Don't fall into my hands." In the sky, Xian Qingzhu announced the winner of this match, the 3rd strongest of the southern region's 7 tigers, Lu Longterm. This time, the audience was deeply worried about the challenger. Xianxia and the others had only 3 people in total, and now that they had eliminated another Xiao Jun, the situation was getting worse and worse. Xianxia coldly glanced at Lu Changchang and held Xiao Jun back with both of his hands, sending him back to the foot of the mountain. "Don't move!" Xianxia pressed down on Xiao Jun's chest with one hand and said, "The bones in your arms and legs were completely shattered. Even your ribs were broken." A flash of lightning flashed through his eyes, and he could clearly see Xiao Jun's situation. He said, 2 ribs have already penetrated your lungs. 1 of them has already touched your heart. If you are careless, you will still die. I will treat your injuries immediately." Xianxia pressed his right hand on Xiao Jun's chest, sending the 9 Purities Cosmos skill into his body endlessly. However, Xiao Jun's internal injuries were too severe, especially the broken bones that pierced through his lungs, causing massive bleeding in his body. Most importantly, Xiao Jun had used up all of his Yuan Qi. He could not heal himself and could only rely on Xianxia. At this moment, black blood began to emerge from Xiao Jun's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Xianxia was sweating profusely. He had already used all of his strength to treat Xiao Jun, but his speed of treatment couldn't keep up with Xiao Jun's organ failure. What to do, what to do? Xianxia's mind was in a daze. Am I going to die? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Jun kept coughing up blood. He said with difficulty, "It's a pity that I cough. I can't avenge Master. Otherwise, don't talk. I told you to shut up. Why can't you shut your mouth forever?" Xianxia's eyes were red with anxiety. "Don't die. Don't die. Xiao Jun, you bastard. Don't die." Xianxia felt powerless all over. He had to face this kind of helpless scene again. It was as if Xiang Zhonghua had died beside him and Shen Liang had died in his arms. His mind was buzzing with noise, and he was already in a state of chaos. "I'll do it." Suddenly, a white figure landed beside Xianxia. Xianxia looked up and was overjoyed. It was Shi Beihong. He scolded himself for being stupid. His current situation was different from in Nether Lightning Prison. The nature sect's elders were all here. Xianxia hurriedly moved aside, while Shi Beihong placed his right hand on Xiao Jun's chest. An incomparably surging power of the Nine Purities Universe technique instantly wrapped around Xiao Jun's entire body. Shi Beihong was a half-sage. His Nine Purities Cosmos skill could not be compared to Xianxia's. Xiao Jun's face immediately turned red, and his broken ribs were slowly pulled back from his body. Don't worry, I can heal him within 2 hours. Shi Beihong glanced at Xianxia and said, if you don't want to disappoint Xiao Jun, then deal with the match wholeheartedly. I'll bring Xiao Jun back first. Yes, thank you, Elder. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xiao Jun has already joined our Howren sect, I have an obligation to save him, said Shi Beihong. Shi Beihong wrapped his Yuan Qi around Xiao Jun and flew back to his mountain peak. After seeing that Xiao Jun's life was safe, Yuan Meng heaved a sigh of relief and said, this brat is usually so annoying, but now that I see him in such a state, I'm actually a little flustered. Xianxia said, he is safe. You must not be affected. Ever since the three of us prepared to fight against the profound sky sect, I've already prepared for the worst. Yuan Meng patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, it's not me that should worry about, but you. All right, now it's just the two of us. I'm on the stage. Yuan Meng comforted Xianxia and flew towards the battlefield. On the other side, another round of drawing of lots began in the direction of the profound sky sect. The result of the drawing of lots made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. Yuan Meng's opponent was actually Yu Donghai. How could this be? Xianxia stared blankly at Yu Donghai. He did not expect this result. The spectators were also stunned. The battle just now had already made them tremble with fear. And the result of this next match was even worse. Yu Donghai, the number 1 expert of the 7 tigers of the southern domain, had actually appeared. The sturdy Yu Donghai, who was 3 meters tall, walked over with dragon and tiger strides. He shook the bamboo slip in his hand and said, Yuan Meng, I didn't expect that I would pick a fight with you at this time. It's really unexpected. Yu Donghai crushed the bamboo swab and casually threw it on the ground, saying, with my strength, I should have been the last one to appear. But since I've chosen to fight you, I'll go all out. The 2 strong men stood face to face. Their figures and auras formed 2 powerful pressures that collided with each other. Before the 2 of them could even fight, there were already strong winds blowing in the open space of the battlefield. East China Sea. Yuan Meng nodded. You and I are the 7 tigers of the southern domain, but we didn't have a chance to fight. Today is the most suitable opportunity. Yu Donghai untied his black cloak calmly and said, to be honest, your talent is precious. I don't want to kill you today. I believe that you will become one of my junior brothers in the future. Yuan Meng laughed loudly. Do you really think I will join the profound sky sect? Yu Donghai shrugged. I don't know. Come on. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not Xiao Jun. I don't have that much leisure to have a pre-match chat with you. Yuan Meng didn't dare to be careless. The moment he came up, he immediately executed the 3rd transformation, 100 refinements fire gold. His entire body had turned purple and golden, and his fierce Yuan Qi was constantly spreading. As you wish. Yu Donghai threw the cloak out and said, please fight. Xianxia's heart was beating violently, and he was constantly muttering in his heart, Yuan Meng must not die. Xianxia had personally experienced Yu Donghai's strength and was definitely not simple. On the battlefield, Yuan Meng roared. The Yuan Qi beneath his feet exploded, pushing his entire body into a rolling purple-gold giant, charging towards Yu Donghai fiercely. Don't you need to burn steel? Yu Donghai raised his leg and stepped on Yuan Meng's shoulder with his right foot. Immediately after, there was a boom. That Yu Donghai actually used one leg to trample Yuan Meng, who was charging, to the ground. A large circle of smoke and dust spread out in all directions. Everyone present was dumbfounded. That was Yuan Meng. It was Yuan Meng whose physical fitness could be said to be peerless at the same age. Yuan Meng who smashed Yilantian into powder. He was actually stomped on the ground by Yu Donghai. Roar! Yuan Meng was firmly stepped on the ground, His throat let out a roar. The yuan qi in his body burned into flames, struggling desperately to stand up. But Yu Donghai easily stepped on Yuan Meng's shoulder, making Yuan Meng unable to move. "I'm very sincere." Yu Donghai looked down at Yuan Meng condescendingly and said, "But you don't respect me enough. What I want is the form of burning steel, not this fragile purple-gold body." Yu Donghai kicked Yuan Meng and sent him flying. He kicked Yuan Meng into an afterimage and shot into the distance. At the same time, Yu Donghai's body flashed and he surpassed Yuan Meng with a whoosh. His body swayed and his heavy foot knocked Yuan Meng down. The instant Yuan Meng landed, Yu Donghai transformed into a beam of strong light in the air and landed vertically. He landed one step ahead of time. He twisted his body half a circle and kicked Yuan Meng flying horizontally. Yuan Meng was kicked to a 90-degree fold line, from falling vertically to flying wildly against the ground. Yu Donghai still did not use his hands. He put his hands behind his back and bowed slightly. With a boom, he shot out. He stepped on Yuan Meng's back and stepped on the ground again. Yu Donghai put his hands behind his back and said, "Aren't you going to use all your strength? Then I won't stand on ceremony." As he spoke, Yu Donghai exerted force under his feet. Kacha. Kacha, the strength of Yu Donghai's feet, had cracked Yuan Meng's golden back. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. If Yuan Meng lost again, then only Xiang Nan was left. "You want to see me use burning steel?" Yuan Meng said in a deep voice. Yu Donghai raised his foot and said, "Please." Yuan Meng got up and patted the dust on his body. "Before using the burning steel, I want to ask for a Tier 4 spirit cleansing pill to keep my rationality." "Do you agree?" he said. "That's the best." Yu Donghai laughed loudly. "I know that your burning steel form will lose its rationality, and that will affect your judgment." "I agree," Xian Qingzhu announced. After negotiation, both sides agreed that Yuan Meng would ask for a Tier 4 spirit cleansing pill and pass. Yuan Meng turned into a beam of bright light and arrived in the direction of the Starcy sect. He cupped his fists and said, "Master!" In the crowd of the Starcy sect, an elder stood up and threw a porcelain bottle at Yuan Meng, saying, "This Tier 4 clear spirit pill can only allow you to maintain your rationality in the form of burning steel for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, regardless of the outcome, you must immediately dissolve the form of burning steel. Otherwise, you are likely to threaten the lives of the audience." "Yes, disciple understands." Yuan Meng bowed to his master and flew back to Yu Donghai. The two burly men stood opposite each other. This scene caused the audience to look forward to it. This was the strongest battle between experts since the start of the sect ranking tournament. One was the strongest of the 7 tigers in the southern domain, and the other was the 4th strongest. "Please." Yu Donghai nodded. Yuan Meng pulled open the cork of the porcelain bottle, poured out a green pill, and swallowed it in one mouthful. "All right, come on." Yuan Meng took a few steps back. He shook his body and his entire body suddenly turned red. His height skyrocketed to an astonishing 7 meters tall. There was a fiery red flame flowing in his body like a liquid. The surface of his body was like a body made of burning steel. The audience immediately cheered. This was the burning steel form that Yuan Meng had killed Yi Lantian with his bare hands. "This is the moment we're waiting for." Yu Donghai shook his shoulders and immediately rushed towards Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng roared as his huge body exploded forward, and his thick arms sliced through the sky with a punch. Boom! Yu Donghai's heavy punch collided with Yuan Meng's heavy punch. At that moment, an incomparably ferocious shockwave exploded at the junction of their fists. The shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield area, causing the spectators on the 4 mountains to blow their long hair all over the place. In the raging shockwaves, Yuan Meng's left hand went to pinch Yu Donghai's right wrist, while Yu Donghai extended his left hand and pinched Yuan Meng's left hand together. The two of them grabbed each other's left arms. This time, no one could escape from each other. They had to engage in close combat. "Tianyu, the Lightspeed Fist!" Yuan Meng shouted loudly. His right fist suddenly turned into a beam of intense light and smashed directly into Yu Donghai's chest. In an instant, it went back and forth nearly 100 times. The light from the fist formed a continuous beam due to the short-distance high-speed jab. At the same time, Yu Donghai also waved his right arm. Because of his height disadvantage, he could only take the initiative to approach Yuan Meng and hit Yuan Meng with his fist. Fire C, Jiao Yu. The burning flames all over Yu Donghai's body. The Yuan Qi on his fist exploded and turned into a faint flood dragon. The flood dragon's entire body was Yu Donghai's right arm. His fist exploded with raging flames and smashed into Yuan Meng's chest. Rumble, 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 rumble. The two of them grabbed each other's left hands and used the most powerful close combat method to smash each other's bodies. This scene caused all the spectators to stand up. Everyone felt the burning hot blood in their bodies, and countless people howled loudly. The two of them grabbed each other's arms as they continuously punched each other's bodies. The two of them kept moving from east to west, and then from west to south. Yuan Meng was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. But Yu Donghai's mouth was actually covered in traces of blood. In contrast, Yu Donghai was even more powerful than Yuan Meng's burning steel form. Shit, he was actually suppressed by Yu Donghai. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Yuan Meng had already desperately released the ignition steel form. He couldn't even force out Yu Donghai's demonic body? On the battlefield, the collision between the two ferocious beasts had already turned white-hot. It even gave off the illusion that the entire island was shaking. Yuan Meng raised his right hand and roared, "Tianyu, light burst fist." He raised his fist high and condensed a ball of origin energy light. The ball of light instantly expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. The ball of light instantly compressed again, from 10 meters to 1 meter in size. Immediately after, his ball of light exploded again to 10 meters, and then it continued to compress into 2 meters, then exploded again and then compressed to 3 meters. After compressing the ball of light 10 times in a row until it reached a diameter of 10 meters, the brightness of the ball of light was already similar to that of a blazing sun. The spectators on the island could no longer see anything clearly. In front of them was a fierce white light. Furthermore, the audience in Stargazing City couldn't see clearly that the super-condensed Yuan Qi ball on Yuan Meng's fist was far brighter than the sensitivity of the eagle eye. Heavens! How powerful is this punch? Countless people cried out in shock. At the same time, Yu Donghai raised his right fist and shouted, "Fire sea, ice plains, hurricane, poisonous wood, earth." Yu Donghai had 7 extreme talents. His 7 talents had already been linked to the 5 elements of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 attributes of Yuan Qi gathered on Yu Donghai's fist at the same time. "It's broken." Seeing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Sea of fire, ice plains, hurricanes, poison wood, earth. This is my own martial skill. Xianxia's eyes turned red. This was a move he had created in his previous life based on his heavenly spirit 5 meridians. Naturally, Xianxia knew exactly how powerful this punch was. He knew that Yuan Meng was in danger. Heaven splitting! Yu Donghai shouted loudly. The 5 attributes of Yuan Qi gathered together, producing an unexpected change. Yu Donghai's right arm actually had a pair of colorful wings, and his entire arm was like a living phoenix. Yuan Meng's thunderstorm fist smashed into Yu Donghai's chest with unimaginable power. As for Yu Donghai's right arm, under the flapping of the phoenix's wings, it also contained the heaven-destroying and earth-destroying finger force, exploding on Yuan Meng's chest. The moment the two of them hit each other, Xian Qingzhu immediately sprinkled a ray of light. The light formed a 4-sided star-shaped light screen that enveloped the battlefield and the 4 Spirits Mountain. Hoo! An unstoppable shockwave appeared. The shockwave swept across the entire island when it was exclusive. Because of the barrier of light, neither the battlefield nor the 4 Spirits Mountain were seriously injured. However, the ocean around the island was actually filled with rage. Instantly, endless seawater sprayed into the sky, turning the azure sky into an ocean blue sky. It was as if the entire endless sea had flown into the sky. Looking at the battlefield, the strong light dissipated, and everyone was finally able to clearly see the scene on the battlefield. 2 figures flew to the left and right, and exploded in the depths of the forest at the same time. A large number of giant trees were uprooted by the tremors, and flames soared into the sky. Yu Donghai and Yuan Meng collapsed at the same time. The place where the two of them fell was blasted open. Yuan Meng was lying in a pool of blood and had fainted. The burning steel skin on his body had shattered inch by inch and turned into a black-gray mass on the ground. Yu Donghai shook his head forcefully and staggered to his feet again. When he saw Yuan Meng's situation in the distance, he raised his right hand and let out an angry roar that shook the 9 heavens. Yu Donghai won. It's over. It's all over now. The scene was in a mess, especially the Starcy sect, which was in a panic. Yuan Meng's master simply couldn't believe what he saw. He was shocked and said, "Even Yu Donghai's hidden strength can't be forced out of the flaming steel form." The elders of the 6 great sects all sighed. When they saw such a powerful confrontation and loneliness in such an unexpected manner, it could be said that all the elders had tasted the feeling of despair. That Yu Donghai was actually so strong. How could this kind of competition continue? Do you still need to ask about the result of the match? No one could stop Yu Donghai. Yuan Meng, how are you? Xiang Nan immediately rushed into the battlefield and pulled Yuan Meng up. Xian Qingzhu looked down at Xiang Nan condescendingly and said, "Xiang Nan, I haven't announced the end of the match yet." Xiang Nan coldly looked at Xian Qingzhu and said, "Yuan Meng has fainted. He has lost his fighting ability." Xian Qingzhu said, "How about Yuan Meng? It's not your turn to draw a conclusion. This is my job." Xian Qingzhu. Xiang Nan angrily gritted his teeth. "What exactly do you want?" Xian Qingzhu was suddenly stunned. She suddenly felt a familiar smell from Xiang Nan's resolute gaze. This gaze seemed to be familiar. That gaze made Xian Qingzhu feel a trace of guilt hidden in the depths of his soul. He suddenly felt a gentle pain. Yu Donghai had already flown over lightly. He was prepared to take down Yuan Meng in one fell swoop and directly kill Yuan Meng here. At this moment, Xian Qingzhu suddenly announced, "In this battle, Yu Donghai won." "Master!" Yu Donghai was stunned. He used his eyes to ask Xian Qingzhu why he had let Yuan Meng off the hook. Xian Qingzhu was a little distracted. She waved her hand and said, "There's no need to say more. That's it." Yes. Yu Donghai had no choice but to bow to Xian Qingzhu and fly back to the foot of his mountain. Xian Qingzhu looked at Xiang Nan's back and was puzzled. Is it an illusion? If so, this illusion had already appeared many times. Ever since she first met Xiang Nan, she had a faint feeling that Xiang Nan was very similar to Bai Mukin in some respects. What was similar was not his appearance, but the intense look in Xiang Nan's eyes. Could it be that there really are 2 people in this world who look so similar? Xian Qingzhu lowered his head and pondered. Even she did not know why she would let Yuan Meng off the hook. She only felt that doing so would make up for the guilt in her heart. At this point, the sect ranking tournament entered a pause. It was a suspension from the 6 great sections. The elders of the 6 sects gathered in a circle. "Brother Beihong, I think this competition will be like this." An elder from the primordial chaos sect side. Sure, Beihong said, "Why did you say that?" An elder from the Starcy sect said, "I don't think the match needs to continue anymore. If we continue fighting, there will be 100 dangers without any benefits. Xiang Nan has persisted until now. Your Haoran sect is already ranked 3rd in the new rankings of the 8 great sections. According to the rules of the ranking tournament, the Profound Sky sect was naturally the 1st place, the 2nd place was Feiyun sect, and Xiang Nan of the Haoran sect was the longest-standing 3rd place, while the Starcy sect was the 4th place, and the Profound Nether sect represented by Feng Xian, who had retired halfway, was the 5th place. Next was Shen Liang, who had died from the Primordial Chaos sect. The Primordial Chaos sect was ranked 6th, the Azure Underworld sect 7th, and the 8th Divine Feather, yes. An Azure Underworld sect elder said, "As long as Xiang Nan doesn't win the championship, he won't be able to change the ranking. However, if he continues to fight, he will meet Yu Donghai sooner or later. At that time, if he fails, not only will he be unable to change the ranking order, our 6 great sects will also lose this good seedling, Xiang Nan." Sure, Beihong was moved. He was an elder of the Haoran sect, and he was even more reluctant to lose Xiangnan. This is the end of the matter. We can only do this. Shi Beihong nodded. Right at this moment, 3 messengers suddenly flew into the beast soul path from the sea and landed on Xiangnan, Yuan Meng, and Xiao Jun's hands. The contents of the 3 people's messages were exactly the same. They were all sent by Feng Xian, and the contents were: stalling the match at all costs. Delaying the match? Xiangnan was slightly stunned as he thought to himself, could Feng Xian really have found some evidence? Yuan Meng was still unconscious, so he naturally couldn't see the contents of the message. Xiao Jun only sighed while holding the message and mocked himself. Even if I want to delay the match, I don't have the qualifications. At this moment, Elder Shi Beihong suddenly said loudly, after many discussions, I, the challenger, have decided that the competition will be completely terminated. The moment these words were spoken, they immediately caused a huge uproar. The spectators at the scene and star-gazing city exploded. What? Terminate the match? The challenger admits defeat. Didn't they have another Xiangnan? Could it be that they wouldn't fight like this? I feel that their decision is very clear. They only have 1 Xiangnan left. As for the challenge side represented by the Profound Sky sect, they still have 29 experts. That's right, not to mention whether Xiangnan can defeat those 29 people, but in his own words, he has to play 9 highly intense matches a day. This is not something an ordinary person can endure. Bullshit. Can the match be terminated just like that? I still want to see the final match. Most of the audience held unforgivable attitudes. Even those who defended the Haoran sect had a mocking attitude. As for the disciples of the 6 great sects, they chose to be more understanding. It's already very rare for Xiangnan to persevere until now. Yes, he has done everything he can for the sect ranking tournament. On Beast Spirit Island, Xian Qingzhu looked in Shi Beihong's direction and said, have you already discussed it? Shi Beihong nodded. We've already discussed this. This is the decision of the 6 great sections. All right then, Xian Qingzhu said. Then I declare. Stop! A voice suddenly interrupted Xian Qingzhu. Everyone looked at Xiangnan in unison. Xiangnan raised his right hand and said, I haven't given up on the game. Xiangnan. Shi Beihong frowned and said, you have to put the overall situation first. Have you forgotten how you persuaded Xiao Jun? When it's time to let go, you have to learn to let go. There's no point fighting any longer. It's just that it increases your chances of dying for no reason. An elder from the Primordial Chaos sect also persuaded, Xiangnan, you have proven yourself, but you must learn to recognize your own strength. Didn't you not see Yu Donghai and Yuan Meng fighting? Xiangnan shook his head. I don't think I will fail. Since Feng Xian asked Xiangnan to delay the match, Xiangnan had to do his best to continue the match. He chose to believe Feng Xian, especially since he didn't think he would lose. Yuan Meng is Yuan Meng, Xiangnan is Xiangnan. Xiangnan, even the elders of the Starsea sect wanted to persuade Xiangnan. Xiangnan waved his hand and interrupted the elder. I appreciate the elder's kindness. I know you don't want me to be in danger, but I still dare to continue the match. Seeing that Xiangnan was unwilling to waver, Shi Beihong flew to Xiangnan's side and said earnestly, Xiangnan, there's no point in continuing. You definitely can't beat Yu Donghai. Since you know that, it would be futile to try any harder. As long as you can't win the championship, our Haoran sect will still be ranked 3rd. This will not change anything. No, Xiangnan said. I insist on my idea. I can defeat Yu Donghai. Xiangnan. Shi Beihong suddenly became angry and said, you are not a person who doesn't care about the overall situation. If you die, it will seriously damage the morale of our Haoran sect. Do you understand? Yu Donghai will definitely not let you off. Do I need him to let me go? Elder, why are we participating in the sect ranking tournament? Could it be that we are only participating in the sect ranking tournament to get a higher position in the 8 great sects? Xiangnan said angrily. That's because the Profound Sky sect wants to recruit all the geniuses in the entire southern domain. We came to participate in the competition in order to smash their plan. That's based on the premise that you can defeat Yu Donghai. Shi Beihong frowned and said, I can defeat him. Xianxia said, you are no match for him. He defeated Yuan Meng and didn't even release the demon body. Shi Beihong said. Xianxia said resolutely, whether I am his opponent or not, I know that even if I die in battle, I will die on the battlefield instead of being humiliated to death by the people of the world. After saying that, Xianxia ignored Shi Beihong. He strode towards the battlefield and said loudly, I didn't give up the match. Only I can decide whether to admit defeat or not. Xiangxia's decision caused a new round of discussion among the audience. Some people think that Xianxia doesn't know what's good for him and is too stubborn. But Xianxia knew what he insisted on in his heart. Xian Qingzhu said, indeed, if the contestant does not choose to admit defeat, then no one can help him make this decision. Since Xianxia believes that he can continue fighting, then the sect ranking tournament will continue. Today's 3 rounds of battles, a total of 9 matches, have come to an end. Let's continue tomorrow. According to Xiangxia's special situation, I have decided to adjust the number of matches per day back to 8 battles. That night, everyone ran over to persuade Xiangxia. Even the disciples of the Haoran sect believed that it was the best choice to end the competition now. Even you think so? Xiangxia looked at Murong Wanqing. Then Murong Wanqing said, I respect your decision. If you want to continue fighting, I will cheer for you. Yes. Xiangxia nodded and said, I didn't see you wrong. Xiao Nan. Zhang Yunfan walked over and patted Xiangxia on the shoulder. I hope you don't get angry with the elders. They don't want to make things difficult for you, nor do they want you to make a fool of yourself. They love you too much and are afraid that you will die in battle. Senior brother Yunfan, I understand. Xiangxia nodded. Zhang Yunfan said, you are now the brightest star of our nature sect. If the nature sect really loses you, it will greatly damage our nature sect's Yuan Qi. To be honest, there are no outsiders now. Let me ask you, how confident are you in defeating Yu Donghai? Xiangxia thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I can't judge myself, because I haven't seen Yu Donghai's demonic body yet. If I estimate it myself, the outcome will be roughly 50 to 50. 50 to 50? Everyone was shocked. Xiangxia's judgment was overestimating himself. In the eyes of others, a 10% chance of Xiangxia winning was amazing. However, no one was willing to offend others with such words. The next day, the competition continued. In the Profound Sky sect, there were 29 experts preparing to fight. 2 of them had won yesterday and stayed behind. As for the challenger, only Xiangxia was left. Although some people felt that Xiangxia overestimated himself, felt that Xiangxia did not know the depth of things, and felt that he did not understand the heavens and earth, he was an extremely arrogant brat. However, this did not affect everyone's anticipation of the upcoming battle. Can a person hold up a match? This was a great feat if Xiangxia really succeeded. He would leave behind a rich and colorful mark in the martial arts history of the Southern Domain. The so-called sect ranking tournament had now become a one-man battle. Xiangxia flew straight to the battlefield. He carried the huge saber on his shoulder. Since he was the only one left, he didn't even need to draw lots. No matter what kind of stupid and arrogant reputation Xiangxia carried, the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, the moment he revealed his weapon, everyone present, as well as the entire star-gazing city, shouted Xiangxia's name loudly. Stupid or reckless, but without a doubt, he was an iron-boned man. He was a true martial artist. He was worthy of the sacred meaning given to him by the word martial artist. The Haoran sect also supported Xiangxia again and gave Xiangxia a shocking call. Since Xiangxia had already decided to compete, the Haoran sect could only support him unconditionally. As the sea breeze blew, Xiangxia's clothes swayed. Although tens of millions of people I go. Xiang Namping raised his saber and pointed it in the direction of the Heavenly Profound sect. He shouted loudly, Heavenly Profound sect, come and fight. When he shouted these words, the emotions of all the spectators watching the sect ranking tournament instantly rose to the highest level in history. Their blood boiled and burned. 29. There are 29 left. As long as I defeat these 29, I will win. Xianxia took a deep breath and said to himself. In the direction of the profound sky sect, a burly man jumped over. When this person saw his temperament, he was someone from the night demon realm. The burly man was 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging high, and he possessed an astonishing level of the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The strong man said to Xianxia, "My target has always been Yuan Meng. Unfortunately, Yuan Meng was overthrown by that brat from the East China Sea. I can only take a step back and find you to vent my anger. Do you want to die or live?" Xianxia placed his saber in front of him and said, "If you want to die, I will do my best to kill you. If you want to live, I will try my best to leave you a path of survival." The burly man laughed loudly. "I was going to kill you, so you don't have to be so polite to me." "Understood." Xianxia nodded. "But you think too highly of yourself to say such things." The burly man strode towards Xianxia. As he walked, his body began to grow from 3 meters tall to 3.5 meters tall. Unbreakable golden body? Xianxia immediately saw through the strong man's martial skill. The sturdy man nodded. "That's right. The golden body is unbreakable. The 7th great perfection." Xianxia distributed the golden body unbreakable to the various sections. It wasn't too surprising that the night demon could obtain the golden body unbreakable art. "Come, let me personally end this match." The burly man's Yuan Qi was stirred up, and he sprinted forward to catch up with him, smashing his heavy punch towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia's body trembled and he immediately used the true dragon force. His golden body could not break through the 10th level. The strong man's physical strength was 8 times stronger than Xianxia's, while his physical strength was 11 times stronger. Boom! The sturdy man took the lead in smashing his fist towards Xianxia with absolute height advantage. As for Xianxia's high platform saber, it actually blocked the strong man's heavy punch with a clang. The entire audience was gasping for breath. The strength of that strong man's body was probably not below Yuan Meng's. His innate physical strength, coupled with an increase of 8 times, must have surpassed Xianxia's. However, Xianxia was actually able to withstand it. "What a strong Yuan Qi!" The burly man gasped excitedly. "Are you able to resist my attack with this kind of Yuan Qi?" "But my Yuan Qi is not necessarily weaker than yours." The strong man's Yuan Qi increased explosively. His Yuan Qi was very strange. It actually formed small Qi snakes that revolved around his body. The strength of the strong man's Yuan Qi immediately increased by leaps and bounds, increasing by 4 to 5 times in an instant. He grabbed Xianxia's huge saber and swung it with both hands, sending Xianxia flying. The moment Xianxia was sent flying, he slashed the giant saber fiercely onto the strong man's shoulder. Clang! The burly man knelt on one knee after being hacked. He roared and turned his body to Xianxia, launching an explosive charge. Xianxia's right foot hooked onto the ground and stabbed the giant saber into the ground, followed by a move of the Azure Dragon out to sea. Thunder exploded, and a phantom of the Azure Dragon's head appeared behind Xianxia. Boom! The two of them didn't use any combat skills at all. They just clashed head-on. The burly man was directly sent flying by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia drew his saber and slashed, causing a huge crescent blade light to soar into the sky and shoot towards the burly man who flew up. Roar! The burly man roared violently. His body exploded again, turning into a fire bull. Boom! The violent saber slash struck the strong man, but it was unable to break through his defense. Purgatory-level demon body. Xianxia frowned. Not only did this strong man cultivate the golden body that could not break through the 7th layer, he also cultivated the demon body. Ha 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 ha! The burly man laughed wildly as he turned into a lava flame and charged towards Xianxia. Yang Flame Saber Technique, 3rd Stance. Xianxia raised his great saber high into the air, and a 50-meter-long saber light shot into the sky. Aside from the saber light, there was a Qi dragon slowly circling around. I also have martial skills, the burly man roared. Fire soars into the sky. Behind the burly man, the phantom of a barbaric bull appeared. Boom! The giant saber light collided with the strong man. The saber light was actually shattered by the strong man's unimaginable physical strength. The burly man himself was blasted backwards by the blade light. Xianxia took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "We must conserve our vitality. There are still 7 battles to be fought." After the strong man landed on the ground, he actually rushed towards Xianxia without any injuries. He roared, "With my Yuan Qi resistance, your Yuan Qi strength won't work at all." In order to defeat the strong man, he had to use the Sun God technique. However, using the Sun God technique was too easy to backfire. There were still 7 battles left. If the enemies behind were to possess the body of a demon, it would really be difficult to deal with. Xianxia was prepared to keep the Sun Shin technique for a rainy day. It's time to use this move. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The burly man charged forward like a flame and instantly arrived at Xianxia. He used the power of heaven and earth destruction to give Xianxia the most violent collision. Xianxia made an unexpected move. He actually stabbed the giant saber into the ground, and at the same time, his left hand swiftly extended out, pushing the shoulder that the burly man had smashed towards him, and at the same time, his right hand clenched his fist. "What? He wants to fight with his fists," the audience exclaimed. "This brat must be crazy. That big fellow has a golden body that can't be broken. He has a double body bonus with the body of a demon. Even Yuan Meng would have to release flaming steel if he wanted to defeat this kind of person." The battle took place in an instant, and when the spectators shouted in alarm, the results were already out. Just as Xianxia was about to be sent flying, a layer of white lightning suddenly wrapped around his right hand. Burning thunder, secondary light fist. Xiangxia's right arm suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, and then the bolt of lightning exploded on the burly man's shoulder. At the same time, the burly man's entire body was blasted apart. The burly man's body was blasted into radial pieces of flesh and bones, spraying out in a fan-shaped manner, and even spraying onto the distant sea surface. Xiangxia's right arm was also crippled. The bones of his entire right arm were broken inch by inch. His flesh and blood split apart and he ferociously rolled out. Half of his clothes were immediately stained with red blood. The audience was dumbfounded and didn't even know how to react. Xiangxia's fist, supported by the white flame lightning, struck the strong man at the speed of sublight, causing such an astonishing result. The speed of sublight? What kind of damn concept was that? How destructive was this punch? Xianxia lowered his crippled right arm and flew towards the foot of his mountain without hesitation. My God! I've really seen a ghost. This punch is the real speed of light punch. Xiao Jun was dumbfounded. Quick, hurry up and treat Xianxia. He only has 10 minutes to rest. Yuan Meng roared loudly. Shi Beihong had already flown down. After welcoming Xianxia, he immediately used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to treat Xiangxia's right arm. Xianxia, I underestimated you. Shi Beihong also looked at Xianxia with shock and said sincerely. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I can hold on. Shi Beihong said, that punch of yours is purely aimed at generating a high explosive force at a high speed. But this method is also very harmful to you. It's already a great fortune that you can still keep this arm. Yes, thank you for reminding me, Elder. I know what to do. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia only used 20% of his Yuan Qi to attack, 20% to attack, and 80% to protect his arm. If he increased the Yuan Qi of his attack to 50%, then there would only be 50% left to protect his arm. Doing so would allow him to reach the critical point of attack and self-destruction. At that time, the enemy would die, and Xiangxia's arm would explode into ashes. Therefore, his current limit was to increase the strength of the secondary light fist's Yuan Qi to 40%. Fortunately, although Xiangxia's right arm was crippled, it was still intact. It took Shi Beihong less than 5 minutes to recover. 10 minutes later, Xianxia appeared again. The crowd applauded like a tsunami. When Xianxia leapt onto the battlefield, he likewise raised his saber and said, "Heavenly profound sect, come and fight." 28 more. A gloomy-faced man flew over from the other side. This man also had the cultivation of the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Xianxia did not intend to use the little azure dragon to fight. That would greatly consume his Yuan Qi. He didn't know what kind of opponent he would encounter next, so he had to preserve his Yuan Qi. That meant that he could only end the battle with the smallest price and the fastest speed. The gloomy man was silent. He did not have any conversation with Xianxia. Instead, he threw a dark green pill into his mouth as soon as he came up. When Xianxia saw the pill, he knew that it was a poison pill. Someone actually swallowed the poison pill on the spot. This was something Xianxia hadn't expected. After the gloomy man swallowed the poison pill, his Yuan Qi instantly became violent. All of you pursue physical strength, while I specialize in Yuan Qi. The gloomy man finally spoke. He raised his right hand high into the air and turned into a 50-meter-long spear of light that shot towards Xianxia. The strength of the Yuan Qi contained in that spear was truly terrifying. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and slashed at the light spear. However, the light spear was not shattered. Instead, it continued to suppress Xianxia and push Xianxia backwards. Xianxia let out a low shout, and his Yuan Qi immediately burned, turning into 12 times the intensity of thunder and lightning flames. Boom! The spear of light exploded. The gloomy man smiled ferociously and threw another poison pill into his mouth. After swallowing the poison pill, his entire face turned pitch black. And his Yuan Qi had actually increased explosively once again. It had more than tripled. Even the poison pill's intensity caused a dazed skull shape to appear above the gloomy man's head. Xianxia took a flash step and directly approached the gloomy man. If he wanted to defeat an expert specializing in Yuan Qi, close combat was the best choice. However, the gloomy man pushed his hands horizontally. He poured out a massive amount of Yuan Qi, turning it into a wave. The wave's coverage formed a fan and completely covered the moving area of Xianxia. The flash shadow step was not an extremely profound movement technique. The speed was very fast, but its power was limited. Once he encountered the unavoidable tide, Xianxia was pushed out by it. "I got you." The gloomy man raised his right hand and a highly condensed spear of light shot towards Xianxia. His attack was seamlessly connected. When the tide pushed out of Xianxia, the spear of light had already reached the tip of Xianxia's nose. Xianxia immediately condensed his fire origin energy to form a barrier. With a bang, the barrier formed by the flames and lightning was shattered by the spear of light, and the spear of light was also shattered. Not enough. The gloomy man quickly took out a pure black poison pill and swallowed it. The poison pill caused his skin to turn a strange pale green color, and a large amount of foul-smelling mucus seeped out from his skin. And his Yuan Qi had actually tripled. "Is this cheating?" Xiao Jun shouted. That brat's Yuan Qi is not comparable to Xianxia's. However, he swallowed the pills to poison himself and achieved the effect of stimulating Yuan Qi. Yuan Meng frowned and said, "What I'm even more curious about is how that brat was poisoned by the continuous poison pills. Logically speaking, he should have already died from the poison." On the battlefield, Xianxia also found this scene inconceivable. He looked at the gloomy man with a serious expression and threw dozens of saber rays at the man. He followed the saber rays and wanted to get close to the gloomy man. The gloomy man raised his hands high up, and a meteor shower of light spears appeared in the sky. Large amounts of light spears swung towards Xianxia. Yin and Yang are useless. Xianxia drew a circle with both hands, and a huge diagram of the 8 trigrams formation appeared. That massive amount of light spear was swallowed by the 8 trigrams diagram, and then, as Xianxia pushed it out, the massive amount of light spear was reflected out. The gloomy man was greatly shocked. He hurriedly raised his hands again and condensed hundreds of light spears to shoot towards Xianxia. The 2 spears of light collided violently, as if the meteor showers from both directions had suddenly met. The gloomy man took out a porcelain bottle with a panicked expression and was about to dig out another poison pill. Xianxia had already transformed into a beam of intense light and suddenly arrived. He raised his saber and the gloomy man's head was already flying in the sky. Xianxia didn't even take a glance at it before flying back to the foot of the mountain with the huge saber. Win another round. There were 27 more. A high-grade heavenly-grade yin-yang technique was depleting Xianxia's yuan qi very quickly. Fortunately, he only released this martial skill and didn't release any other superfluous martial skills to consume yuan qi. Within 10 minutes, Xianxia had activated the heavenly lightning to replenish the yuan qi he had consumed. Following that, he carried his saber and went up again. On the battlefield, Xianxia welcomed his third battle today. A handsome man with long hair and a shawl flew over. He said, "You." This person's realm was relatively ordinary, only at the 5th level of the heavenly yuan realm. However, the folding fan in his hand emitted a mysterious fluorescence. Xianxia didn't wait for him to say anything, but instead, he charged forward and slashed down with a huge saber. The handsome man frowned slightly. He raised his folding fan high, and with a clang, Xianxia was directly bounced back. What's going on? The audience was stunned. Xianxia clutched his numb shoulders and was a little shocked. The power he slashed out had actually perfectly bounced back. There was not the slightest bit of waste. It was the same as when the saber slashed out. He had actually withstood his own attack power. Looking at the handsome man, he was completely unharmed. He only smiled and waved his folding fan, saying, "This is a beginner profound armament. Shen Bing." No wonder. Xianxia suddenly understood. The man said, "The fiercer you attack, the stronger my folding fan will rebound. Come on, attack me again." The man licked his lips excitedly. He let out a cry and flew towards Xianxia. He waved the folding fan in his hand. The folding fan suddenly swept out a ring of strong yuan qi light. This ring of intense light flew towards Xianxia, carrying an incomparable cutting force. Xianxia hurriedly raised his body and dodged. At the same time, he also used 12 times his physical strength to resist the ring of strong light. A ring of intense light slashed past Xianxia's stomach, and Xianxia's powerful yuan qi shield was actually split into two. It was so easily cut open. Hiss! The entire audience was filled with cold breaths. Damn it! Is the profound armament so powerful? This time Xianxia kicked an iron nail. His opponent relied on high-grade weapons to upgrade his combat strength. That's right, but where can I find a profound grade weapon? Any profound grade weapon can be used as a treasure for a second-grade sect. After Xianxia dodged the ring of light, he immediately rushed towards the man. "Come on, hit me." The man closed the folding fan and then opened it with a snap. In an instant, the folding fan became incomparably large, blocking the man behind him like a wall. No matter what kind of attack Xianxia launched, he would first hit the folding fan, and then he would have to withstand his own recoil. In everyone's eyes, that profound grade folding fan was something that Xianxia was unable to crack. He was afraid that it wouldn't even be able to use the light fist. However, Xianxia did not rush to the closest distance to the folding fan. He suddenly slowed down halfway, and behind him, an image of a Buddha appeared. Damn it! It's the phaseless tribulation finger. The elders of the profound sky sect panicked. The man looked at Xianxia curiously through the cracks in the folding fan's bones. "You're..." Xianxia raised his hand and a black finger force appeared. After that finger force struck the folding fan, the profound grade folding fan actually shattered into powder with a thud. "Ah!" The man was stunned, and then he jumped into a rage. "What did you do to my profound weapon?" Xianxia rushed forward with a whoosh. He swept his leg and swept the man to the ground. Then, he stepped on the man's neck and said condescendingly, "You want to die, you want to live." The man was so angry that his liver and gallbladder split apart. The profound weapon that he had managed to obtain was actually destroyed by Xianxia. I want to live. I admit defeat." The man sighed in despair amidst all the pain. Xianxia flew towards his mountain peak with the huge saber in his hand and muttered to himself, "So this is the limit of the tribulation-free finger. He had once used the phaseless tribulation finger to attack the dead sword, but with a few successive fingers, he could only make the dead sword unable to withstand it and chose to surrender. However, the folding fan, which was also a beginner Shen weapon, was exploded with a single finger. Xianxia already knew that the Sword of the Dead was one of the most outstanding elementary profound weapons. In other words, the phaseless tribulation finger could only destroy elementary profound weapons at most, but for intermediate profound weapons it would take a few more times. The audience was stunned. Not a single one of them was able to speak. What damn finger technique! He was actually able to point at the profound weapon explosion? All the elders of the Profound Sky sect revealed extremely greedy expressions. The phaseless tribulation finger, that was the phaseless tribulation finger that they had painstakingly pursued. After 10 minutes of midfield time, Xianxia took a short break and recovered the half-level he had lost. Then, he continued to participate in the third battle today. There were 26 other contestants on the other side. Xianxia flew to the battlefield, and a young man walked over. He was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. As soon as the man arrived, he immediately said to Xianxia, "I said that I want to live. Since you've helped your friend survive, you should respect our lives as well." Xianxia frowned and said, "That's what I'm doing right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked the first few people if they wanted to live. Of course, if you decide to kill me, I can't guarantee your life. That's fair." The so-called point-to-point was relative. Sometimes, if the two sides fought too fiercely, it would be very difficult for them to stop in time. The man nodded and said, "I understand. I just want to fight for it. If I admit defeat, please give me this time to surrender." Xianxia said, "Since you don't think you can win, why are you still fighting?" The man shrugged his shoulders and said, "All martial artists in the world know that adventuring in dangerous areas has a high probability of death, but they still went, didn't they? This sect ranking tournament is a chance to make a name for myself. Even if I lose in the end, as long as I perform well enough, I will still be famous, won't I?" Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. No wonder a few people had risked their lives to fight me. You, Yu Donghai, and Yuan Meng are the main characters in the sect ranking competition. We are just insignificant minor supporting characters." The man smiled. "But the minor supporting character also has a desire to shine. Even if I only have a 1% chance of defeating you, isn't that a windfall?" Xianxia carried the giant saber on his shoulder and said, "Didn't you use your words to delay for so long, just to buy time for your attack? I've been very cooperative in chatting with you. Now show me your abilities." The man rubbed his nose and said, "I didn't expect you to see through it." As he spoke, the man took out his right hand, which had been carried behind him. His right hand was a strange-shaped imprint. So you are a black tortoise dual cultivator. You are buying time to complete the seal." Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Very exciting. One-handed sealing requires a very deep talent in the profound Tao. It seems like you are a talent." "Exaggerated." The man smiled humbly. He raised his right hand and said, "Then, please stay where you are." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's right hand slid down, and a cage of light appeared without warning, covering Xianxia with a loud boom. Xianxia knocked on the light cage with his knife and said, "I can break this thing." "I know." The man nodded. His hands quickly formed hand seals and said, "That cage is also to buy time. It's just in case. If you don't chat with me, I'll put it down." As he spoke, the man finished sealing with both hands. He separated his hands and pushed forward at the same time, saying, "Spirit target." Xianxia had just blasted open the light cage 3 times in a row. At the same time, he lowered his head and saw that at some unknown time, a strange pattern had appeared on his chest. The pattern was a spiral shape that covered his entire chest. Even his robe could see the spiral shape. It was very similar to the target used by archers when they practiced archery. "Oh, is this thing used to lock onto me?" Xianxia asked. As he spoke, Xianxia did not stop. He already flew towards the man with his knife. The man said, "Yes, it's used to lock onto you. As he spoke, the man also patted himself. A spiral diagram appeared on his chest, but his spiral diagram was inverted, the exact opposite of Xiangnan's. This time, when Xiangnan flew 50 meters in front of the man, he suddenly felt an invisible impact force. At the same time, the man began to fly backwards. Was it an illusion? Xiangnan stopped moving and the man also stopped. As expected, the man also retreated when Xiangnan moved forward. The audience was puzzled and did not know what this scene meant. The man smiled and said, "The spirit target on your body and the spirit target on my body cannot be less than 50 meters apart. Otherwise, you will push me away." "So that's the case," Xiangnan suddenly realized. The man said, "Given your close combat ability at the speed of light, it's impossible for me to let you get close to me. I'm sorry." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Understood. But now you can admit defeat." "Why?" the man asked curiously. Xiangnan said, "Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the reason, but I will give you one last chance now. You'd better admit defeat. Otherwise you will die." The man shook his head and smiled. "I don't think so." Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "All right, I have fulfilled my promise, but you insisted on not listening. I can only send you on your way, because I can't guarantee that you will not die in my next move." As he spoke, Xiangnan bent his body, and a layer of dense electric arcs appeared around his body. The man smiled and said, "Are you going to transform into thunder and lightning? I've already observed it. There were signs before you transformed into thunder and lightning. But have you forgotten that you can't get within 50 meters of me?" "I didn't forget." The lightning on Xiangnan's body grew more and more violent. He said, "The reason why I didn't die when I reached the speed of sublight is because I can protect myself." "But what about you?" "Ah, you mean..." The man's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly wanted to take back the spirit target on his body, but it was already too late. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "I warned you." With that, Xiangnan suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot forward 100 meters at the speed of sublight. As Xiangnan flew forward, the man would be pushed back 100 meters at the same speed due to the effect of the spirit target. In other words, the speed at which the man was pushed away had also reached the speed of sublight. However, he did not possess the talent of a divine-grade lightning. There were only two crackling sounds of thunder. One was Xiangnan transforming into lightning and instantly landed on the ground. The other was the man being pushed to the speed of sublight. Because he was unable to withstand the strong friction, he instantly exploded. Seeing this scene, the audience felt their scalps go numb. No one thought that they could do this, but that Xiangnan thought of it. What a difference in a single thought. Elders shook their heads. The man was smart, but he wasn't smart enough. He missed a point, and in the end, this point cost him his life. "I didn't expect that this battle would be much simpler than I imagined." Xiangnan carried it and flew towards the foot of the mountain. In the sky, Shen Qingzhu shook his head and scolded the idiot in his heart, but he could only announce Xiangnan's victory on the spot. "Who?" Sitting at the foot of the mountain, Xiangnan immediately attracted thunder to replenish his exhausted essence. The lightning incarnation just now consumed about 1/5 of Xiangnan's essence. This method consumed a lot of yuan qi. If Xiangnan changed the distance of his incarnation to 200 meters, he would have to use more yuan qi to protect himself. He would probably lose more yuan qi. The battle just now made everyone understand one thing. Not only was Xiangnan very powerful, but his mind was also very smart. Originally, the man was going to use a spiritual target to resist Xiangnan, but Xiangnan was able to find a way to break it in a very short period of time. After resting for a while, Xiangnan flew into the battlefield for the next battle. The opponent still had 25 people, and this was the 5th battle today. Xiangnan slowly walked on the battlefield with his huge saber on his shoulder. "I want you to see for yourself that there is no better way out than to join the Profound Sky sect," he said. "I also want to show you how I defeated the Profound Sky sect by myself." The audience became restless. The disciple in the direction of the Profound Sky sect whispered, "What a madman! This brat is really mad to the point of speaking without end." "That's right. in front of all the martial artists in the world, praising this kind of sea mouth. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they failed? Then he's not afraid either. If he fails, it's very likely that he will be beaten to death. Will the dead be afraid of losing face? However, the audience did not care about this. They preferred to see a madman like Xianxia. Xianxia, come on. Xianxia, don't let us down. Fuck them. The audience shouted loudly. They were more likely to be motivated by the weaker side, and everyone was more willing to imagine themselves as Xianxia. He thought that fighting more and fighting less was nothing to be proud of, but winning more with less was the only way to make people even more excited. This time, a man with the strongest aura in history flew over from opposite Xianxia. This man looked rather ordinary and didn't seem to be famous. But the moment he came out, everyone became restless, including the elders of the 6 great sections. There was only one reason, and that was that this man was actually a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist. Hiss, the entire audience was filled with cold breaths. Heaven Scryer realm? Damn, am I wrong? A 20-year-old martial artist can reach the Heaven Scryer realm. The disciples of the 6 great sects were instantly thrown into chaos. Haha, there's a good show to watch now. The audience in Stargazing City stood up excitedly. The man landed 20 meters in front of Xianxia and said, "Zhang Feng." Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and gave his name. Holy shit. How are you going to fight? Xiao Jun's eyes widened. Xianxia is at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, but Zhang Feng is at the 1st level of the Heaven Scryer Realm. Yuan Meng's expression was gloomy and he didn't say a word. This was too surprising. No one expected that there was actually a heaven-peeping realm martial artist hiding in the sect ranking competition. Xianxia didn't think of this either. When he saw Zhang Feng, his heart sank. Then, he immediately used his lightning-like eyes to scan the fluctuations of Zhang Feng's vitality to see if he was really within 20 years of age. As a result, Xianxia made a new discovery. The fluctuations in Zhang Feng's vitality did indeed indicate that he had only lived for exactly 20 years, but his martial arts foundation was very fickle and not solid at all. Are you a person who has rushed to the next realm? Xianxia held onto the giant saber and said, in order to improve your cultivation, you have already risked everything. Zhang Feng nodded confidently. I swallowed a large amount of pills and consumed countless supplements. I went into seclusion from the age of 13 to 18 for 5 years. You poor martial artists can't enjoy this kind of treatment. I used all my time to improve my cultivation. I admit that my combat experience and martial arts foundation are not good enough, but I have a high realm. I am 5 levels higher than you, and you have no reason to defeat me. Is that so? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. In the sky, Xianxia said, Xianxia, do you need me to help you offset the suppression of your cultivation realm? Previous contestants have enjoyed this kind of treatment, and you have the same right. No need. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and said, you and I both know that I can easily win this match. Xianxia's eyes moved. You want to? Ha ha ha. Too arrogant. Zhang Feng raised his head and laughed. Do you know what the benefits of the realm are? Do you know that every time a martial artist rises a realm, their yuan qi content is 5 times that of the previous realm? I'm 5 levels higher than you. My yuan qi content is 3,100 times more than yours. Hearing this, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Yuan qi could indeed be calculated in this way. Only when Zhang Feng suggested it did everyone feel that the difference in cultivation realms brought about such a huge disadvantage. More importantly, Zhang Feng smiled confidently. I'm already at the Heaven Scryer realm. I have astral qi. Yuan qi and astral qi are different. A martial artist's qi could be divided into several stages, from weather to yuan qi, and then to astral qi. As for the aura, it was beautified by the masses as the power of the heavens. In fact, the aura and the power of the heavens were the same thing. Xianxia swung his hand and hacked out a blade light. As for Zhang Feng, he raised his hand and casually condensed a thin shield of astral qi with his astral qi. As a result, the instant the blade light struck the astral qi shield, Peng's voice exploded, while the astral qi shield remained intact. Zhang Feng walked towards Xiang Nan. He pointed with his right hand, and a strand of Dipper Chi suddenly shot towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan dodged, and after the Dipper Chi finger hit the ground, it immediately pierced through a bottomless black hole. In the next moment, seawater actually emerged from the black hole. Zhang Feng's finger pierced through the entire island. Zhang Feng raised his right hand and his entire palm began to shine. No matter how weak my foundation is, you can't cross the gap between Yuan Qi and Dipper Qi, he said. I will definitely win this battle. I will personally kill you. Do you know why I'm so confident? Because in a one-on-one battle, I'm not afraid of anyone, Xiang Nan said, carrying a huge saber. Xiang Nan raised his hand and pointed. A black finger force suddenly hit Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's body shook violently. He felt the Dipper Qi in his body instantly spread out and dissipated into Yuan Qi. Now, you don't have any more Dipper Qi. Xiang Nan held the huge saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce saber light at Zhang Feng. Furthermore, my Yuan Qi content is different from that of ordinary martial artists. What did you do to me? Zhang Feng shouted angrily. Why did my cultivation level drop to the 9th level of the heavenly Yuan realm? The spectators were all shocked out of their wits. Realm has decreased? Why? Could it be the power of that finger? That thing is called the phaseless tribulation finger, right? Isn't that the finger technique used to destroy weapons? There weren't many people who knew about the fingerless tribulation finger. The people from the 8 great sects had heard of it, but nearly 90% of the audience didn't know the true power of the fingerless tribulation finger. Zhang Feng hastily dodged Xiang Nan's saber light, but then he saw a flash of light. Xiang Nan's saber had already arrived. Afterwards, Zhang Feng saw that the world was spinning, and his head had already flown into the air. Why? All the spectators were stunned. Even if Zhang Feng's realm was lowered by 1 level, he was still higher than Xiang Nan's 4th level. How could this kind of realm suppression allow Xiang Nan to cut off Zhang Feng's head with a single saber? The profound sky sect was in a mess. What they feared the most was the tribulation-free finger. Just as Xiang Nan had said, in theory, no one could defeat Xiang Nan in a one-on-one battle. Have you seen it clearly? Duanmu Wuji stood beside Yu Donghai and said in a deep voice, that phaseless tribulation finger is the same as the legendary one. It can indeed weaken the enemy's realm. Yes. Yu Donghai hugged his shoulders and said, there is no solution to this finger technique, but with my speed, I can dodge it. The phaseless tribulation finger was not afraid of anything. It was afraid of being dodged. Xiang Nan had already flown back to the foot of the mountain with the huge saber in his hand. The audience was boiling with excitement, and it was even more unbelievable. This Xiang Nan always had a myriad of strange methods that he could use, causing them to be shocked again and again. Damn! This kind of finger technique is simply invincible. It's inconceivable that that thing can weaken someone else's realm. But, have you noticed that Xiang Nan's cultivation level seems to have dropped by half? I wonder if this is an illusion of mine. Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Did you know that he knows this move? Xiao Jun asked. Yuan Meng said, I know, but today is the first time I've seen it. Fuck! Xiao Jun excitedly waved his fist. Perhaps we really have hope. Perhaps Xiang Nan can really overthrow the entire heavenly profound sect's genius disciples. It was already noon. In the sky, Shen Qingzhu said to Xiang Nan from afar, this time, I'll give you 15 minutes to rest and eat. The competition will continue in 15 minutes. Xiang Nan was indeed a little hungry. He took out some cooked meat and quickly swallowed it. Highly intense battles consumed astonishing amounts of stamina, and the meat Xiang Nan ate was mixed with low-grade spirit herb supplements. Because pure food was no longer enough to fill the hungry needs of heaven origin realm martial artists. Martial artists loved to drink. On the one hand, they wanted to get a taste stimulus. On the other hand, their drinks were mostly brewed from spiritual herbs. They could provide the necessary highly intense nutrients for their bodies. After resting for a while, Xiang Nan went out to fight again. It was only the 6th battle he was going to fight today. when he flew to the battlefield, and at the same time another person flew over from the other side, the entire arena was in an uproar. It's Lu Chongchong. All the spectators from the 4 mountain peaks, including the star-gazing city spectators, stood up. Haoran sect, Sun Peak, genius disciple Lu Longterm, Xiang Nan, a genius disciple of the same sect as the battle master. These 2 old enemies had truly met. My God! It's really Lu Longterm. Xiao Jun clenched his fists and roared, Xiang Nan, avenge me! On the battlefield. It's you. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and a strong killing intent erupted from his body. Lu Chongchong shrugged and said, I didn't expect it to be me either. It's an honor for me to be able to play for the second time. Kill him. Kill that traitor. The direction of the Haoran sect exploded, and many disciples were shouting and cursing loudly. The heavenly profound sect wasn't willing to be outdone, and countless disciples of the heavenly profound sect also retorted. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with deafening curses. Quiet. Please be quiet. Xian Qingzhu injected Yuan Qi into her voice. With a shout of reprimand, all the spectators' faces turned pale and fell silent. Xian Qingzhu said, Everyone, please keep quiet. Don't affect the mood of both sides. All right. Now I declare that the competition officially begins. Do you want to avenge Su Kaiyue? Do you want to end up as miserable as Xiao Jun? Lu Chongchong pulled out a long sword and said to Xiang Nan. After Xiang Nan was silent for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Finally, I finally got to wait for you. Lu Chongchong. Today I will let your blood splatter 5 steps. Lu Chongzhao laughed loudly. Are you so arrogant? When I was invincible in the Haoran sect, you weren't even in the sect yet. As he spoke, Lu Chongchong pointed at the sword, and the fierce Yuan Qi caused the sword to tremble. Xiang Nan, come on. Don't you know the fingerless tribulation finger? Why don't you use it to fight and see if I'm scared or not? Xiang Nan, don't use it. Xiao Jun shouted. He was prepared beforehand. Once you use it, he will dodge. Nonsense. Do you need to remind me? Yuan Meng kicked Xiao Jun's butt. Xian Qingzhu glared at Xiao Jun and said, You? What am I? I'm no longer a contestant. If you have the ability, you can even disqualify me. Xiao Jun said proudly. That Xian Qingzhu's face was ashen with anger. After a long time, you were helpless against Xiao Jun. On this side, it didn't matter why Xiao Jun was making such a ruckus. On the battlefield, Xiang Nan and Lu Longterm were already prepared to fight. Immeasurable tribulation. As soon as Lu Longterm started, he used the large-scale attack that had defeated Xiao Jun, the immeasurable tribulation. Large amounts of Yuan Qi were instantly drawn out from Lu Longterm's body and condensed into an overwhelming wall of light. The wall of light slammed down with a rumbling sound, completely devoid of dead ends. No matter where Xiang Nan fled, he would not be able to dodge the coverage of the immeasurable tribulation. Yuan Qi will spread out in a large area and scatter its power. This move is useless against me. Xiang Nan's right hand condensed a white ball of lightning and slapped the red wall of light. Pong! The wall of light was immediately blasted open, leaving Xiang Nan in a broken position to avoid being hit by the wall of light. The shattered part of the light wall turned into spots of origin energy and was quickly recovered by Lu Long. Is that so? Lu Chongchong raised his right hand, lifting up the wall of light and slapping it down again. Xiang Nan once again used the white flames to ignite the thunder, blasting out a hole in the wall of light. I'm not doing this to kill you. I'm doing this to consume your Yuan Qi, and I can recover 70% of my Yuan Qi. Lu Longterm laughed loudly. The hole you blew up is negligible to my Yuan Qi consumption. With this move alone, I will be able to hit you until you run out of oil. Lu Longterm controlled the wall of light and slammed it down heavily. Xiang Nan condensed the white flame lightning and exploded a hole in the wall of light. Immediately after, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Thunder King Seal! The little bird pierced through the palm print with a whoosh. Its entire body was wrapped in white flames and lightning, transforming into a 50-meter-tall white lightning thunderbird. When the wall of light rose into the air again, the little bird let out a cry and chased after the wall of light. Boom! The giant white lightning bird heavily smashed into the wall of light. In just an instant, dense white arcs of lightning covered the entire wall of light. Following that, there was another explosion, and the entire wall of light was blasted into specks of light that filled the sky. Lu Changchang's expression changed as he hurriedly recovered his yuan qi. However, this time, his entire wall of light was shattered, directly consuming nearly a third of the light wall's yuan qi. The little bird landed on Xiangnan's shoulder again and squinted at Lu for a long time. I always thought that bird was his pet. What's the situation? Even his bird has such a powerful fighting ability. The audience was extremely envious. They did not know that it was not the strength of the little bird itself. Come. Xiangnan waved to Lu Longterm. Try it again. Lu Changchang gritted his teeth and roared, "Limitless sword formation." He raised his sword high, and a dense rain of sword shadows appeared in the sky behind him. Those sword shadows frantically swung towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's 10 fingers were wrapped in white lightning and quickly formed a seal. He shouted, "Thunder array! Rumble, 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 rumble." Lightning descended from the sky like a shower. These lightning bolts struck down vertically, blocking off the large amount of sword rain that was slanted towards them halfway. The sword shadows and lightning collided with each other and exploded continuously. If Lu Changchang didn't stop, the rain of swords wouldn't stop. As for Xiangnan, he didn't stop, nor did the thunder. The immeasurable sword technique provided Lu Long with an amount of yuan qi that far surpassed that of a martial artist at the same realm. Xiangnan's complicated meridian structure and divine-grade lightning meridian innate talent also provided him with a large amount of yuan qi. My yuan qi can be recycled, but you can't. Lu Longterm laughed loudly. After saying that, he retracted the shattered shards of the light sword back into his body. However, he suddenly felt waves of lightning explode in his body. Lu Changchang quickly stopped, recovering his yuan qi. He was shocked to discover that the yuan qi that was shattered by Xiangnan was actually still adhered to the power of the white flame lightning flame. Once this yuan qi was withdrawn from his body, it would immediately explode, causing him serious injuries. After several rounds of collisions, both sides finally stopped at the same time. Both of them were exhausted with heavy yuan qi and were panting heavily. Looks like I can't use range attacks against you anymore. I didn't expect you to have a lot of tricks, Lu Longterm gasped. However, let me see how you can deal with my high-grade, heavenly-grade martial skill. As he spoke, Lu Changchang gave up his long-range attack. He rushed towards Xiangnan and shouted, "Immeasurable slash!" Lu Changchang's entire body burned with a loud boom. Then, he turned into a ray of light and instantly passed through Xiangnan. That speed was so fast that Xiangnan was unable to react at all. After the two of them crossed paths, Xiangnan's chest suddenly cracked. Blood spurted out. "My speed isn't bad, is it?" Lu Changchang turned around and said ferociously. The speed of the immeasurable slash was extremely fast. Although it was still far from the speed of light last time, there was no problem. To the heaven origin realm, 100,000 kilometers per second is no different from 10,000 kilometers per second. In any case, there is no way to dodge it. But my consumption is smaller than yours. Before Lu Longterm could finish his words, Xiangnan had already turned into a bolt of lightning. With lightning speed, he had surpassed Lu Longterm. At the same time, Lu Changzhao was also unable to react. With a sniff of his arm, a deep wound visible to the bones was cut open. "It's actually not broken." Xiangnan frowned and panted. Lu Changchang's body had a thin layer of yuan qi protection. It was this protection that prevented Xiangnan from cutting off Lu Changchang's arm. A high-grade, heavenly-grade limitless realm? Was it for nothing? Immeasurable slash. Lu Longterm squatted slightly. Xiangnan was prepared beforehand. He slashed a dozen times in the direction of Lu Longterm, and at the same time his body moved to the left to dodge. As for Lu Changchang, He turned into a sharp light and instantly sliced open all of Xiang Nan's saber lights, sticking to Xiang Nan's body and sliding over with extreme danger. "It's cut!" the audience exclaimed. Xiang Nan's saber light was very strong, but in Lu Longterm's hands, it was as easy as cutting tofu. Xiang Nan slashed out 20 lightning saber lights into the sky. He soared into the air, and those lightning saber lights condensed into a giant saber light that was 50 meters long, giving people a feeling of penetrating the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared in the sky. Thunder, dragon-shocking sunshine. Xiang Nan thrust his saber into the saber light and slashed it towards Lu Changchang. The battlefield was brightly lit, and the spectators were stabbed to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Insect skill, such a low-grade martial skill. You can even use it to show your eyes. Lu Changchang grabbed the long sword and stabbed it into the sky. Limitless, split the sky. Swoosh! A streak of white light pierced through the sky, as if it had given the entire sky in half. Xiang Nan's gigantic saber light was actually split in half by Lu Changchang's sword strike. Lu Changchang turned his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword, hacking at Xiang Nan again. Xiang Nan didn't even have time to react. He immediately condensed the flames and lightning into a Yuan Qi shield, and even condensed 3 layers in a row. As the white light flashed past, the 3 shields were instantly sliced open and sliced out against Xiang Nan's left arm. This white light directly cut half of Xiang Nan's left shoulder. He almost cut off Xiang Nan's entire left shoulder. Ha ha ha! This is what you learned from Su Kaiyue. Lu Changchang looked up and smiled. You give it to me. Shut up. Xiang Nan was enraged. He activated both the white flame lightning and the little ice lightning in his body at the same time. At the same time, his realm began to rise crazily. Tianyuan's 6th layer. 7th heavenly Yuan stage. Still rising. The strong harbor winds surrounded Xiang Nan, shredding the surrounding trees into powder. His realm is soaring. The expressions of the disciples of the 6 great sects changed slightly. My God! It's already at the 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. It seems to be rising. What is this? Lu Longterm was stunned. Xiang Nan had used this move before, but it was basically a critical moment. The moment he used it, he immediately returned to his normal state. Everyone could only feel Xiang Nan's strength erupt in an instant and disappear in an instant. This was the first time he had officially activated the power of the 2 divine lightning bolts in front of everyone. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Changchang immediately slashed at Xiang Nan. He couldn't let Xiang Nan finish his preparations. Almost at the same time, Xiang Nan's realm had risen to the astonishing 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Dragon, spirit, steel. Boom! A streak of white light pierced through the sky and accurately hit Xiang Nan, but the white light exploded. A spherical air shield wrapped around Xiang Nan. On the surface of the air shield, there was a small azure dragon ferociously swimming. My split void was actually blocked by you. Lu Long took 2 steps back in shock. Do you think you are the only one who understands high-level heaven-grade martial skills? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and shouted, How dare you insult my master again? Dragon spirit break. Xiang Nan furiously slashed out with his saber, causing the lightning saber light to wreak havoc. A small azure dragon, with the saber light in its mouth, exploded towards Lu Changchang. You also have a high-grade heavenly-grade martial skill? That's impossible. Lu Longterm's eyes were red with anger. He was actually angry because other people also knew high-grade martial skills. Limitless, moon-ripping. Lu Changchang raised his sword high and slashed down. An incomparably dazzling sword light pierced through the sky and collided with Xiang Nan's saber light. The blade light and the sword light collided head-on. Both sides were stopped by each other at the same time, but neither of them dissipated. Instead, they continued to fight. Buzz, buzz, the blades of the swords were higher and lower, cutting and colliding with each other. At the same time, they were shaken to the point that they emitted deafening rumbling sounds. Suddenly, the sword light was sliced open by the saber light, The berserk saber light was like a dragon escaping from a trap, but it wasn't weakened much. It still flew towards Lu Changchang in a furious manner. "This is impossible. I don't believe it," Lu Changchang roared hysterically. That Lu Changzheng was about to go crazy with anger. He was Su Caiyue's most proud disciple in recent years. Why was this Xiang Nan able to defeat him? This is absolutely impossible. Lu Changchang was furious. He used an immeasurable slash to dodge Xiang Nan's saber light. He flashed from the side of the incoming saber light and slashed another immeasurable moon-ripping slash at Xiang Nan. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xiang Nan instantly retracted the little azure dragon. His body trembled and an air shield appeared. Boom! Immeasurable moon-ripping hit the Dragon Spirit Steel Chi Shield. The moon-ripping Chi Shield was forced to the limit of its power, attempting to cut it apart. Xiang Nan's body flickered as he withdrew his Chi Shield and slashed at Lu Changchang with his Dragon Spirit Break. Limitless Peak. Lu Changchang raised his hands high and a long-term mountain appeared. Boom! The saber light struck the Yuan Qi mountain peak. Immediately after, the saber light began to spin rapidly under the little azure dragon's bite. It was like a heaven-defying pangolin, crazily piercing through the Yuan Qi mountain peak. Lu Changchang had a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the mountain peak and arrived beside Xiang Nan. Immeasurable heavenly Chong. The sword in Lu Changchang's hand shook violently, and a sword light that was 50 meters long suddenly took shape. The sword light did not hack at Xiang Nan, but directly exploded towards Xiang Nan. The sword light exploded into a fan shape, completely enveloping Xiang Nan. Dragon Spirit shattered. Xiang Nan's saber trembled, and the little azure dragon wrapped itself around the saber and charged out. The dragon spirit shattered, and a violent explosion occurred, colliding with Lu Long-Term's Yuan Qi explosion. The dragon spirit shard instantly engulfed Lu Long-Term and ruthlessly exploded out. Lu Changchang rolled on the ground hundreds of times in a row. When he got up, his entire body was already dripping with blood. Ah! Lu Changchang was already going crazy. He raised his right hand high up and said, "Quench the sun!" A 150-meter tall phantom sun appeared in the sky. "Shameless bastard. You actually have the face to use our Howren sex cultivation technique. Traitor, you don't have the qualifications to use the sun god technique." The direction of the Howren sect exploded, and the disciples of the Howren sect cursed angrily. In the long run, Lu Long-Term had already become a person of light. The Yuan Qi on his body burned. Xiang Nan raised his right hand and shouted, "Quench the sun!" A 50-meter wide phantom of the sun appeared. In an instant, there were actually 3 suns in the sky. This scene was extremely rare. Tianyang First Layer. You dare to embarrass yourself. Lu Changchang's sword drew the power of the sun and slashed towards Xiang Nan heavily. Limitless. Tear the moon. The tyrannical heavenly yang energy attached itself to the sword light and shot towards Xiang Nan with unimaginable power. On the other hand, Xiang Nan's sun god technique was 2 levels lower than Lu Long's. Xiang Nan also chopped a saber light from the dragon spirit breakout, but this time, the saber light and sword light collided in midair, but the sword light in turn suppressed the saber light by one end. Boom! The saber light shattered, and the sword light continued to move towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan stabbed the giant saber into the ground. His hands quickly formed seals, and the 2 avatars immediately moved out horizontally. At the same time, the 3 Xiang Nan wielded their sabers in unison and slashed at the incoming sword light at the same time. Dragon Spirit Break. The 3 little azure dragons held 3 saber lights in their mouths and crossed them together. The saber light group immediately struck the sword light and used its destructive power to shatter the sword light and shoot it towards Lu Long. What damn thing? Lu Changchang shouted angrily and dodged. But at the same time, when Lu Changchang looked up, Xiang Nan was already above him. Lu Long's pupils contracted. Xiang Nan slashed down with a huge saber in his hand. Lu Changchang roared, "Immeasurable slash!" His body turned into a ray of light and flashed out at an extremely fast speed. However, in the sky, A severed arm sprayed red blood as it flew high into the sky. Ah, the audience cried out nervously. That was Lu Longterm's arm. He didn't dodge Xiang Nan's knife. After Lu Chongchong stopped, he covered his left arm and let out a miserable scream. You broke my arm! You damn little bastard! Breaking your arm is light. Xiang Nan immediately sprinted over. He raised the knife in his hand and sliced towards Lu Long's neck. Lu Chongchong hurriedly held the sword in his hand and blocked Xiang Nan's blade with a clang. Xiang Nan jumped up and kicked Lu Longterm on the shoulder. At the same time, the little azure dragon wrapped itself around Xiang Nan's right leg. Pong! This kick. He directly kicked Lu Longterm's entire left shoulder into pieces. Lu Chonglong was heavily kicked to the ground, creating a circular crater on the ground. Kneel down. Xiang Nan grabbed Lu Chongchong's back collar and lifted him up. He kicked his legs again, causing Lu Chongchong to kneel heavily in Su Tsayue's direction. You deserve to die. Lu Chongjing furiously condensed his yuan qi. Xiang Nan's right foot landed on long-term legs, his left hand on the back of his neck, while his right hand formed a large amount of electric arcs, and his fist had already pressed against Lu Longterm's back. Xiang Nan said coldly, "Try moving again." The second light fist was ready. At such a distance, even if Lu Longterm had great ability, it was impossible for him to dodge. A wisp of ashes flashed across Lu Chongchong's eyes, and then he laughed sinisterly. Don't you dare to pretend with me. It's only natural for the sect to change. I'm not the only one doing this under the heavens. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, There's nothing wrong with changing sects, but you shouldn't have sneaked an attack on my master before escaping, causing her to go crazy. You shouldn't insult the master who taught you all your skills in front of all the martial artists in the world. You are unkind and unjust. You deserve to die. Kill him. Kill him. Countless spectators shouted in unison. I deserve to die? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chongjing laughed ferociously. Everyone will be annihilated for themselves. I would like to ask, which of these so-called bullshit contestants and spectators here has a clear conscience? You bastards! What right do you have to laugh at me for? Who among you has not stained the blood of an innocent person on your hands? Lu Chongxi's voice calmed the audience down. Lu Chongchong's eyes were red. He stared at the eagle eyes in the sky and shouted, Which martial artist dares to stand up and say that you are innocent? Which business clan dares to say that you didn't climb to your current position step by trampling on a small clan? I deserve to die? Are you all the same as me? I am a beast, and you are all beasts. Ha! Ha ha ha! Now you're all pretending to be good people. What the hell am I going to do to you? Lu Chongzheng was very vicious, but his words were like steel needles that pierced into the hearts of many people, causing blood to spill out. Lu Chongchong turned around fiercely and glared at Xiang Nan resentfully. In a chaotic world, people's hearts are as black as wolves. If you don't cruelly bite your competitor to death, then you will die. Are you here to preach morality to me? Ask those bastards who watch the game, who is he? Is he a moralist? If you want to kill them, then kill them all. Otherwise, you are not worthy of calling yourself a righteous man. Lu Longterm's words caused great fluctuations in people's hearts. When he was about to die, he finally opened his heart. His scolding caused everyone in the audience to be shocked and feel their backs go cold. What is even more tragic, however, is that more viewers are already numb, accustomed to doing evil and take it for granted. Facing Lu Chongchong's curses, they were indifferent. They even felt that Lu Chongchong was not cursing them at all. Xiang Nan, dig out their hearts. Everyone's hearts are 1,000 times dirtier than mine. Lu Chongchong gritted his teeth. Killing me is just killing a pitiful bug struggling to survive in this chaotic world. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lu Chongchong laughed and cried, Fuck the martial arts! Fuck this world! His words touched the hearts of the people. However, everyone thought that a righteous person, like Xiang Nan, would be deeply stimulated by Lu Longterm's words. But in reality, Xiang Nan did not. Instead, he was very calm and expressionless. Xiang Nan calmly looked at Lu Long and said, What you said is too ridiculous. Is that why you are willing to fall? If you do evil, there will be a disgusting person in this world. If I keep my conscience, I can at least guarantee that there will be a person with a clean conscience in this world. The hearts of the people are sinister. The world is so corrupt, yet you chose to become one of them. You dare not fight against this dark world. You dare not say no to them. Do you know? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, you are just a coward, just like the millions of cowards in the world. But I dare. Xianxia raised his saber and pierced through Lu Long's entire chest. Lu Changchang's eyes bulged as blood rolled out from the blade on his chest. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and coldly said, I'm not a righteous person. I just don't like you cowards. You're a person who wants to kill you. I don't just want to fight people. I also dare to fight the heavens. And now, I'm already doing this. Xianxia kicked Lu Changchang's corpse to the ground. He stabbed the huge saber into the ground and knelt down in the direction where Su Kaiwe was. He cupped his fists and said, Master, this disciple has cleaned the door. My Sun Peak doesn't have such a disciple. All right. Xiao Jun waved his fist and jumped up. Well done. Kill them all. Kill them all. This scene caused the audience's blood to boil. That Xianxia actually defeated Lu Changchang, who was ranked third among the 7 tigers in the southern domain. However, at this moment no one was cheering or cheering. This was a victory without applause, and the result of this victory was fiercely questioning the hearts of the people. Xianxia held the bloody saber and walked back to the foot of his mountain step by step. The scene of him walking forward with his saber made one's heart tremble. Was Xianxia fighting alone? Perhaps it was not just the profound sky sect that he was fighting alone, but the entire dark and boundless world. After returning to the foot of the mountain, Xianxia closed his eyes and sat down. He used heavenly lightning to recover his vitality. In the direction of the Haoran sect, Su Kaiwe didn't say anything. She just nodded her head gently. The elders of the 6 great sects did not cheer. They knew how they climbed up and how they became stronger step by step. If they were to say that they should die, then I'm afraid that nearly 90% of the people present should die. It was as if the sun had already died. Everyone was like rats, diving into the ground and living in a sorry state. But one man walked back to the ground with a knife in his hand. He shone like a ray of light on the faces of the rats, causing them to feel a sharp pain. Yuan Meng looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. There was more pity in his eyes. He thought of the night in Nether Lightning Prison, when Xianxia was talking to him late at night. I want to join the Haoran sect. Yuan Meng suddenly said. What? Xiao Jun suddenly looked at Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng looked at Xianxia's back and said firmly, no matter what you think, I want to join the Haoran sect. I want to fight with such a man. Even if I die in battle, I won't regret it anymore. As soon as the competition is over, I will go find my own master and ask for his orders. Today, Xianxia had already fought 6 battles. He had won all 6 battles and even killed Lu Changchang, the 3rd strongest 7 tigers in the southern domain. 10 minutes later, Xianxia dragged his exhausted body back onto the battlefield. His body was already very tired, but his gaze had never been so firm. The scene had always been quiet. From the moment Xianxia defeated Lu Changchang, it had been quiet until now. On the silent battlefield, Xianxia held a long saber in his hand and pointed it in front of him. The profound sky sect, come and fight. A young man slowly flew over from the other side. There was no expression on the man's face. He pulled out his sword from behind and threw it on the ground. Xianxia frowned. What's wrong? The man said, I know I will regret my decision tomorrow, but at least I am moved by you at this moment. Xianxia, I never admire anyone. Even if they can trample my experts to death with 1 foot, I still don't admire them. I know that as long as you give me enough time, I can reach their realm. What they can do, I can do the same. But facing you, I don't think I can do that. I'm afraid I won't be able to become Xianxia even if I work hard for a lifetime. If you were like us, you would definitely be stronger than you are now if you resorted to whatever means you can to achieve your goal. But I know that if I were to go against the trend like you, I wouldn't be able to possess my current strength. Your existence has let me know that there is no despair in this world, so please accept my respect. I admit defeat. What? Xian Qingzhu said. Say it again. The man looked up at Xian Qingzhu and said indifferently, It's the same again 100 times. I admit defeat. Retreat. Xian Qingzhu's face reddened with anger, and killing intent flashed in her eyes. She didn't ask the night demons to surrender. According to the rules of the game, Xianxia still has one final match, the 8th match. A person flew over from the opposite mountain peak. He was also an expert of the night demon realm. This person had a smile on his face. He played with a pair of daggers in his hand and said, Xianxia, you know what? I think as a member of the night demon, I'm very handsome. We dare to clamor with the 8 great sects, and also dare to work together with the profound sky sect. I think this proves my courage. But now I find that my courage is a little insignificant compared to yours. As he said that, the man threw the dagger in his hand onto the ground. He shrugged his shoulders. I won't play any tricks. I won't fight in this match. The audience was stunned. What's going on? The experts of the profound sky sect actually began to surrender one after another? When the first person surrendered, there weren't too many emotional fluctuations, but now the second person was the same. It was like a plague spreading. Today's competition is over. Scatter. Xian Qingzhu waved his sleeve with an ugly expression and left. It was night. Xianxia sat alone by the sea, facing the distant sea and the vast starry sky. Only a knife and a pot of wine accompanied him. What do I want? Xianxia was facing the sea, and he was asking himself this question. In his previous life, he was the carefree Baimukan. He didn't know too much about the sinister nature of people. Everyone he saw was smiling. The sky he saw was bright and the sun he saw was brilliant. When his glorious life came to an end, he tasted the darkest side of the world. In this life he was Xianxia, an avenger born with hatred. He wanted to destroy the heavenly profound sect with his hand, so that he could hold the hatred of his previous life. In this life he came from a humble background. From the beginning, he had seen too many evil faces that he had never seen in his previous life. He had seen too many worlds' original appearances. His hatred for Xian Qingzhu was his only motivation. However, he didn't know when his heart started to change. Perhaps it was from the moment he stepped into the nature's nature sect. Vengeance was no longer his only goal. He had greater revenge and ambition. The sea breeze was cold, blowing Xianxia's long hair. He sat on the surface of the sea and raised his wine jug to the sky, saying, Old Master Tsongtian, a toast to you. Take it. In Tianyu City, a white figure floated over and landed right in front of the Baimukan sculpture at the east gate. Xian Qingzhu. She looked up at Baimukan's sculpture with a complicated expression. She muttered to herself, Mu Chun, when you swept through the 7 great sects on your own, you relied on your extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. You used your strength to defeat everyone. This year, another person appeared. He is even more glorious than you were back then. He defeated not only the enemy's martial arts, but also the enemy's heart. I wonder if you still hate me in your grave, but if you want me to do it again, I will make the same choice. I will kill you without hesitation. And this time I will regret to tell you. Perhaps you have a successor. Perhaps that person is Xianxia, but I am still the same. Although it's a pity, I won't let someone like Xianxia live. I don't just want your heavenly spirit 5 meridians. I also want his lightning meridian's talent. Mu Chun, do you think I'm corrupt? Perhaps I'm like this, but you've never seen it clearly. The next day, Xianxia continued to fight against the profound sky sect on behalf of the entire challenger. Yesterday, Xianxia won all 8 battles, reducing the number of martial artists from the profound sky sect to 21. And today, he was still full of spirit and heroic as he stepped back onto the battlefield. After last night's silence, the mood of the audience rose again. Regret? It had always been an impulse, and when the situation changed, it was still hard to change one's temperament. The spectators were still looking forward to watching the exciting and bloody battle. They wanted to see flesh and blood flying everywhere, and see the vicious scene that caused their bloodlines to spray out. Xiang Nan came to the battlefield with a single knife. From the direction of the Black Sect, Xiang Nan's first enemy flew over today. Xiang Nan's mentality was already very firm, but when he saw his opponent, he couldn't help but be stunned. "It's you." Standing opposite Xiang Nan was a woman. Guan Xiao. That woman was none other than Night Demon's expert, Guan Xiao. She had a nickname that made the world tremble with fear: Ghost Doctor. "Little brother Xiang Nan, how are you?" Guan Xiao tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Xiang Nan. After seeing this woman, Xiang Nan could no longer calm down. Not only was this woman ruthless, she was also at the first level of Heaven Scryer. Her Heaven Scryer level 1 was completely different from Zhang Feng's Heaven Scryer level 1. "You're not 20 years old," Xiang Nan said with a frown. Guan Xiao chuckled. "Who said I'm not 20 years old? Do you have any evidence?" "Ah!" Xiang Nan was stunned, and all the spectators were also stunned. "Yeah, how do you prove your age? No one has ever thought about it." The sect disciples' ages were naturally written in black paper and white. They were clearly recorded. From the day they entered the sect until today, it was very easy to calculate them. But what about the Night Demon? Who will calculate their age? Who knew when the members of this secret organization stepped into martial arts, and how old they were? A flash of lightning flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your life force fluctuations mean that you are a 22-year-old woman. Is that so?" Guan Xiao said, "Then take out my life force fluctuation and show it to everyone. Prove it." "You!" Xiang Nan tried his best to calm himself down. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, if you want to fight, then fight." Hiss. Why does that woman feel a little familiar? In the spectator stands, there was a person who looked at Guan Xiao thoughtfully. Very quickly, this person's expression changed drastically. "My God! Could it be her?" he asked in shock. "Who?" someone asked. The man's voice trembled and he said, "Is it really her? It's a ghost doctor. She's the ghost doctor of the Night Demon. Yes. Our country's military once hired her to interrogate the enemy's spies." "So what?" the person beside him asked curiously. "I can't describe what I saw." The audience paled in fright. "Anyway, this woman is too scary. I've seen her torture once, and for the next 2 to 3 months, I've often woken up from nightmares." Someone with an extremely high status in Stargazing City recognized Guan Xiao, and there were also people on Beast Spirit Island who recognized her. When the news spread quickly, the people from the 6 great sects were all shocked. Is he really a ghost doctor? My God! Using the heart of a snake and scorpion to describe this woman is already too insignificant. She is the incarnation of a devil. Everyone was talking about the legends related to ghost doctors. So it's her. Shi Beihong's expression was solemn as he said, "This time, Xiang Nan really encountered an opponent." "Xiao Jun, what's wrong with you?" Yuan Meng shook Xiao Jun's shoulder forcefully. "This is not your reaction when you see a beauty." Xiao Jun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. But this time, it was not excitement, but panic. This was the first time in Xiao Jun's history that he looked at a person with such a terrified gaze. He was like a wooden sculpture, his face as pale as paper, and his body was trembling gently. An indescribable horrifying memory was taking root in Xiao Jun's heart. "Xiao Jun, calm down." Yuan Meng grabbed Xiao Jun's shoulder and said, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Jun raised his right hand, wanting to point at Guan Xiao, but his arm was trembling so much that he couldn't even lift it. Xiao Jun, who was not even afraid of death and even dared to charge into the demon army, was frightened out of his wits just because he saw the smiling Guan Xiao today. On the battlefield, Xiang Nan frowned and said, "Do you want to fight or not?" Guan Xiao held her chin and looked at Xiang Nan carefully. "Every time I see you, I will get a new surprise. I've been keeping an eye on you. I want to destroy this sweet and delicious flower of yours after you grow up. It's not appropriate to describe me as a flower, Is it? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and his yuan qi had already begun to stir. Guanxiao shook her head. But I changed my mind. I think it would be more interesting to continue watching you come after I kill you. Under the pressure of the sect, I have to cooperate with the Profound Sky sect. However, the following remarks will only represent my personal position. Guanxiao looked at Xian Qingzhu in the sky and said, Elder Qingzhu, I choose to retire. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also felt that their expectations had fallen short. You quit. Xian Qingzhu looked at Guanxiao in disbelief. She frowned and said, Even you want to do this? Haha. It seems that the famous ghost doctor is just a person who has lost his reputation and fears death. Thank you, Elder Qingzhu, for your compliment. Guanxiao smiled at Xian Qingzhu. I hope that my personal decision will not affect the cooperative relationship between Night Demon and the Profound Sky sect. I don't agree. Xian Qingzhu shook his head. You must continue the competition for me. Guanxiao smiled and said, No, I'm 22 years old. I've already exceeded the age limit. He actually admitted it. The audience roared. That Guanxiao actually shamelessly admitted her age. Xian Qingzhu took a deep breath. She felt that this sect ranking tournament was the most embarrassing one for her. Why? Xianxia asked Guanxiao. Guanxiao smiled and said, I have already told you the reason. I want to wait until you become stronger. Then catch you, tie you up, use a dagger to pierce your butt, and use poisonous insects to drill into your eyes. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Her face turned red as she licked her lips and gasped heavily. I'm going to pull your intestines out, wrap around your legs, and turn your corpse into flower fertilizer. I've heard too many screams from ordinary people. I'm tired of them. I'm really looking forward to how people like you will react when they're tortured by me. It's really exciting. Is there anyone more abnormal than you in this world? Xianxia asked. Guanxiao shook her head. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's gone. After saying that, she waved to Xianxia. Little brother Xianxia, you must thrive. One day, I will come and pick you. Guanxiao chose to withdraw from the competition and flew out of Beast Spirit Island on the spot before leaving. Guanxiao's words caused Xianxia to feel a wave of nausea, as did the audience. As soon as Guanxiao left, Xiao Junkai felt relieved and finally relaxed. Next up is today's second match. A night demon expert flew over and said to Xianxia, Even the ghost doctor has withdrawn from the competition. I'm afraid that whatever I say doesn't carry enough weight. However, like her, I don't want to fight with you anymore. The man threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. I surrender. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu closed her eyes. She no longer wanted to look at the faces of those damned night demon members. Next was the third, fourth, and eighth person who had surrendered in front of Xianxia. Within half an hour, it was still early, and all 8 of today's matches had been played. Xianxia did not expect this to happen. He held onto his saber and prepared to leave. However, Xian Qingzhu suddenly said, Wait, we still need to compete. Why? Xianxia turned around. Xian Qingzhu said, 8 matches a day is to give the 2 sides time to rest. But in your current situation, you don't need to rest, so add another 8 matches. You are the boss. Xianxia nodded and walked back to the battlefield. In the direction of the Profound Sky sect, there were only 13 contestants left. As for the audience, they realized that the miracle was getting closer and closer, and that it was really possible that it would happen. Could it be that Xianxia was going to win a huge victory? The scene was exactly the same as before. All the opponents who drew lots on the field chose to withdraw without exception. When the 8 people in the second round withdrew from the competition and only the last 5 contestants were left in the Profound Sky sect, Xian Qingzhu finally couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted, You bunch of people! How much benefit has the Profound Sky sect given you and taken you in, yet you are going back on your word. To be honest, a large part of the reason we surrendered was because we knew that we were no match for Xianxia, said a newly retired night demon contestant. He has already shown such a gesture. Is there any point in continuing to fight? Even if we die at the hands of Xiangnan, we are only one of his damn cowards. Die! We can't become famous anymore. We refuse to participate in this kind of battle. In battle, they could no longer win honor. The only thing they could obtain was death, and no one with brains would choose to do so. All right, scram. Everyone scram. Xian Qingzhu finally lost her demeanor as a young lady. You know what? I think you're very pitiful now. Xiangnan held the saber and looked at Xian Qingzhu in the sky. Xian Qingzhu's face was ashen as he said, "You can continue to be arrogant, but there will be a day when you can't be arrogant. Continue to play." Xiangnan simply took out his wine jug and drank it. In the direction of the profound sky sect, a person slowly flew over. When he saw this person, Xiangnan threw the wine jug to the ground. He grabbed the huge saber and said, "Finally, a ruthless character has arrived." The person who flew over was incomparably gloomy, as if his body was enveloped by a layer of negative energy. After seeing this person, the audience's emotions were finally stirred up. The second expert of the 7 tigers of the southern domain, Duanmu Wuji. It's him. Many disciples who had participated in the sect ranking tournament felt a deep fear when they saw Duanmu Wuji. This person had brought them too many terrible nightmares. To a certain extent, they were afraid of Duanmu Wuji to a greater extent than Yudonghai. This person belonged to the profound sky sect, and he would never surrender. Wush Xiangnan let out a long sigh and said, "Come on." Duanmu Wuji's expression was expressionless. His eyes were like dead people, and he could not see any emotions. Even his vitality was like stagnant water, not much of a ripple. Xian Qingzhu gritted his teeth and said, "Limitless, don't disappoint me." Now, the competition officially begins. The audience cheered when they were finally about to fight. Duanmu Wuji expressionlessly looked at Xiangnan. The moment Xiangnan drew his saber, he suddenly floated backwards. At the same time, Duanmu Wuji made a very strange gesture, forming a seal. Profound Tao. Xiangnan was stunned. He had always thought that Duanmu Wuji was a martial artist. Could it be that he was also a dual cultivator of the Black Tortoise realm? Duanmu Wuji swiftly formed a seal with both his hands and wiped his middle finger and index finger across his eyes at the same time. His posture was very similar to Xiangnan's lightning and photovoltaic purpose. "Qingming, seal your eyes," Duanmu Wuji said indifferently. In that instant, Xiangnan suddenly stood still. He did not continue forward, but his eyes turned pure white. "My eyes," Xiangnan's heart sank. He realized that he couldn't see anything. That Duanmu Wuji can actually seal other people's eyes? The audience cried out in alarm. But at the same time, Duanmu Wuji's own eyes also turned pure white, which meant that he couldn't see it anymore? Xiangnan had never encountered such a scene before. He tilted his head and tried his best to listen to all the movements around him. He held onto the giant saber tightly, not knowing what Duanmu Wuji would do next. "Qingming, seal your ears." Duanmu Wuji's hands formed seals, which were actually wiped over his ears. This time, Xiangnan's ears had actually disappeared. The place where the 2 ears were located had turned into smooth and glossy skin. Duanmu Wuji's own situation was the same. Shit! Xiangnan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his vision and hearing were gone. The audience was shocked. They didn't expect Duanmu Wuji to have such a miraculous method. However, to the victim, such a method was not miraculous, but terrifying. At this moment, Xiangnan was in a world where his senses were completely lost. He had even lost his sense of smell. This was definitely Duanmu Wuji's doing. This feeling was terrifying. Xiangnan felt that he was in absolute darkness. He could not see, hear, or smell it. The way humans communicate with this world is very limited. The first order is to see, and then to hear, smell, touch, and taste. Duanmu Wuji took the top 3 items from Xiangnan, losing sight, hearing, and smell. He was no longer able to have a clear communication with this world, and Duanmu Wuji had already cut off his connection. The most terrifying thing was that at this moment, The person who wanted to kill him was nearby, yet he was completely unable to control the movements of that person. It's bad. It's really bad. Xiao Jun widened his eyes and shouted at Xiangnan. Xiangnan, surrender and admit defeat. We can't fight anymore. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu looked at Xiao Jun playfully. This time, she did not stop Xiao Jun from shouting because Xiangnan could no longer hear him. On the battlefield, Xiangnan released a faint layer of yuan qi. This yuan qi was not strong, but it was spread far away. He wanted to judge the surrounding situation based on the fluctuations caused by yuan qi touching an object. However, the effect of doing so was undoubtedly very poor because the quality of yuan qi was simply too strong. Only the smaller the mass of the object, the stronger its ability to sense fluctuations. For example, gentle water and a small pebble thrown on a calm water surface would cause obvious ripples of water to ripple back. Wood and stones that were denser than water were more difficult to produce. It was very difficult for these things to produce ripples, let alone yuan qi. Origin qi was originally used to produce lethality, but it was not used to sense objects. He definitely won't be able to see or hear me. Xiangnan tilted his head, thinking in his heart. When he lost his sight, he heard the cries of the audience. From this, he knew that his eyes had turned white, and so did Duanmu Wuji. Based on this, after losing his sense of hearing and smell, Duanmu Wuji should also have lost his sense of smell. However, the problem was that since Duanmu Wuji dared to do so, he was confident that he would be able to defeat him in such a situation where his senses were exhausted. Just as Xiangnan was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Then, a fierce force directly sent him flying. The moment he was touched, he knew that he had been attacked. When he was about to retaliate, he had already been hit and flew backwards, completely losing the chance to retaliate. He rolled in the sky for dozens of times, and then fell to the ground heavily. His chest was only burning with pain. The warm liquid moistened his chest and clothes. He knew that he had been cut open, and blood was gushing out. A minute ago, something that Xiangnan did not know happened. From the viewer's point of view, after Duanmu Wuji had taken away Xiangnan's sensory ability, he continued to unseal the seal with both of his hands and finally tapped on the spot between his eyebrows. This time, Duanmu Wuji's eyebrows actually opened a vertical eye. The third eye. The audience was stunned. Duanmu Wuji actually had a third eye. His third eye could see the world. It's not fair. This is simply too unfair. Xiao Jun shouted. Why does he take away other people's vision? But he has another eye to see clearly. Stop talking. Yuan Meng shook his head. This is Duanmu Wuji's ability. There's nothing unfair about it. The hearts of all the spectators rose to their throats. They looked at Xiangnan nervously, not knowing what else would happen to Xiangnan. This kind of environment made it easier for everyone to get excited. Xiangnan got up from the ground. He held a huge saber in his hand and blindly chopped a few saber rays towards the surroundings. Those fierce saber lights flew out from the ground, but none of them were aimed at Duanmu Wuji accurately. Duanmu Wuji didn't even need to dodge. He used his third eye to look at Xiangnan. He didn't even go near Xiangnan. His hands formed seals, and the soil on the ground flew up. The soil quickly condensed into a sparkling blade. Then, some soil condensed into a small skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier grabbed the long saber and walked towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan had two other ways of judging the enemy's movements. The first was killing intent. However, Duanmu Wuji's killing intent was very faint, and he did not personally attack. The second type was yuan qi fluctuations. However, the one attacking Xiangnan was not Duanmu Wuji himself. It was the skeletal soldier condensed from the soil. This thing did not possess any yuan qi fluctuations. Everyone watched helplessly as the skeleton soldier walked in front of Xiangnan, but Xiangnan remained unmoved. He didn't know. The skeletal soldier raised his saber high up and forcefully chopped it down. The moment the saber landed, yuan qi suddenly appeared on the blade. Xiangnan also instantly felt the clear fluctuations in the origin region, but it was too late. Pooh! The skeletal soldier slashed Xiangnan away with a single blade, and this was the second time Xiangnan had been hit. When Xianxia flew backwards again, he immediately sliced the skeletal soldier in half with his backhand. Xianxia already had a second knife wound on his chest. He quickly poked his chest a few times and used his yuan qi to seal the blood flow from the wound. He shouted and raised his cultivation to the 8th level of the heavenly yuan realm, releasing the dragon spirit steel qi shield to protect his body. However, doing so was useless. Duanmu Wuji no longer attacked. He just looked at Xianxia from afar, allowing Xianxia's yuan qi to be rapidly consumed. Xianxia had no choice. He knew that this would not work. He could only withdraw the dragon spirit steel shield and let the two divine thunder continue to fall asleep. In this way, he lost his strongest defensive ability. Little sparrow, fly away. Right now, I no longer have the ability to protect you. Xianxia tilted his head and said to the little bird on his shoulder. He could not hear the bird's cry, nor could he see the bird's reaction. He only knew that the bird was still standing on his shoulder and did not leave. Xianxia frowned and said, "Hurry up and leave. Hurry up. You'll distract me if you stay here." The little bird flapped Xianxia's face with its wings, then flew into the sky with its wings flapped. At this moment, Duanmu Wuji's hands formed seals, and a large amount of soil began to condense on the ground, forming a total of 10 skeletal soldiers. The 10 skeletal soldiers didn't have any flesh and blood. Their bodies were simple, and the tremors from their footsteps on the ground were very slight. 10 skeletal soldiers walked up to Xianxia and surrounded him. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia stood at the core of the circle. He tilted his head slightly and carefully sensed Duanmu Wuji's yuan qi fluctuations and killing intent. However, they didn't know that the 10 skeletal soldiers had already raised their long sabers in succession. The sharp blade of the saber flickered with a dense cold light. The first skeletal soldier landed on the long saber in his hand. The blade hit Xianxia's chest. Xianxia had experience this time. The instant he felt that he was hit, he slashed the skeletal soldier in half with a backhand saber. However, the other 9 skeleton soldiers fell a little late. Just as Xianxia counterattacked, the 9 sabers struck Xianxia from 9 different directions at the same time. Xianxia was smashed to the ground. 9 more wounds appeared on his body, and he stubbornly swung his saber. He swept the army and cut all the skeletal soldiers in half. However, at this moment, Xianxia was kneeling on one knee on the ground. His blood rolled out, dyeing the dark red earth on the ground bright red. "This won't work." Yuan Meng's expression was grave as he said, "This is not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. We have to think of a way to make Xianxia surrender." The Haoran sect elders also realized the seriousness of the problem. Shi Beihong immediately stood up and shouted at Xian Qingzhu, "We've given up the match." Xian Qingzhu shook his head and said, "Other than the contestant admitting defeat himself, no one else is qualified to help the contestant make a decision." Xiao Jun said angrily, "You clearly want Xianxia to die." Xian Qingzhu said indifferently, "This is the competition. Xianxia, surrender. Surrender." Xiao Jun knew that Xianxia couldn't hear him, but he still shouted loudly. He hoped that Xianxia would at least be able to sense his emotions, but that was clearly impossible. The battle on the battlefield was still going on. It was a silent battle. There was no communication between the two sides. Neither of them could hear what they were saying to each other. Xianxia knelt on one knee on the ground. He felt that his life force was slowly flowing away. If his injuries continued to be serious, it would threaten his life. Duanmu Wuji's old skill was repeated, and 10 more skeletal soldiers came out. The 10 skeletal soldiers walked towards Xianxia neither slowly nor slowly. Xianxia guessed that he would be attacked again. He suddenly flew up and began to spin around the arena. Duanmu Wuji put his hands behind his back and looked at Xianxia indifferently. One day Xianxia will stop. He can't fly like this for the rest of his life, and there is no time limit for the competition. By doing so, Xianxia is still trying to cure the symptoms but not the root cause. However, he was using the time of his flight to quickly think of a solution. 10 minutes later, Duanmu Wuji might not be able to wait any longer. He shook his head and raised his hands high in the direction of Xianxia. Then he fiercely lowered his hands. Boom! An invisible force suddenly smashed Xianxia down from the sky. This power was incomparably powerful, causing cracks to appear on Xianxia's bones. Captured! The moment Xianxia fell to the ground, his yuan qi exploded, and his entire body accurately shot towards Duanmu Wuji. Dragon Spirit Break. Who, a small azure dragon, rushed out. It held the saber light in its mouth and rushed towards Duanmu Wuji. However, the distance between the two sides was too far. Duanmu Wuji had enough time to dodge the saber strike. He raised both of his hands and an invisible force lifted Xianxia into the air. Soon after, the earth on the ground began to condense. A 10-meter-tall skeletal soldier climbed up from the ground. The skeletal soldier held a 10-meter-tall saber in his hand and jumped up. The saber carried a howling gust of wind as it slashed towards the sky. Duanmu Wuji pressed down with both hands, and an invisible force slammed down on Xianxia. At the right angle, he met the giant skeletal soldier's broadsword. Boom! When Xianxia was attacked by an invisible force, he had already attached his yuan qi to his body. However, the skeletal soldier was too big. This saber slashed into Xianxia's body, directly disintegrating Xianxia's yuan qi defense and ruthlessly hacking Xianxia to the ground. The rebound of Xianxia's landing was firmly suppressed by Duanmu Wuji's invisible force. Immediately after the skeletal soldier landed on the ground, he slashed down at Xianxia. With his sixth sense, Xianxia slashed out with his backhand, shattering the skeletal soldier's saber. At the same time, the skeletal soldier loosened his saber and smashed his fist into Xianxia's chest. This punch directly smashed Xianxia's limbs up, and his back fiercely pressed down on the ground, blasting open a huge crater. Pooh! Blood sprayed out of Xianxia's mouth. At the same time, the 11 knife wounds on his body collapsed, and blood arrows shot everywhere. That's horrible. The spectators only felt their backs go cold. This Duanmu Wuji is too terrifying. Not only does he possess astonishing methods to erase Xianxia's senses, he also possesses the same powerful destructive power. That's right, Xianxia's defense is astonishing, but Duanmu Wuji can break through the defense and beat Xianxia to half-death. At this moment, Xianxia was lying at the bottom of the pit, and the skeletal soldier was violently swinging his heavy punch, punching Xianxia's body one by one. The entire earth was trembling violently, cracks appearing one after another. As the skeletal soldiers continued to attack, the cracks began to expand, turning into bottomless cracks. Boom! A huge ball of lightning suddenly exploded, shattering the skeletal soldier into pieces. However, Xianxia was lying at the bottom of the pit. He had already been beaten into a bloody man. He was lying in a pool of blood, and there was almost no intact skin on his entire body. Surrender! Surrender! Yuan Meng clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Xianxia was already very weak, and could even be described as dying to describe his current state. He had never encountered such a battle, nor did he know what method to use to solve such a dilemma. Limitless. In the distance, Yu Donghai hugged his shoulders and smiled. His body is seriously injured. He's almost on the verge of collapse. It's time to end it. Duanmu Wuji nodded. He raised his right hand and a large amount of dirt flew into the sky, condensing into a 3-meter-long spear. This scene only took a very short period of time. From Yu Donghai's words to Duanmu Wuji's actions, there was at most less than 10 seconds. Strangely, for a person who had lost his senses, his inner world had become extremely sensitive. These 10 seconds had actually become so long for Xianxia, as if they were endless. His inner world is changing. I can't. If this continues, I'll die. What should I do to defeat Duanmu Wuji? It's no longer a question of how to defeat Duanmu Wuji, but how to find his position. Could it be that a martial artist can't see, hear, or smell, so he can only surrender? Am I going to die here? Xian Qingzhu must be very proud now, right? Could it be that in my previous life, I was going to be toyed with by her like this and die at her hands? If Senior Bai Wuya encountered such a battle, what would he do? In Xianxia's mind, he was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Even he himself was surprised. He was on the verge of death, but he didn't even feel the slightest bit of fear. He was actually able to think so calmly about his own situation. Trees don't have eyes or ears, but they can still communicate with the world. Xianxia slowly raised his right hand. He spread out his fingers and gently touched the air. Serious injuries and dangerous situations greatly stimulated Xianxia's potential. Everyone saw that scene. They saw Xianxia raise his right hand and leave it in the air for no reason. Everyone didn't know what Xianxia was doing. Has he been beaten out of his mind? It's possible that his consciousness has already become blurry. He has already unconsciously acted recklessly. The audience whispered. They knew that the sect ranking tournament had ended here. However, the miracle that everyone was looking forward to would not happen in the end. A single person's strength could not contend against the profound sky sect, and miracles were just miracles. It was just a blind expectation from everyone. In fact, at the end of the competition, it was still going to end in such a tragic manner. That was, Xianxia had died in battle and the profound sky sect had won. In the sky, Duanmu Wuji's spear had already formed. His right hand slid down, and the spear immediately shot towards Xianxia. The spear was so fast that it had already formed a beam of light. It's over. All the spectators had the same idea, but their emotions were complicated. Could it be that even this man who refused to compromise and bow his head to the sky was still going to die here? In that instant, many things happened. The spear shot out, facing Xianxia. Xianxia walked out of the pit and dodged the spear. The audience cried out in alarm. Xianxia staggered on the shore at the edge of the giant pit. He was holding a huge saber in his hand, and the blade of the giant saber was dragging on the ground. Ha! Duanmu Wuji frowned slightly. He unsealed his hands and condensed another spear, shooting it towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged the spear in a way that no one could understand. Everyone was in an uproar. Too fast. Duanmu Wuji frowned. He condensed another spear and condensed a 2-meter-tall skeletal soldier. This time, the skeletal soldier grabbed the spear and slowly walked to Xianxia. Then, he raised the spear and prepared to pierce into Xianxia's heart. Xianxia grabbed the knife with his right hand and touched the air with his left. He tilted his head slightly and carefully sensed the flow of the air. Without my sense of hearing, sight, and smell, I still have my sense of touch. As Xianxia spoke, he slashed down the huge saber. This saber sliced the skeletal soldier into 2 halves on the spot. How did you do it? The audience was stunned. The skeletal soldier hadn't even started to move intensely yet, but Xianxia had actually discovered it. Xianxia lowered his head and whispered to himself, "My skin, my body, even my saber, my heart, all exist in this world. As long as I still exist, I will be able to sense everything that also exists in this world." A surprised expression appeared on Duanmu Wuji's face. This time, he condensed 10 skeletal soldiers and walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia still lowered his head and muttered to himself. Senior Bai Wuya once said that you shouldn't simply use your eyes to see the enemy's movements. Perhaps he wanted to tell me that when people saw his opponent's movements, it was already too late, because the enemy moved first. No matter how carefully I observed it, I was still the one who moved last. Is momentum only used to influence other people? It's not so much to deceive the enemy's senses as to say that momentum is a signal sent out by him. In other words, it's not just me, it's actually all things. As long as they exist in this world, they are releasing their momentum at all times. It's just that their momentum is too weak. What if my power is not used to influence others, but to sense their power? Xianxia tilted his head and released his momentum. The release this time wasn't intense. Instead, it was a matter of letting nature take its course. This time, the power was not used to deceive anyone, but to sense everything around them. Because of his looseness, he was able to spread far into the distance. I feel it. This feeling is really amazing. Xianxia lowered his head and muttered to himself. In his inner world, a brand new visual world appeared. This visual world was completely different from what humans could see with the naked eye. It did not have a specific shape, it was just a very abstract concept. 10 skeletal soldiers had surrounded Xianxia. One of the skeletal soldiers held onto a spear and prepared to lift his arm. But before the skeleton soldier could make a move, Xianxia had already extended his left hand. At the same time, the skeletal soldier raised his right hand, which was holding onto the spear, and was pressed down by Xianxia's right hand. This scene stunned everyone present. What happened? All the spectators of the match exploded. Holy shit! Xiao Jun grabbed his hair and cried out. Not only can he feel the existence of the skeleton soldier, he can even predict the movements of the skeleton soldier in advance. How did you do it? Xianxia was still as quiet as a pond of autumn water. He tilted his head and muttered to himself, "Potential is an act. When a rock is thrown out, even if it is still flying, we can roughly tell where it landed because it has momentum. When a person's shoulder slightly moves, his next action can be to raise his hand, or to wave his hand forward or backward. He cannot be sure. But if I can feel his arm movements carefully, I can roughly predict in advance what kind of posture his arm will be in." Xianxia quickly tilted his head. He didn't even move his body. He just tilted his head. Immediately after, a skeleton soldier's spear pierced into Xianxia's forehead. However, Xianxia's tilt of his head had dodged him in advance. So it turns out that power is such a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to comprehend it before. I let Senior buy Wuxia down. I only thought that power was used to deceive people. Why did the enemies get the wrong impression of my actions, causing them to be deceived? Actually, it was because I was too powerful that they made a wrong prediction of my actions. Since the enemy can predict my potential, I can also predict the enemy's potential. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 skeletal soldiers stabbed the spears in their hands at Xianxia crazily. Xianxia stood there, shaking his arms, moving his legs, raising his arms, bending down his waist. Every move he made could always dodge the skeleton soldier's attack one step ahead of time. Even before the skeleton soldiers really started attacking, he was already dodging ahead of time. This scene caused the spectators' hearts to go berserk, overturning their common sense. They only saw 10 skeletal soldiers surrounding Xianxia, piercing the 10 spears into an intertwined shadow. As for Xianxia, he stood at the center and dodged the attacks with the slightest amount of effort. That's right. It's the slightest bit. His dodging movements were extremely accurate, and he didn't even have the slightest bit of extra movement to waste. It was as if he had traveled through space and time to the future, first seeing the movements of those skeletal soldiers, then returning to the present, following a perfect route to dodge all attacks. This is. Xian Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened. Even she couldn't understand Xianxia's actions at this moment. All the disciples of the 8 great sects, all the elders, and all the spectators of this match were taught a lesson by Xianxia. No one could understand the meaning of Xianxia's actions at this moment. They did not know. I've never seen him before. Even the knowledgeable elders couldn't understand the reason for Xianxia's actions. At this moment, Xianxia finally made his move. He stabbed the giant saber into the ground and killed the skeletal soldiers with his bare hands. He stretched out his right hand to pinch a skeletal soldier's neck. In fact, the position of his right hand was slightly different from the skeletal soldier's neck. However, the skeletal soldier dodged and sent his neck to Xianxia. Kacha! Xianxia's hand flickered with yuan qi and snapped the skeletal soldier's neck. As he walked through the dense rain of bullets, he stretched out his magical right hand and snapped the neck of the second skeleton soldier, the neck of the third skeleton soldier, the neck of the fourth skeleton soldier, and the neck of the fifth skeleton soldier. He had a complete grasp of all the movements of the skeletal soldiers, and he knew what they were going to do next. What is the scariest form of being slaughtered? When the enemy lost their senses, could they only wait to be slaughtered? No, it was because the enemy clearly had the ability to move, but in Xianxia's eyes, all of your actions could be predicted in advance. You personally sent your own death acupoint to him. The 10 skeletal soldiers were torn apart by Xianxia's broken tendons and bones. He carried his bloody body and raised the huge saber again. He had no eyes, no ears, and no nose, but he had never been so confident. He accurately walked towards Duanmu Wuji's location. That's impossible, isn't it? Duanmu Wuji's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He raised his hands high up, and massive amounts of soil flew into the sky, condensing into hundreds of spears. It's here, right? Xianxia closed his eyes. As he walked in a straight line, he suddenly took a step 3 inches to the left. Swoosh! A spear flew over and hit the ground where Xianxia was just a moment ago. Because of Xianxia's simple step, the spear was dodged. There's still this place. Xianxia tilted his head and listened to the world with his own heart. He walked left, right, horizontally, diagonally. Hundreds of spears sprayed towards Xianxia like a storm. No one could dodge those spears. They're too fast, too dense. However, Xianxia was actually carrying a saber, walking in the dense rain of light, dodging it incisively and vividly. None of the spears had ever touched the corners of his clothes. Duanmu Wuji's expression changed drastically. He raised his hands high and suddenly pressed down. An invisible force smashed down. Xianxia suddenly raised his saber high. Boom! The invisible force was resisted by Xianxia with one hand. He could even see invisible objects. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was extremely serious. He said, I'm going to talk about it again. The world of martial Tao is full of changes. It is the most mysterious existence in this world. It is boundless like an ocean. As for my current martial artist, I can only spy on one drop. The pursuit of lethality is not the only way to show the limits of martial arts. There are many ways we can defeat our enemies. As for physical strength and Yuan Qi strength, it is only when we are able to hit the enemy that we are guaranteed to be able to injure the enemy instead of being perfectly blocked by the enemy's defensive power. Perhaps this is the true use of lethality. Xianxia frowned. A huge momentum suddenly erupted. Then he raised his left hand and shot out with a finger. Duanmu Wuji immediately dodged Mo-ku pointed. But in an instant, he realized that he was hiding in the wrong direction. He was deceived by Xianxia's power, and the direction he dodged to was actually the direction where Mo-ku pointed flew in. He put himself on the muzzle of the finger. Pong! That Mo-ku finger instantly exploded in front of Duanmu Wuji's chest, causing him to stagger. It's not possible. Duanmu Wuji, who had always been gloomy, had lost his mind and shouted in disbelief. Indeed, Xianxia nodded slightly. It's not enough to catch the enemy's movements. I need to have the ability to wound the enemy. This Duanmu Wuji is powerful. My Mo-ku finger can't create a destructive blow to him. However, the battle is almost over here. Xianxia raised his saber and flew towards Duanmu Wuji. Duanmu Wuji raised his hands high up and shot thousands of spears towards Xianxia. Xianxia accurately dodged every attack in the air and was getting closer and closer to Duanmu Wuji. Duanmu Wuji panicked and finally took out a long sword from his storage ring. 100 Flowers swordsmanship. Duanmu Wuji's sword slashed out, and a sword light shot out. The sword light suddenly rotated in the air, and one sword light scattered into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. 8 transformations 16. 16 to 32. 32 growth paths 64. A sword light produced endless changes, like a flower blooming in the sky. Duanmu Wuji personally chopped out another 64 sword lights, each of which was split into 60 sword lights. These 64 sword lights blossomed, turning into 4,096 sword lights. The power of each sword beam was not to be underestimated. Not only were there many sword beams, they were also extremely powerful. When those sword lights shot everywhere, they even twisted the air. Xianxia stopped. He floated in the sky and said to himself, with my personal ability, even if I can predict the direction of all the sword lights perfectly now, I still don't have the speed to dodge them. He knew that the tiger had pounced over, but because his speed was not as fast as the tiger's, he was still going to be thrown to the ground by the tiger. A layer of dense lightning arched up on Xianxia's body. Everyone knew that this scene represented that Xianxia was going to use the speed of sublight movement technique. Impossible! You'll die like this. Yuan Meng sucked in a breath of cold air. Advancing at the speed of sublight, even if it hit a pigeon, it would be enough to crush Xiang Nan's body, let alone the sword light. At the speed of the sublight, you can't hit anything. Otherwise, the consequences will be devastating. Even the huge saber in Xiang Nan's hand would become a burden to him. On the other hand, Xiang Nan had already put the giant saber into his storage ring. He had reduced his burden, and in a perfect manner, he had predicted a fleeting gap from the 4,000 sword lights. Pa! Xiang Nan turned into a bolt of lightning and used the angle of a ghost axe to find a crack in the 4,000 sword lights and cross over. Chi! He wrapped his right hand around the white flame lightning and streaked a streak of lightning through the air. Duanmu Wuji's left leg soared into the sky. Blood spilled into the sky. Duanmu Wuji snorted in pain and fled in a sorry state. He realized that although it was convenient and quick to form seals with both hands, the power of the profound Tao was still limited. As he fled, he began to set up formations on the ground. He used his powerful divine soul power to set up a circular formation diagram on the ground, and quickly tried to complete the formation diagram. Before the formation diagram could take shape, it had already produced an incredibly powerful power. Xiang Nan sensed all of this, and before Duanmu Wuji could complete the formation diagram, he pointed at the semi-formed formation diagram with a jade scale finger. Boom! Yu Heng's finger accurately hit the formation eye, and the formation diagram exploded on the spot. The violent waves of fire sent Duanmu Wuji flying. Ah ah ah! Duanmu Wuji roared in embarrassment. He lost control and his body began to expand rapidly. He wanted to become a demon. I'm sorry. I can't give you a chance to transform. Suddenly, Xiang Nan's calm voice came from behind Duanmu Wuji. Duanmu Wuji suddenly turned around and saw Xiang Nan with a single glance. He was extremely shocked in the depths of his heart. Very wonderful. Xiang Nan grabbed Duanmu Wuji's neck and said, I can even predict the direction and landing point where you were sent flying by the flame explosion. So it turns out that the explosion of Yuan Qi is also very powerful. Duanmu Wuji's eyes were filled with ashes, but his body was still growing rapidly. Sun-quenching. Xiang Nan raised his right hand high into the air, attracting a fierce beam of sunlight, and smashed his heavy punch onto Duanmu Wuji's forehead. Boom! A fierce explosion sent Duanmu Wuji flying into the distance. But at this moment, Duanmu Wuji actually didn't die. He had already successfully transformed into a 5-meter-tall, purgatory-level bug-type demon. Oh? Your defensive power is several times stronger than the other demon bodies. Even the power of the sun isn't enough to weaken your defensive power to the point where it can be killed. Xiang Nan tilted his head. Something's wrong. Xiao Jun exclaimed. Even if I can predict, it's useless to not kill Duanmu Wuji. Duanmu Wuji had already rushed over. His speed was extremely fast, as if there wasn't even any air in his advance. Xiang Nan dodged Duanmu Wuji's explosive charge in a flash, but he was not just dodging. He was also dodging, seeking the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Holding a huge saber in his hand, he slashed down on Duanmu Wuji's back. A tyrannical lightning bolt exploded on Duanmu Wuji's back. With a sound of pong, a ring of lightning fiercely spread out. However, Duanmu Wuji was still unharmed. No wonder you can be called the second strongest 7 tigers in the southern domain. Apart from all sorts of strange tricks, your own strength far surpasses Lu Long's. Xiang Nan nodded and analyzed calmly. Duanmu Wuji burned violently. He failed to hit Xiang Nan in one charge, so he immediately turned around and prepared to launch a second charge. Xiang Nan raised his bandaged left hand. Spirit Sea, reverse. The power of the heaven-swallowing demon quickly expanded into Xiang Nan's meridians. He quickly compressed this power into his left arm and demonized it. With bandages wrapped around it, no one could see that his left arm had actually turned pure black. Duanmu Wuji rushed up again. Xiang Nan raised his left hand and accurately grabbed Duanmu Wuji's huge head. Boom! The force of this collision formed a fan, engulfing Xiang Nan's entire body, destroying all the trees and boulders in the fan area behind Xiang Nan. However, in that terrifying shock wave, Duanmu Wuji's heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Xiangnan's 5 fingers had already sunk deeply into Duanmu Wuji's head, and even pinched into his skull. I have to thank you for providing me with such an environment, allowing me to get further advancement. Without you, I might never be able to understand the beauty of the situation. Now, you can say goodbye to this world. Xiangnan poured yuan qi from his 5 fingers into Duanmu Wuji's head. His yuan qi was black, the power of the heaven-swallowing demon, but no one else could see it. Boom! Duanmu Wuji's head exploded in an instant, leaving behind a large and broken body that fell from the sky. Xiangnan landed on the ground and carried the huge saber on his shoulder. His eyes became clear again, becoming black and white. His ears also appeared, and his sense of smell returned. After a brief moment of silence, a beast spirit island in Nuoda suddenly erupted with the warmest applause in the history of the entire sex ranking tournament. Countless people raised their arms and shouted Xiangnan's name. They witnessed a miracle in the history of modern martial arts. Originally, Xiangnan had no chance of winning, but he suddenly exploded with unimaginable martial arts attainments. In an absolutely crushing manner, he exploded the second strongest of the southern region's 7 tigers, Duanmu Wuji. Is he still a human? Xiao Jun looked at Xiangnan in shock. Yuan Meng took a deep breath and said, "He has risen to a realm that we cannot understand." The profound sky sect was in a state of panic. Even Duanmu Wuji was dead. They only had one trump card left, Yudong Hai. I saw something again. Xiangnan spread out his arms and took a deep breath of the air on the battlefield. What a wonderful trip. Xian Qingzhu looked at Xiangnan's back and said, "How did he do it? Is it because of his lightning meridian's talent? Could it be that his lightning meridian's talent has such a unique ability that he can predict his opponent's movements?" Xiangnan, quickly, "Let me treat your injuries." Shi Beihong hurriedly flew down and used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to heal Xiangnan's injuries. It wasn't until now that everyone remembered that Xiangnan was actually seriously injured. He had almost been beaten to death by Duanmu Wuji. However, his subsequent performance made everyone forget that he was a heavily injured person. Xiangnan. Xiao Jun flew down and shook Xiangnan's shoulder forcefully. I want to say something next. Quickly predict what I want to say. Xiangnan looked at Xiao Jun as if he was looking at an idiot. Then how can I predict? Xiao Junqi said. Aren't you able to predict the enemy's attack? Why can't you predict what I'm going to say in advance? Xiangnan shook his head speechlessly and said, Go to hell. Ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Jun didn't care. He laughed loudly. This time, we really are going to win. As long as you overthrow Yudong Hai, we will win. When I think of the expression on Xian Qingzhu's face, I'm so excited that I can't help it. 10 minutes later, the preparations for the next battle began. Xiangnan's injuries were too severe, and he had only recovered by less than 50%. There were still 4 enemies on the other side. One of them was Yudong Hai, and the situation was still not optimistic. Xiangnan raised his saber and let out a long sigh. It's time to go on stage, he said. He flew towards the battlefield, and along the way there was another round of applause. Xiangnan landed and pointed his saber at the Heavenly Profound Sect. Heavenly Profound Sect, come and fight. On the other side, a night demon martial artist flew over, possessing a powerful 7th level Heavenly Yuan realm. It's not Yudong Hai. Whoosh! Xiao Jun and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Xiangnan's physical condition is still very bad. If he encounters Yudong Hai, it will be very troublesome. This is also considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. Yuan Meng also heaved a sigh of relief. The night demon martial artist looked at Xiangnan curiously and said, Originally, I was planning to surrender, but you acted so miraculously before. I want to try out how it feels to fight you. This can be considered as giving you a chance to catch your breath. Xiangnan nodded. The martial artist added, But you can't guarantee that you won't kill me. Xiangnan smiled and said, Sure. All right. The martial artist immediately drew out his sword and slashed towards Xiangnan. Xianxia dodged and took a step forward with his left leg, which pierced between the martial artist's legs. At the same time, his right hand also grabbed his neck. "Fuck!" the martial artist scolded. "I was going to fight you 2 more times. Why did I fail?" The audience was completely silent. This kind of victory was a bit unexpected. "Where are you going? You got choked? Are you satisfied?" Xianxia asked. The martial artist blushed and said, "Can I try again?" "Sure." Xianxia loosened his grip on the martial artist and took 2 steps back, saying, "I'll let you stand on your own." That martial artist was extremely excited. Fighting against such a Xianxia made him feel even more excited than if he had risen to a higher realm. He retreated until he was 50 meters away from Xianxia. Then, he slowly floated into the sky and said, "I'm coming, Wan Hua." Xianxia took a step forward, his right hand swiftly connecting. Streaks of finger power accurately struck the martial artist's body, directly blocking the flow of Yuan Qi in his meridians. Pooh! The martial artist's meridians were blocked, and the martial skill he was preparing was suddenly interrupted. His colleagues' blocked Yuan Qi immediately lost its direction in the meridians, rampaging forward, causing the martial artist to spit out a large mouthful of blood. "Ah, ah!" The martial artist covered his chest and shouted, "How are you going to fight? Tell me, how are you going to beat you?" "You're shameless," Xianxia said. "You can continue to raise your cultivation realm and let your speed completely crush mine. In that case, even if I can predict your moves, I will not be able to stop you." The martial artist was stunned. "You actually said it. You actually told me such a thing." "Of course." Xianxia smiled and shrugged. The audience was in an uproar. There were actually people who would publicly reveal their weaknesses. But is this really Xianxia's weakness? It should be the common weakness of all martial artists in the world. "I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced." The martial artist smiled bitterly. "If the fight goes on, I will be toyed with by you. I admit defeat." Xianxia nodded and flew back to his peak. "We are sure to win. Xianxia is so strong. We will definitely win this sect ranking competition." The Haoran sect disciples cheered excitedly. "Haha! No matter how strong that damned Yudonghai is, he can still be stronger than the current Xianxia?" Xiao Jun danced happily. "I can't wait to see the scene of you Donghai being beaten up by Xianxia. Damn it! Drive him crazy. I'll kill him this time." Shi Beihong flew back again and continued to heal Xianxia. 10 minutes was still precious to Xianxia. Meanwhile, the direction of the heavenly profound sect was plunged into an unprecedented panic. They thought that they would win, but Xianxia's sudden qualitative change made them uncertain about the direction of victory. If he really lost, then the black sect would have no face to see anyone. 10 minutes later, Xianxia appeared on the stage. The applause accompanied him all the time. Everyone knew that Xianxia was really going to create a miracle this time. The elders of the major sects were urgently discussing where Xianxia's ability to predict came from. Right now, everyone's thirst for that miraculous ability had reached its peak. Xianxia's original target was still a member of the Night Demon. The member didn't even have the interest to fight in Xianxia. He said, "Others surrender because they respect you, but I surrender because I really can't beat you. Damn it. This feeling is truly desperate. Forget it. I admit defeat." Xianxia nodded and said to Xian Qingzhu, "Continue drawing lots. I don't need to recover anymore, so I'll save 10 minutes. Xian Qingzhu looked down at Xianxia condescendingly, but her eyes flickered with an unexpected brilliance. That kind of brilliance was a very complicated feeling. It seemed to be unbearable, but it also revealed a deep desire. Xianxia's heart sank when he saw Xian Qingzhu's gaze. He had seen this kind of gaze before. It was his previous life. The look in her eyes when she killed him. Why? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Xianxia's heart as to why she had such a look in her eyes. The last time she had this kind of gaze, it was because she was certain that she could kill Bai Mukin and take away Bai Mukin's 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. And this time she revealed such a gaze. What was the reason? Does she want to take mine? Xianxia's thoughts were spinning rapidly. Impossible, right? Could it be that she would charge down and kill herself in front of all the elders of the six great sects? Did she really dare to do that? Just as Xianxia was fantasizing, the drawing of lots in the direction of the profound sky sect had already ended. A person approving the black robe slowly walked over. This person's entire body was enveloped in a black robe. Not only could everyone not see his appearance, they could not even sense his realm. This was because this person's strength was unfathomable. When Xianxia saw this person, that bad premonition immediately filled his entire body. He clearly knew that he was no match for this person. No matter what method he used, the chances of defeating this person were infinitely close to zero. What? Xianxia looked at the black-robed man in surprise. If you were also at the Heaven Origin realm, even if you were at the Heaven Scryer realm, I wouldn't be unable to see your strength clearly. Who on earth are you? Everyone was surprised, and the elders frowned as they looked at Xianxia's opponent. Who was that? Why did it give off a feeling that it was thousands of times stronger than Yu Donghai? Was there really such a person in the sect ranking tournament? At this moment, Xian Qingzhu finally let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Almost. It's time to end all of this." What? Xianxia was stunned. After hearing Xian Qingzhu's words, the black-robed man finally lifted his hood and revealed his face. "It's you." After Xianxia saw the black-robed man's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. The black-robed man was not a contestant at all. He was a lunatic elder of the profound sky sect, the madman elder who had produced the green fire poison and controlled by Mukin's corpse to demonize the martial artists. "What are you doing here? You're not a contestant." Xianxia was shocked. The madman elder suddenly laughed strangely. At the same time, all the elders flew up from the mountain peak in the direction of the profound sky sect. The elders of the heavenly profound sect and the flying cloud sect rose into the sky one by one. What? The elders of the six great sects were all restless. What does the profound sky sect want? Shi Beihong flew into the sky and angrily berated Xian Qing. "Quickly let your men land. Don't tell me you want to start a full-scale war with the six great sects." "Xian Qingzhu," Xianxia roared. However, Xian Qingzhu in the sky turned a deaf ear to Xianxia and Shi Beihong's words. No one was able to react to this sudden scene. Everyone didn't even have time to guess the intentions of the profound sky sect. All the spectators watching the sect qualifying tournament were also stunned. The entire star-gazing city was in chaos. The 9 Firmament Imperial clan's first prince was also shocked. He immediately stood up from his throne and shouted, "Quick! Quickly gather the army and charge onto Beast Spirit Island for me. Hurry up and support the 6 sections. The profound sky sect is going to start a massacre." The spies of the royal family all moved out. They turned into black shadows and panicked as they brought the first princess order to dispatch troops. Something big is about to happen. The first prince walked around with a pale face. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He knew that it was too late for him. Beast Spirit Island was deep in the endless sea. Even if they used the fastest military flying ship, it would still take at least 3 days. Someone, shadows suddenly appeared on the Golden Hall. These people were all wearing white robes, and their faces were shrouded in the shadows of the robes. As for these people, their strengths were all heaven-reaching. They were all super experts at the divine martial realm and above. They were the highest combat strength of the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan. The first prince said anxiously, "How many trump cards will there be in the future?" A white-robed man bowed and said, "There are 35 people above the late divine martial realm. 15 of them are on missions in other continents. Only 8 of us can rush here. 7 others have been ordered to rush back from nearby continents." The first prince waved his hand. "The 8 of you immediately rush to Beast Spirit Island as fast as you can. You absolutely cannot let the heavenly profound sect make the matter bigger. Otherwise, our 9 Firmaments Imperial clan will not be able to protect you." "Yes." The white-robed men cupped their fists and accepted their orders. They were about to set off. "Wait!" The first prince suddenly saw a white light coming from the real-time image of Beast Spirit Island. Sensing that something was wrong, he hurriedly said, "Stop! Don't go yet." Immediately after, the first prince saw an unbelievable scene. He sat back down on the throne and shouted, "It's over. Everything is over. You guys don't go to Beast Spirit Island. Hurry up and gather all the troops in the Imperial City to defend the 9 Firmaments Imperial Palace with all your might. Quickly bring back all the trump cards that are out on missions. No matter how far away you are, come back. You must defend the Imperial Palace." Yes. The calm voices of the white-robed men also began to become somewhat off-key, because they also saw what was happening on the screen. Beast Spirit Island. A few minutes ago. Heavenly Profound Sect. I warn you. You must consider the consequences of doing this. Elder Shi Beihong roared angrily. All the elders of the 6 great sects flew up. They were ready to fight at any time. However, were they really going to start a war with the Profound Sky and Soaring Cloud sect? Although the 6 sects had an absolute advantage in numbers, the average strength of the Sky Profound sect and Flying Cloud sect elders was higher than the 6 sections. If a full-scale war really started, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. However, what was certain was that it would be the result of both sides being injured. It would definitely cause great damage to the 8 great sects Yuan Qi, and they would not be able to recover to their current glory for at least several hundred years. However, Xian Qingzhu still did not answer anyone's question. Something's wrong. Xiang Nan's expression changed drastically. He knew that the Profound Sky sect would not be so reckless. A full-scale war was the worst choice. The Black sect must have other plans. Let's go! Xiang Nan shouted. Everyone leave Beast Spirit Island. Hurry up and leave. He guessed that the Profound Sky sect wanted to capture all 6 great sects in one go, but he didn't have any ideas on how to do so. However, none of the elders of the 6 great sects left. They were still aggressive. Their dignity did not allow them to choose to flee. The 6 sects were challenged by 2 sections. If they escaped, then what face would they have to establish themselves in the world of martial arts in the future? Hurry up and leave! Xiang Nan shouted loudly, but no one listened to him. Xiang Nan, even if you escape from Beast Spirit Island, you will still be caught up by them. At most, you can start a war at sea. That's no different. Su Kaiwei also flew up. She looked at Xiang Nan indifferently and said, "If the Profound Sky sect wants to fight, then fight." That's not the case. Xiang Nan shouted. I suspect that the Profound Sky sect has set up an ambush on Beast Spirit Island. Quickly leave this area. At this moment, a strange change occurred. The madman elder standing on the battlefield suddenly threw something into the sky. He threw it into the sky, as if it was a person. Attack! When Shi Beihong saw this scene, he didn't know what it meant, but at least he knew that waiting for death was the stupidest act. Before the enemy could launch a full offensive, they had to strangle the enemy in the cradle. Elder Shi Beihong was usually kind, but when things happened, he was more decisive than anyone else. The elders of the 6 great sects released endless auras at the same time, and a great battle was about to break out. At the same time, all the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect attacked at the same time. However, their attacks did not seem to be aimed at injuring people. Instead, they aimed countless rays of light at the figure thrown into the sky by the madman elder. All of the light instantly struck the figure in the sky. At the same time, the figure suddenly spread out his arms and shot out tens of thousands of feet of black light from his body. In an instant, the black light engulfed the entire Beast Spirit Island, including all the elders and disciples present. Xiang Nan also felt it. He watched as the black light ferociously pierced through his body. At that moment, Xiang Nan felt that his body was out of control. His body actually disobeyed his orders and sat down cross-legged. The elders and disciples of the 6 great sects were in the same situation as Xiang Nan. They all floated down from the sky and sat down cross-legged. An irresistible mental control crazily invaded everyone's minds. Damn it, Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sense of snatching his body's initiative. He had seen this kind of phenomenon before. It was exactly the same as the scene when those disciples were dominated by Mukin's will and surrendered to the Profound Sky sect at the beginning of the sect ranking tournament. However, the situation this time was even worse. Even the elders were unable to escape this kind of control. However, those elders did not cultivate the half-demon body. Why are they under control? Xian Qingzhu also returned to the Sky Profound Sect's elder queue. At this moment, the entire Beast Spirit Island quieted down. Everyone sat cross-legged, enduring the terrifying impact of mind control. Shi Beihong circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill in an attempt to resist this kind of attack, but his body didn't listen to his commands and couldn't circulate any cultivation techniques at all. Finished. Xianxia sighed. If his guess was correct, the elders and genius disciples of the 6 great sects would become the puppets of the Profound Sky sect in a short period of time, and the 8 great sects would no longer exist. In the sky, Xian Qingzhu also raised her hands high. She smiled faintly and said, "You really should listen to Xiangnan's suggestion. Staying on Beast Spirit Island is truly a stupid choice." At this moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky that was emitting endless black light. The strong wind lifted the shadow's hood. Hiss! Bai Mukin! It's actually Bai Mukin! Isn't he already dead? The audience in Stargazing City was shocked. The person floating above Beast Spirit Island was really Bai Mukin. Bai Mukin's eyes were open, but his eyes were black, emitting a strange black light. At this moment, no one on Beast Spirit Island could move, including the elders of the Profound Sky sect themselves. The reason why the elders of the 6 great sects were unable to move was because they were under control, while the elders of the Profound Sky and Flying Cloud sect were unable to move because they wanted to control the elders of the 6 great sects. This situation created an awkward situation where no one could attack. However, the most troublesome thing was that the elders of the 6 great sects were already being assimilated quickly. In less than 10 minutes, they were about to submit to the Profound Sky sect. As Bai Mukin's descendant, Xiangnan was actually unable to resist Bai Mukin's willpower. Heaven! Mysterious! Sect! An elder roared angrily. You despicable and shameless villains! The people of the southern domain have chosen you as the leaders of the 8 great sections. You actually used such evil methods to do disdainful things. Xian Qingzhu laughed and said, "Just scold me. In 7 minutes, you will become one of us." Ambition. Too ambitious. The Profound Sky sect actually wanted to take down the 6 great sects in one fell swoop and control the entire martial world of the southern domain. At that time, not to mention the 9 Firmament Imperial clan, even the Haotian Imperial clan would suffer. After the Black sect had recruited the entire 8 great sects, no one could resist them. Stargazing City was already in a mess. A large number of spectators wanted to flee the city and leave the 9 Firmaments continent that was about to turn into hell. They came from all over the world, and they were the most powerful and influential people who controlled countless riches. However, they were unable to escape. A screen of light enveloped the entire Stargazing City, trapping all of the high officials and nobles inside. They were crazily attacking the light screen, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break it apart. Beast Spirit Island. The situation continued to deteriorate. Everyone had completely lost control of their bodies, and even their thinking ability had begun to regress. Another 3 minutes had passed. There were still 4 minutes left before the nightmare arrived. At this moment, a soft sound of footsteps came from the jungle. Footsteps. Everyone on the island was stunned. Anyone else out of control? Who is it? The sound of footsteps was so ear-piercing in such a dangerous environment. A man pushed away the bushes and walked out. As he walked, he threw a candy into his mouth. Feng Xian. It's really you, kid. Xiangnan's eyes flashed. Feng Xian? This person is a disciple of the Dark Underworld sect. Everyone recognized Xiangnan's teammate, Feng Xian, who had abruptly withdrawn from the competition halfway through. How did he manage not to be controlled? Even the Divine Martial Realm and even the Half-Saint Realm Elders were unable to escape control. Why could he? For a moment, the scene became noisy again. At least, everyone still hadn't lost their ability to speak. Everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Xian alone. Feng Xian walked to Xiang Nan's side with candy in his mouth and said, "Looks like I came in time." After saying that, he took out a small bottle from his bosom. A holy white light slowly floated out of the bottle. Feng Xian flicked his hand and the white light flew out with a whoosh, hitting Bai Mukin in the sky. In an instant, the black light Bai Mukin emitted weakened by more than 90%. The black light was dyed pale gray. What did you do?" The madman elder also raised his hands high and offered his strength to Bai Mukin. Everyone was ecstatic. Could this Feng Xian be able to destroy the heavenly profound sex conspiracy? Feng Xian took out a casual notebook. As he lowered his head and flipped through it, he said unhurriedly, "I know what everyone is thinking, but I regret to tell you that I am unable to release my control. All I can do is slow down Bai Mukin's mind control for about an hour." Xiang Nan. Feng Xian looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Thank you for cooperating with me. You bought me such precious time and allowed me to deal with it. It's like this." Feng Xian took out a white pill and stuffed it into Xiang Nan's mouth. He said, "At first, I thought that the Profound Sky sect had placed the battlefield on Beast Spirit Island in order to avoid injuring innocent people. But what the Heavenly Profound sect has done makes me wonder why the Heavenly Profound sect took so much trouble to get so many people to participate in the competition. Why did they choose to draw lots when they could send you Donghai directly to defeat all of us and win the championship? This is an inefficient method." I realized that they seemed to be stalling for time, because Xiang Nan suddenly broke into the secret base under the sea and extracted all of Bai Mukin's will. The Heavenly Profound Sex plan was in chaos. They needed more time to let Bai Mukin slowly recover his willpower. Otherwise, when they landed on Beast Spirit Island, they should have already made their move. There's no need to wait until now. Xiang Nan felt that his body had gradually recovered. He hurriedly asked, "What did you give me to eat?" "My body's initiative is beginning to recover." Feng Xian glanced at Xiang Nan and said, "There's no hurry. You'll know this problem in a moment. It'll take you about 10 minutes to regain your freedom." After saying that, Feng Xian snapped his fingers and said, "I heard from Xiang Nan that he discovered the secret base of the Profound Sky sect at the bottom of the sea. I believe that the elders of the 6 great sects have all found out about this news, so I won't repeat the details. It's really not easy for me to guess what the Heavenly Profound sect wants to do, so I put myself in the role of the Heavenly Profound sect to think about this. I originally thought that the reason why the Profound Sky sect went to the Central Plains was to snatch away the demons and allow more disciples of the Profound Sky sect to obtain the resources for body refinement. Of course, this is true, but more importantly, the demons have extremely strong Yuan Qi resistance. At the same time, what does this mean?" Feng Xian muttered to himself and nodded. "That's right, that's Yuan Qi invading." He pointed at Bai Mukin in the sky and said, "The black light that Bai Mukin emitted is actually the demonic aura that the black-green bamboo gathered from the Central Plains. These auras can greatly weaken the defenses of all high-level elders and invade their will. It's because Bai Mukin possesses the only 5 heavenly spiritual veins in the world. Even though I discovered after sneaking into the secret base of the Profound Sky sect that his talent has been sucked away, his willpower is still there. In other words, Bai Mukin's willpower can invade everyone without any difference, as long as you possess any of the 5 elements of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then there's the problem." Feng Xian rubbed his chin and said, "Can you really control all high-level elders with just the invasion of consciousness?" The answer is obviously no. Otherwise, this world of martial arts would be a bit too fragile. At the beginning of the sect ranking tournament, a large number of disciples defected and joined the Profound Sky sect because they were refined and possessed half-demon bodies. But the elders haven't refined their bodies, so why can they be controlled? Actually, after half-demon body refinement, one's willpower will be diluted by the willpower of demonic beasts and demons, becoming no longer pure. Body refinement is not so much to enhance a person's combat strength, but rather to weaken a person's willpower. Body refinement is only a side effect. Weakening willpower is the main purpose. Feng Xian pointed at the ground beneath his feet. I'm thinking about how to get the elders of the 6 great sects to train their bodies as well. This is obviously impossible. Then, is it possible to forcefully let them enter the body refining process? The answer is yes. He pointed to the ground and continued. It is well known that body refinement requires a large number of souls as the foundation stone. Thus, it makes sense for the Profound Sky sect to choose Beast Spirit Island to compete. Because there are endless demonic beast souls here? Xianxia cried out. Feng Xian snapped his fingers and said, I guessed correctly. The Profound Sky sect has never really wanted to set up a sect ranking tournament. They also disdain this kind of tournament. Their real goal is to trick the elders of the 6 great sects into coming to Beast Spirit Island for the sake of the sect ranking tournament, so that they can catch all of them in one go. After listening to Feng Xian's analysis, everyone was no longer shocked because this kind of thing had already happened. Feng Xian continued, I've been studying the will toxin. I took a portion of the toxin samples during the audition. Unfortunately, the ingredients for the antidote are also in the hands of the Profound Sky sect. It was only after I found the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan that I managed to obtain some. Nearly 70% of your analysis is based on speculation. Xianxia said. Feng Xian nodded. Facts prove that my guess is correct, isn't it? Xianxia said. Since you have the antidote, hurry up and give it to an elder with the highest cultivation. Feng Xian shook his head and said, Unfortunately, the ingredients I have can only be used to refine 2 antidotes, one for myself and one for you. This antidote is only useful to you and me. It is useful to me because I have avoided Baimukin's will attack. It is effective for you because you have absorbed a portion of Baimukin's willpower. An elder from the Starsea sect said, Why didn't you tell us earlier about such a big conspiracy so that we could be prepared in advance? Feng Xian shook his head. It may not be a good result to say it earlier. You should never underestimate the stupidity of humans. There will always be people who will jump out of your body and be so stupid that you can't guard against them. The only thing I can do is to work out a simple plan based on the conspiracy of the Profound Sky sect. Actually, I have been hesitating about joining the Profound Sky sect because in my opinion, the plan of the Profound Sky sect is very interesting and bold. It is indeed very attractive to me. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. But in the end, I chose to stand with Xianxia because I realized that it would be more challenging and interesting to directly fight against the Heavenly Profound sect instead of joining it, said Feng Xian. All right. Feng Xian looked at Xianxia and said, The antidote you swallowed will probably work. You have 50 minutes to stop this conspiracy and Baimukin. At this point, Feng Xian leaned his mouth close to Xianxia's ear and whispered, I don't know why, but I found that your willpower matches Baimukin's. I have never seen such a situation in my life. I even suspect that you are Baimukin's biological son, but your ages do not match. I suspect that you are his siblings, but I find that your blood relationship with him is completely different. Xianxia, you must use your body to touch Baimukin and assimilate his willpower to resolve this crisis. This process will also take 10 minutes. Xianxia looked at Feng Xian in shock. This person was truly too smart. Apart from him not understanding that he and Baimukin were the same person, he had almost guessed everything else correctly. Could be said that they were exactly the same. At this moment, 10 minutes had finally passed. Xianxia felt that the black light that had trapped his willpower had suddenly lost its effect in his body. Xianxia suddenly stood up. This scene caused everyone to cheer, and they were finally saved. Xianxia has regained his freedom of movement. Quick, Xianxia. Quickly kill the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect, Elder Shi Beihong shouted. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia immediately slashed out a dozen fierce saber lights in the direction of the Profound Sky sect. However, once those elders hit the Sky Profound sect's elders, they would be annihilated by the intense explosion. But not a single elder was injured. No way. Feng Xian shook his head and said, Those elders' realms are way higher than yours. Even if they don't fight back, you still don't have the ability to harm them. I advise you to directly attack by Mukin's corpse. That would be relatively simple. Xiangnan raised his head and looked at Bai Mukin. He absolutely couldn't allow the profound sky sect to desecrate the corpses of his previous life. A look of determination flashed in Xiangnan's eyes. He held onto his saber and immediately flew towards Bai Mukin in the air. Right at this moment, a strong light suddenly exploded from the other side. Xiangnan was not on guard, so he could only block with his saber in a hurry. The strong light exploded on the blade, sending Xiangnan flying and dropping the blade. A majestic figure slowly flew over from the direction of the heavenly profound sect. Yu Donghai! Everyone was shocked. The profound sky sect actually had a person who could move freely. Furthermore, it was Yu Donghai. Bad. Xiao Jun said in shock. In the end, Xiangnan still wants to fight Yu Donghai. Xiangnan was ambushed, and before he could raise his cultivation, he was blasted by Yu Donghai with his Yuan Qi. Fortunately, the red dragon saber was strong enough to help Xiangnan withstand nearly 70% of its destructive power. Xiangnan landed on the ground and rolled more than a dozen times. When he stood up, he felt pain all over his body. Fortunately, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. Pang! Yu Donghai heavily landed 20 meters away from Xiangnan. He crossed his arms and said loudly, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to fight you anymore. Thank you very much, Feng Xian, for giving me a chance to compete head-on with you. Xiangnan, let's continue this unfinished sect ranking competition. Yu Donghai, with a wave of Xiangnan's right hand, the red dragon saber flew over from not far away and was grabbed by him. Yu Donghai, I know that you are slightly different from the shameless people of the profound sky sect. At least you know how to keep your word, Xiangnan said in a deep voice. Don't tell me you really want to help the evil. Even if the profound sky sect wants to do such an intolerable thing, you still have to help them. Yu Donghai took off his cloak and said, I don't care what the profound sky sect wants to do. Nor do I care what will happen to you. I only care about one thing. And that is, I want to prove that I am stronger than you. Damn it. I admit that you're stronger than me. Are you satisfied? Get out of the way. Xiangnan shouted angrily. Every minute was incomparably precious to Xiangnan. He didn't want to dream too much. Yu Donghai shook his head and said, What's the point of admitting it verbally? I will definitely defeat you. I want to prove that not only can I, Yu Donghai, surpass you, I can also surpass Bai Mukin. I am the #1 genius in the starry sky. No one can compare to me. Xiangnan said angrily. Is false fame that important to you? Yu Donghai shouted. Yes, that's what I want. All right. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, Since you are not going to step aside, since you want to fight, then let's fight. Reality was always full of drama, even if the profound sky sect had such a big conspiracy, even if Feng Xian suddenly appeared, delaying the demand of the profound sky sect. However, the truth was that it continued in the direction of the sect ranking tournament. In the end, in this conspiracy that concerned the future of the 8 great sects, the only thing that could determine the future was the outcome of the battle between Xiangnan and Yu Donghai. You and I are destined to have this battle. Yu Donghai's body trembled and his Yuan Qi was fiercely released. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. He raised his saber horizontally and released the power of the white flame blazing lightning and the little ice lightning in his body. His realm had risen from the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm to the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Compared to Yu Donghai, who was at the 9th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, he was only 1 level lower. The overall champion of the Southern Domain's 8 great sects and sects ranking tournament is mine. Yu Donghai's Yuan Qi exploded, blasting his entire body into a beam of light, instantly arriving at Xiangnan's front. Xiangnan had already released his momentum ahead of time. With his reaction power, he could not catch up with Yu Donghai. However, because of the advanced judgment, Xiangnan Zhaoyue released the Dragon Spirit Steel. Pang! Yu Donghai's fist fiercely smashed onto the spherical air shield, flattening it and continuing to press down on Xiangnan. Xiangnan raised his saber and slammed it heavily into Yu Donghai's fist, shouting, "What sect ranking tournament has long since ceased to exist?" The two of them glared at each other's eyes at close range. Yu Donghai shouted, "In my heart, it still exists. I want the championship." Pong! Their fists and blades simultaneously erupted with fierce yuan qi, and at the same time, both sides were pushed back. The difference was that Yu Donghai only retreated a few meters, while Xiangnan flew dozens of meters backwards. "Xiangnan, I have the only 7 talents in the world. How can you contend against me?" Yu Donghai shouted angrily. "Let's end the unfinished battle in the Forgotten Sea." Yu Donghai's body bent slightly, then exploded with a loud boom, and his entire body instantly disappeared. Dragon Spirit Break. Xiangnan turned around at the same time and slashed heavily behind him. The little azure dragon held the red dragon saber in its mouth and swiftly slashed into the air. Yu Donghai happened to suddenly appear from the air. His fist smashed towards the back of Xiangnan's neck. At this moment, it turned into a blade that smashed into Xiangnan's. Clang! Xiangnan and Yu Donghai retreated at the same time. "I can't." Yu Donghai shook his shoulder. "Even if you can predict my position, your body speed can't keep up with mine. You can't catch me in advance. This is the absolute advantage of speed. And now, I want to show you what an absolute advantage of strength is." Yu Donghai only retreated 2 to 3 meters. He rushed over and grabbed Xiangnan's saber with his left hand, while his right hand smashed towards Xiangnan's face. "Lay! The azure dragon is out at sea." Xiangnan's azure dragon flew out of the sea. The little azure dragon grabbed Xiangnan's shoulder, causing Xiangnan's collision with Yu Donghai's fist to launch a fierce attack. In the midst of a heaven-shaking explosion, Yu Donghai was actually sent flying by Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan himself felt very uncomfortable. His shoulder was almost dislocated by Yu Donghai, and he felt his entire arm numb. "This doesn't make sense." Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and quickly shook his shoulders. "My Terminator Dragon Soul is a high-grade, heavenly-grade martial skill. I have 11 times the strength of my flesh and 12 times the strength of my yuan qi. But why is there such a big gap between me and him?" Xiangnan couldn't understand. Although Yu Donghai had the 7 extreme veins and he only had the talent of a single meridian, his single meridian was a divine grade. No matter which angle he thought about it, it was impossible for him to be so far behind Yu Donghai. If he continued to fight like this, before he could defeat Yu Donghai, his yuan qi had already been exhausted. "Xiangnan, take it." Below, Feng Xian threw a cloth bag at Xiangnan. Yu Donghai raised his hand and punched, wanting to smash the cloth bag into pieces. Xiangnan's movements were even faster. He directly grabbed the small cloth bag with the flash steps and opened it. His eyes immediately lit up. In that small cloth bag there were 10 high-grade spirit stones. "That's great. It really solved my urgent need." Xiangnan was very excited. He grabbed a high-grade spirit stone and threw it into his mouth. High-grade spirit stones weren't expensive for people like Xiangnan, but they were rare. There were very few high-grade spirit stone veins in this world. Every high-grade spirit stone could replenish nearly half of Xiangnan's yuan qi. Xiangnan used an irritable method to directly chew the spirit stones and swallow them. Normally, very few people would do this. The yuan qi that the 2 divine lightning bolts consumed was quickly filled with high-grade spirit stones. Xiangnan was confident. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew towards Yu Donghai and slashed down with a huge saber. The little azure dragon held a saber light in its mouth and shot towards Yu Donghai. "This move has no effect on me. Why are you so stupid? You still don't understand." Yu Donghai shook his body. He didn't dodge and punched at the blade light. Buzz! The saber light was stopped in midair by Yu Donghai, vibrating violently. "Of course I know." Suddenly, Xiangnan's voice came from behind Yu Donghai. Yu Donghai was shocked. Xiangnan wrapped his legs around Yu Donghai's waist from behind. The huge saber in his hand circled around Yu Donghai's throat and sliced it fiercely. "This saber will kill you." The tyrannical Bai Yen lightning released a terrifying lethality and firmly sliced into Yu Donghai's throat. But then, an unbelievable scene occurred to Xiang Nan. His blade sliced into Yu Donghai's throat and burst into flames. What? Xiang Nan was shocked. Yu Donghai had a chance to catch his breath. He turned around and punched Xiang Nan in the chest, turning Xiang Nan into an illusion. Boom! Xiang Nan suddenly fell to the ground. The power of the fall was so great that it allowed him to directly pierce through the solid land of Beast Spirit Island, pierce through the entire island, and plunge deeply into the ocean. Pooh! A stream of cool seawater gushed out from the entrance of Xiang Nan's cave. Pong! The ground exploded again, and Xiang Nan jumped out of the ground. There was a shallow dent in his chest. It was smashed by Yu Donghai, and the corners of his mouth were still flowing with red blood. Yu Donghai touched his neck. He stretched out his hand and saw that his fingers were also stained with blood. His neck did not completely defend against Xiang Nan's cut, and a thin red line had already been cut. You've angered me. Yu Donghai's expression changed. Among martial artists of the same age, no one has ever let me see blood. Xiang Nan, you really pissed me off. Yu Donghai roared. You successfully forced out my martial skill. Fragmentary void. Heavenly arch. A huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Yu Donghai. It was a huge black turtle, and its tail was a poisonous snake. This was one of the legendary divine beasts, Black Tortoise. Xiang Nan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly felt the threat of death enveloping his entire body. Without any time to think, he used 2 successive flash steps to instantly flash 1,000 meters away. As Yu Donghai folded his hands together, a terrifying Yuan Qi shockwave exploded towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan dodged the Yuan Qi attack with his shadow steps. As for the Yuan Qi, it slanted down on the Beast Spirit Island and directly washed away 1/8 of the Beast Spirit Island. Whirlpool. Looking at the collapsed island in the distance, Xiang Nan was extremely shocked. No wonder Yu Donghai's defense was so shocking. His martial skill was actually related to the Black Tortoise Divine Beast.